News for continuing coverage of Isaias.
David Murphy here with an AccuWeather update. We've got several tornado warnings that have popped up in Maryland and Pennsylvania. The one that is close to home is in Delaware County, pushing up toward Montgomery County through parts of northern Philadelphia around Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill included, and West Philadelphia as well. Again, it looks like there's a possibility of some problems to the just west or just east of Drexel Hill, and then pushing up toward Ardmore as well. Lots of areas covered by this, and of course these are heavily populated areas. The storm system is moving from south to north around the approaching tropical storm Isaias, and you can see that right in here is where we've had the heavy downpours, and this is the cell that's giving us the problems. A lot of heavy rain with this, perhaps some hail, and you see the rotation marker showing up as this moves up. This is Storm Tracker 6 live double scan's way of showing you potential circulation in the atmosphere that could indicate a strong storm that's transferring strong winds to the surface and a possible tornado. Looks like there's more rotation farther to the north as well, but this is the cell that we're interested in right now, pushing north of Chester through Delaware County and then pushing up toward Norristown before too much longer. In all of these areas that I've named, we do need to be wary of a possible tornado. As we take a look at Storm Tracker 6 live double scan, the static view, looking for a little bit of a notch. It does look like we've got some of that here. Sometimes that can be an area where there's spin up and where there can be a thunderstorm that's producing a tornado. And then in addition, a little bit of a notch of lighter precipitation there. So it's in through these areas in Delaware County that in particular I would be wary. We've got Karen Rogers also on board. Karen, what have you got on the storm?
Yeah, and we continue to track this carefully, Dave, with the tornado warning that has just come in. And we want to talk about the tornado safety as well. So this is a time to seek shelter, go into the basement, a closet, or interior hall. Definitely avoid windows and stay or move indoors. It's not a time to be outside. That's for the tornado safety right now, because we do have that tornado warning right now. As we go in a little closer, it's southeastern Montgomery, northeastern Chester County, western Philadelphia County, northeastern Delaware County. So here's the cell that we've been watching and kind of zeroing in on. We've been warning you that we could see a tornado, especially I-95 and east, as we track tropical storm Isaias moving through the area. And often as that does, it spawns tornadoes. That's what we're seeing happening right now. Although one has not been spotted on the ground, we're watching this cell in particular for the tornado warning that has popped up through the region right now. As we see the movement of this over the past 15 minutes, you can see it is moving pretty quickly. Isaias itself is moving 28 miles an hour. This is all pulling up through our area and kind of racing through the region pretty quickly. We widen out a little bit. I mean, the center of the storm is still well down to the south. We've got hours before we're done dealing with the potential for severe weather. We've been saying that time period of 10 to 3, but now you can see that tornado warning, southeastern Montgomery County, northeastern Chester County, western Philadelphia County, northeastern Delaware County. And Dave, you've got more on the track to show people exactly where this is moving.
The storm's moving very quickly to the north, Karen, at this point, and I've tried to pull up a blue box that gives you an approximate list of the towns that may be in threat from this storm. Again, the tornado located very likely in this section of the storm as it heads due north toward Norristown. But if you're in Roxborough, Rose Glen, Conshohocken Station, New Centerville, and notice I'm picking up just about every possible town on the map. So some of these are small places that some of you may not have heard of. Of course, if you live there, it's important, right? Colonial Village, Gulf Mills, West Conshohocken, St. Martin's, Spring Mill, and it looks like Connaught Town. That's a place I'm not even that familiar with. Rose Glen also up the top. And these places I would definitely take cover. If you are near any of these places, I would take cover, as somewhere right in there we are looking at that storm popping from north or from south to north, heading due north through the region. Again, as Karen's saying, a tornado warning in effect, several of them down in Maryland. There's a tornado watch actually just outside of this region down in South Jersey and Delaware, but it looks like we do have rotation in this storm. And again, as Karen's been saying, it started out near Chester, near West Philadelphia, right around the Delaware County, West Philadelphia border. It is now pushing up toward southern Montgomery County, near Ardmore, in through parts of Philadelphia around Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, and then on into areas of Montgomery County just to the south and west of King of Prussia. This is the area where we expect the biggest problems from this immediate system. And of course, there are other bands of precipitation coming up from the south that could give us additional severe thunderstorms. But that's the cell that we're worried about right now. Again, Storm Tracker 6 live double scan still showing you rotation on top of this cell. And that is the Storm Tracker's automatic way of pinpointing an area of precipitation that we think is showing mesocyclonic rotation and a possible tornado and definitely strong severe winds at the surface. Additional rotation has been picked up farther to the north and east, but this is the one the National Weather Service is looking at, and you just saw the tornado warning map showing you that. We'll take another close-up view of this system. Again, it looks like in through here is very likely where if we do have a tornado, we're going to see it. And this is an automatically updating box. So Minquan, Colonial Village, Gulf Mills, West Conshohocken would be among the areas of, among the locations where we could potentially be seeing this strong thunderstorm and a potential tornado come through. Karen, I'll throw it back to you and we'll do a little bit more tracking.
Yeah, let's do that, Dave. And let's start again on the safety of that. You need to be so careful when we have the tornado warning. That's why we came on the air immediately. This is the time to seek shelter. If you're in that region, go into the basement, go into closet, go into our interior hallway. If you can, avoid the windows. Sometimes people pull up a mattress near them to avoid any flying debris. If you are not indoors, you want to get indoors right now and you want to stay there. I mean, we've been talking about the height of the storm from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Here it is at 7:36 and we're already seeing our first tornado warning. You see a wide area dealing with the heavy rain, right? But we're zeroing into the cell that has been moving up to the north, and we can see they originally started in southeast Montgomery County, northeastern Chester County, western Philadelphia County, northeastern Delaware County, all the area of concern around this cell. But then we watch the movement just over the past 15 minutes, and you can see that movement up to the north right now and moving pretty quickly through the region. One was not spotted on the ground, but at the radar indications, the National Weather Service saying it looks like we could see a tornado within this area, and that's why we're watching this so closely here. You see the center of the storm. I mean, the reason for all of this is because we're tracking Tropical Storm Isaias, tracking inland right up on the coastline. And as it does, often these tropical storms spin off tornadoes. We're seeing that already happen through the area. So watching this really closely, this is where that tornado warning is, and asking everyone to seek shelter in this area right now as this cell started down on the southern end of this area and has been moving up north. So overall, the warning includes, again, the southeastern Montgomery County, northeastern Chester County, western Philadelphia County, northeastern Delaware County. And we watch Future Tracker 6. We got a long way to be able to deal with all of this because the rain, the heaviest, hasn't even started yet. By 10:30, by 11, by 12 o'clock, we're watching inches of rain pull into the region, and we'll continue to have that tornado threat. By 5:30, it's all out of here. But the concern right now is the tornado warning. This is the time to seek shelter. Go into a basement, a closet, interior walls. We keep saying it. Maybe you're just tuning in right now and realizing what's happening. That's why we're breaking through Good Morning America to make sure everyone in our viewing area stays safe. You want to avoid windows right now. The tornado warning for parts of Philadelphia, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery counties right now. So let's go over again where it is. As we look wider at the radar, we've got our multi-sweep scan, and you see a lot of heavy rain, but the area that we're concerned about is this cell right here that has been moving to the north. So that's why they originally started the warning with the southeastern Montgomery, northeastern Chester County, western Philadelphia County, northeastern Delaware County. We see the movement kind of moving up to the north right now, watching that area. Dave, that's heading now towards Norristown. I know you've got more on the track as we continue to follow this. One more wider look right now, and you can see we've got a long way to go before this is all done. The center of Isaias is well down to the south. That's tracking right through our region, and Dave, we're already getting these tornado warnings coming in now.
Yeah, we are. Several in Maryland, one active in Maryland, but this is the one that we have the biggest concern. It's in Delaware County, pushing through parts of West Philadelphia and also pushing up into Montgomery County. And a new track eye forum shows you that Bryn Mawr and Manayunk may be among the areas about to get hit by this. You want to take cover in the lower floors, indoors. If you have a basement option, that's the best. Rosemont, Belmont Hills between now and 9:30 or 7:39, I should say. This storm was located in the vicinity of Yeadon, Delaware County, a couple of minutes ago, and pushing north from there. And in this wide cone that I've drawn, that's the area where you potentially have this tornado headed in your direction. Conshohocken Station, West Conshohocken, Gulf Mills between now and 7:40. 7:45. St. Paul's Church, Chestnut Hill, I mentioned before, it looks like about 7:45 there. And these times are only approximate. The actual tornado may be shooting faster up through this at about 35 miles per hour in terms of the ground speed. The winds, of course, can be a lot stronger than that, but we are definitely looking at the potential for this rotation in here. Gulf Mills, St. Paul's Church, Chestnut Hill, Gravers, Spring Mill, and Conshohocken, all in the areas that could be threatened by this tornado. And I'm just going to step out just slightly here so that I can make a quick movement on the location of the radar here. We'll try and get that out from under these areas of possible contact with this tornado. And again, we are looking at potential problems in that storm right in here and potentially moving north. I'm going to take that track edit and just move it over a bit, which we do like this. And that'll give you a little better idea of more communities that may be affected by this. The storm system moving pretty much directly north through the region. Again, it began down in the vicinity of Yeadon, Delaware County, and moving north through parts of West Philadelphia potentially, which isn't far from Yeadon, and areas just to the east and parts of Montgomery County, including Norristown, may also be affected by this. These are very approximate arrival times. We could be seeing them arrive or seeing the storm arrive a little bit sooner. The rotation portion of it. Garrett Hill, Ethan, I should say, around Ethan Elementary, out near St. David's, Villanova, also in that vicinity. These are a new set of towns that could be affected by this strong thunderstorm that could contain a tornado. Willowburn, Gladwin, Radnor Station, St. Mary's Seminary, St. David's, Rose Glen, Radnor, Mequon. Looks like Conshohocken Station is still included. West Conshohocken, Gulf Mills, Spring Mill, and Conshohocken. If you are in or near any of the towns I've just mentioned, you want to make sure you're indoors, lower floors, and if you have a basement option, that's even better. We have a potential tornado moving north through the region. Not a surprise, as with tropical systems like the one we're experiencing today, the outer bands of these storms often do produce at least small, brief tornadoes that can do some serious damage. And of course, we've got a tornado watch that has been in place in Delaware and parts of South Jersey. This tornado warning is jumping out ahead of that watch area. And really, anywhere you get a strong thunderstorm today, there would be the potential of severe weather and a potential tornado. So this is not a surprise. And of course, we hope that you've been hearing us as we've been talking over the last couple of days about the various threats from this tropical storm as it comes through today, and thinking ahead about what your plan would be should you get caught in a strong storm that's producing strong damaging winds, or in this case, a possible tornado. This box will update automatically, but basically what you're seeing on the bottom of the box there is the basic idea here. We're looking at parts of Delaware County, Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, and points around Chestnut Hill potentially affected by this, parts of Chester County, and then Montgomery County is sort of at the long end of this. At this rough speed, it would take about a half hour for the storm system to get through this long area from south to north, but it's this cluster of communities right now that we think are most threatened. So again, we are looking at a tornado warning. This is in effect until 8 o'clock is the official out time, so another 17 minutes. And you can see that earlier tornado warnings down in Maryland have dropped off the board, but we are still looking at this warning, which continues to be pushed north. It now looks like the area is around the base of Drexel Hill and then pushing up into parts of Philadelphia around Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, and Ardmore might get clipped with that too. So now you're seeing the mainline portion of Montgomery County and parts of Philadelphia in the vicinity of Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy. It might be that we're still catching a little bit of probably not quite Olney, but in areas around, actually not far from Channel 6, right across the river here, and then pushing north. So that's the area of concern right now with this tornado warning, and a severe thunderstorm right in there, potentially producing a tornado and strong damaging wind gusts related to that. And of course, there's much more instability coming from the south. Going in tighter again, this would be the area that we are most concerned with. You can see that there is updraft being shown automatically by Storm Tracker 6 live double scan. We have seen indications of some rotation in this storm, and that would all add up to a powerful thunderstorm that could potentially have a tornado affected by it or within it and affecting folks on the ground. Looks like the possible tornado update box now includes Radnor near the top, Conshohocken Station, West Conshohocken, Gulf Mills, Spring Mill, Conshohocken proper. What else have we got? Barron Hill just showed up, Hughes Park. Some of these are very small communities that you may not have heard of before, but when we're tracking a tornado, we like to put it all in there because the people who live in, say, Hughes Park know exactly where they are, and they know that between now and about 7:48, which is only a few minutes, they have a chance of a strong thunderstorm with a tornado embedded. Sweedlam, Marble Hall, Ivy Rock, Harmonville, Henderson Park, all of these are areas that if you are near what I've just mentioned, you want to make sure you're indoors on the lower floors. A strong thunderstorm with a possible tornado moving north. Karen, what's happening on your side of the studio?
Yeah, we continue to watch this, Dave, and tell everybody right now to seek shelter if you're in that area. And even if you're not within that area of the tornado warning, we know we have a tornado watch. You should be thinking, as Dave said, of where can you go to get safe, because we've got a long haul to be able to deal with this. But 10 to 3, we've been saying is the worst of it. Yet here it is 7:45. We've got our first tornado warning. So go into a basement if you're in this area or in the interior halls. Avoid the windows. If you're not already indoors, get inside, stay inside. We've been telling everybody not to travel in through the heavy rain today. In fact, that's the worst place to be, is in your car. So you need to be careful as you're heading out because of the tornado warning. We have a wider look with Storm Tracker 6 with our multi-sweep scan, and you're seeing a lot of heavy rain through the area. But this is the cell as we zero in that we've been concerned about. So it started it off with the warnings in southeastern Montgomery, northeastern Chester, western Philadelphia, northeastern Delaware County, and we can see that cell is moving up north right now. And you see as Storm Tracker sweeps through some of those areas of purple, some not only heavy rain, likely hail coming down with that, and the concern for rotation, which does often happen when you have a tropical system encountering land, and the friction of that can spawn off tornadoes. Normally with that situation, they're not very long-lived, but we're going to watch that right now. We've got that tornado warning. This is the movement just over the past 15 minutes. You can see it's almost due north that it's moving with this system right now as we track Tropical Storm Isaias down from the south and lifting through the area. These are the rain rates in some of these areas, some of these cells that we're really concerned about that got so much rain. And you can see in some areas, the areas of purple indicating pounding rain. The rainfall rate's significant. If they're coming through your area, we've got some heavy cells moving through, which hopefully you've already gone indoors and sought safety right now. Because as you take a wider look at this, you can see the center of the storm well down to our south. It has a while to track. We're going to be dealing with periods of heavy rain and the threat for this happening, and that initial tornado warning just taken off the map right now. As we can see right now, it's taken off the map currently with its National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. So the tornado warning is taken right off. It has just expired right now. These maps update automatically, so we can show you as soon as that happens. So they've been studying that cell. It was not something they saw by ground, but something they were watching. We are going to continue to watch this around the clock. We're not out of the woods just yet. Future trackers showing heavy rain will be going on later this morning. David Murphy and I will be here around the clock along with the rest of the weather team to help you through this. But for now, we're going to send this back to Good Morning America, already in progress.
An active morning continues across the region. David Murphy here with an AccuWeather update. Heavy rain pushing through the region, and we have yet another issue with a strong thunderstorm down south. This one looks to me like it might form into a problematic storm a little bit later on. It's in Montgomery County, but we have a brand new tornado warning, and this one is just on the southern edge of Kent County, Delaware, and it's pushing up toward Dover, Delaware. If you're in Frederica, Woodside, and then Dover, Delaware, you definitely want to be wary of this storm as it has a possible tornado connected with it. And again, with all of these storms, if you have the option of getting into a lower floor shelter of some sort, an indoor closet, or a basement's even better. I know down close to the shore, a lot of the places don't have basements, but this is a severe thunderstorm that might be producing a tornado. It's about the fourth of these warnings that we've had and about the third in southern Delaware. And this one is moving up toward Harrington and then toward Woodside and eventually toward Dover, Delaware. Smyrna, if it maintains its current trajectory and strength, could also be included. There's also a flash flood warning in some of our northern and western suburbs, but of course the big issue will be that tornado. Flash flooding, though, definitely causing problems on roads through Montgomery County, parts of Chester County, as you just saw, parts of Bucks, and now pushing into Delaware. If you are in that tornado zone, though, down to the south, we want to remind you that it's important to seek shelter, go to the basement or a closet or an interior hallway, avoid any windows. This is coming up from the south, so if you don't have the option of getting into an an interior hallway. Being on the interior of a north-facing room is better than being down south in the direction where that tornado is coming from. You definitely want to stay indoors and move indoors. Future Tracker 6 showing you that this is going to be a rock and roll day all the way, because there are the chances of additional showers and heavy thunderstorms and strong damaging wind gusts as Isaias goes through the region, and then it looks like we're over with by about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Nonetheless, we do have a tornado warning in Kent County, Delaware, another potentially strong storm in parts of Montgomery, Bucks, and the Lehigh Valley. And there we go. That storm, I saw this earlier, and now I'm seeing it again. That storm in the north is now showing on Storm Tracker rotation, and that red rotating circle is showing that it's getting a little bit closer to the ground. I do think this has the potential of forming into a severe thunderstorm. Whether it produces a tornado is not a guarantee, but definitely some lightning strikes with this. And in the case of this northern storm, again, this is north of Lansdale, moving just to the west of Doylestown and to the east of Souderton. Percy, more or less in the zone here with heavy rain, and possibly areas like Bedminster farther north. If you're in Lou Corner, Silverdale, Grier's Corner, that's probably Greer's Corner, Blooming Glen, Dublin, Percy, areas in Bucks County in particular, Culp's Corner, Plumsteadville, and Irish Meeting House, Deep Run, Hagersville, Keelersville, Pipersville. I know some of these are small communities you haven't heard of, but we want to make sure everybody in those small towns is aware. This is a thunderstorm that I would definitely be careful of, as it does have. And this is now produced a tornado warning, Karen? And this is, well, we were on it just a little ahead of schedule, but this is now a tornado warning. Karen, can you do the storm track and move it up just a little bit, right around where we're seeing that rotation, and we'll get a better blue box. So 2 tornado warnings right now. One in Kent County, Delaware, that's coming up in the direction of Dover, Delaware, probably another 10 minutes away from Dover, but if you're in the Dover area, you want to be indoors, lower floors. If you have a basement option, definitely take it. And then the second tornado warning that's just popped up in Bucks County, and that is because of this rotation that we're seeing. Add a notch right there. This would be the portion of the storm that I would think would have the best chance of having a tornado, and this one is heading more or less up toward Bedminster at this point, and to areas to the east of Percy, pushing away from Doylestown. But if you're in Dublin or any of these points just north of Doylestown along 611, those would be the areas that could produce a possible tornado out of this, and some strong damaging winds. Also might have some hail in that purple core here, and definitely a lot of heavy downpours. So again, we're tracking towns that may be in line for this one. It would be Culp's Corner, Plumsteadville, Irish Meeting House, Deep Run, Hagersville. And Karen, if you hit storm and then your track edit button will be at the bottom, you can go ahead and pop that up there. Hagersville, Deep Run, Keelersville, Pipersville, all of these areas at the time on your screen, that's roughly at the time that you're going to see that potential storm. So there's the one tornado warning up to the north, and there's the other one down south pulling up toward Dover, Delaware. Another closer look down there, Harrington, Woodside, and Dover. A second tornado warning in Delaware is also down now, pushing up through the coast of the Delaware Bay in towards southern Kent County out of Sussex County. It looks like the town of Milford may be involved there. This is a very active system. If you hear thunder, essentially the idea is get indoors, lower floors, because we could have one of these thunderstorms erupting into a severe storm and possible tornado maker just about any time this morning, and perhaps into the early afternoon. That's a flood warning that we've got going on right now. This was just posted in Tredyffrin Township, Aston, Lower Salford, Richland. We've had at least a couple of inches of rain falling in those areas, and we're also looking at, of course, those strong storms. Again, one tornado warning in Bucks County, moving away from Doylestown up toward Dublin right now. Another one down in Kent County, Delaware, pushing more or less toward Dover. If you are in one of the areas covered by the severe thunderstorm and the possible tornado, you definitely want to go to the basement, closet, interior hall, avoid windows, stay or move indoors. These storms are coming from the south, so it's better to be on the north side of an interior wall if you don't have a basement option or an interior closet. Again, Future Tracker 6 is moving they're moving that rain in through between now and 11 o'clock and really giving us heavy downpours up until 1:30 from Isaias. And it looks like by about 4 o'clock that rain's over. Back to the radar view, again, right there is one of our severe thunderstorms, which right now is putting a tornado warning in parts of Bucks County. There's another one down in the southern portion of the region around Dover. And now we've got even more rotation picked up in this latest storm that's just popping up in Bucks County. Remember I noticed, or I noted Dublin. That is one of the areas that is in line to receive this southern portion of this storm. But now we've got another notch, and there's a possible second area that could be producing rotation and perhaps a tornado. And this one's getting very close to Bedminster. If you're in Bedminster, Bucks County, you want to be indoors, lower floors, in a basement if you possibly can right now, because that storm is definitely headed in your direction. It looks like Percy's on the outer edge of this. I would be more concerned with areas due north of Doylestown around 611. Karen, maybe we can zoom in a little bit on Storm Tracker and get a closer view of some of the areas that are highlighted by this current rotation. And in the meantime, I've still got that storm box going for you, highlighting the approximate arrival time of the southern edge of this storm system. And then as it pushes up, we've got even more of that. So now we're trying to go in closer to give you a better idea of where this storm system is headed. It does look like right there around Richland's probably a little too far to the west, but it does look like Hilltown perhaps, and then Holland. There's Easton way up there in the Lehigh Valley. It's possible that this thing could go straight up toward Easton, but this would be the area of big concern right around Hilltown and Soulbury. And I think up in here, Karen, we need to see this part of this, bring it down a little bit, and that would be the area that I think we have the biggest issue. And perhaps if we go in a little bit tighter right in on that area, we'll get some more communities. You see all the lightning strikes occurring with this. It does look like Plumstead is very close to this, and East Rock Hill as well. Do you want to jump on the air real quick, and maybe I'll go ahead and do some storm tracking? 2 thunderstorm warnings now, 2 tornado warnings from severe thunderstorms that are potentially producing thunderstorms, and Karen's got a little bit more on this over at the green screen.
Yeah, and we continue to talk about the weather safety with this, the tornado safety. This is a time to avoid the windows, go into the lowest floors in your house, interior hall or bathroom. Definitely time to cover your head as well. Anything you can do. Hopefully you've been listening to these warnings and you've been already staying inside, but this is the time for heightened awareness with this. As we look at Storm Tracker 6 on this wider view with our multi-sweep scan, we already had a few tornado warnings earlier, and now we're looking in Bucks County and in Sussex County as well, as we can kind of see these tornado warnings that have been popping up through the area, and some very heavy rain, some notches in these cells. We've been talking about the rainfall rate. I mean, the rain is coming down so steadily, so fast, and now we're picking up some radar indications of rotation within some of these storm cells, and that's the main area of concern right now. As we take a wider look, this is all stemmed from Tropical Storm Isaias, which is just tracking and kind of booking up the coast inland, and that's why we're seeing these problems that are spawning not along the coastline, but it's tracking right up through I-95, so sort of the core of our area getting hit with this. That tornado warning for Kent County in Delaware and Bucks County in Pennsylvania. The tornado warning asking everyone to seek shelter. We saw that moving up to the north. It's moving up through Dover. We're watching this closely as we continue to see these tornado warnings evolve, and the latest one's happening right now in Kent County, Delaware, and in Bucks County as well. As we take a wider look at the tornado warning, you see not only in Delaware, but in Bucks County. Even before hitting our area, this tropical storm spawned 6 tornadoes earlier this morning south of our region. And now we're watching very closely because the worst is yet to come as we watch some of that heavier rain and the strongest winds hit. We've been saying 10 to 3, and that still looks likely, even though we're already seeing these problems spawn up. So here with Future Tracker, you can see some of that heavy rain pulling right through the lunchtime hour, racing out of here. The storm itself moving about 28 miles an hour, the tropical storm. By 4:30 in the evening, we're going to be out of this. But in the meantime, it's that tornado safety. You want to avoid the windows, go to the lowest floor in the house, interior hall, interior bathrooms, the best place to be right now. So if you're outside and you're listening, maybe you can grab your phone and head into the bathroom, head into somewhere interior where you can protect your head and be careful. You definitely want to avoid the windows right now, as that tornado warning for Kent County in Delaware and Bucks County continuing right now with the National Weather Service. With our multi-sweep scan, you can see all through the area. We've got the heavy pounding rain, but the concern is really for where we're seeing the rotation, and that's where we're being picked up right now in Kent County, Delaware, and in Bucks Bucks County. And Dave, I know you continue to track exactly. Earlier, we weren't really seeing a hook with these radar echoes, but we are kind of seeing that one right now.
Now we are. The one that we've got in Bucks County in particular, Karen, has a much more better definition to it. There's the tornado warning right now in northern Bucks County pushing north. There's the second warning pushing toward Dover. There's the third one coming up through Sussex County, Delaware, that could theoretically cause problems in South Jersey. The closer view shows you now a cluster of tornado warnings in southern Delaware. A third one has now popped up, and this is pushing toward Maryland, just south of Hartley. And again, there's that second one in Dover, Delaware. The other one down there farther to the south. Then Bucks County, right north of Doylestown, extending up to areas just to the east of Quakerstown and Percy. That would be a spot where we have a potential tornado. Karen talked about how these new cells that are popping up are showing better definition. And right there, you see rotation automatically highlighted for you to easily spot the location of the storm where it looks like we have the best chance of rotation making it down to the surface. This is a possible tornado. Even if there isn't a tornado making it to the ground, strong gusty winds are very often associated with signatures like this. But underneath that, you can see that little notch. See the little V going in there where the air is being drawn into the storm. That's where an updraft occurs, and that's where you tend to get tornadoes. So again, we are tracking this storm cell moving through places like Deep Run, Hagersville, Keelersville, Pipersville, Bedminster between now and 8:32, only a few minutes away. If you're in any of these locations that we're highlighting, you definitely want to make sure you're indoors, lower floors, preferably in a basement. That's the place to ride out a possible tornado. Elephant, Weisel, I should say, Ottsville, looks like Stronghorn, and again, Oppelsbach. We're really highlighting the smaller communities up in Bucks County that some of you may not have heard of, but obviously in the case of a tornado, you want to know if you're in one of those, barrel of the shotgun, basically, spots. There's a live update on the air. Storm Tracker will do that for us. Harrow, Bucksville, Amity, Revere, Pleasant Valley, Gallows Hill, and Ferndale between now and 8:47. These would all be areas where this potential tornado-producing thunderstorm is moving. It takes about a half hour to go the distance of this red arrow, but it looks like in these cases it could be a matter of minutes before that storm system drives that strongest part of the storm up in your direction. The update now on radar shows that the notch has moved a little bit north, and it could be that some of this rotation either falls off the map or moves with it shortly. But again, this would be the area of the storm just to the south of Harrow, where you would think that you would have the best chance of a possible tornado out of that. Strong damaging wind gusts certainly possible along this, and it looks like Riegelsville is just at the northern tip of this. Should this storm maintain its current strength and movement, probably about 20 minutes it would be up toward the Riegelsville area. So if you're in these areas of Springtown, Riegelsville I should say, and then definitely in the area of Bedminster or anything in between, that would be ground zero for this strong thunderstorm. And again, the blue box tracking the communities that may be in line for this storm and where you need to use extra caution. When there's a tornado warning, it doesn't happen often, but you definitely want to be indoors on the lower floors and playing this very, very safe and smartly. Rainfall rates have been really heavy. We've got a lot of flash flooding going on across the region. Right now you're looking at Dover, and again, some of those strong storms down south that are potentially producing some tornadoes. One of them coming up out of Sussex, just to the east of Milford. Another one coming into Kent County out of Sussex County, Delaware, and pushing its way north toward Dover. That's another possible area that could be looking at a tornado right now. And there's another one right over here near the Delaware-Maryland border that looks like it's pushing off toward the eastern shore of Maryland. But down in these areas south of Dover, all the way down to the Kent County southern line with Sussex County, that's an area where you want to be indoors, lower floors, because we also have the potential of severe weather and a potential tornado down there as well. It's this batch of storms right there pushing up through Dover that are giving you the problem. And then, of course, we have that second cluster of storms pushing farther and farther north through the area. As of right now, we still have that tornado warning in northern Bucks County, pushing up close to southern Lehigh and southern Northampton County at this point. You see the cluster of tornado warnings down south that I just described for you. This is a very heavily populated area as we go up to the north, and we do have a concern there. Not that we don't have a concern down in Harrington and Woodside and Dover. This is another one that is coming up into these areas that could potentially be giving us problems. The second one is over in Sussex County, closer to Lewis, Delaware, and Milford. That one is coming up the coast from the ocean. And then there's that third one that I talked about heading out from Delaware, pretty quickly south of Hartley, Delaware, and then over in toward Maryland. And after that, it looks like it wants to pop up into areas south of the Susquehanna River in central Pennsylvania. Going up north, there's the new update on the Bucks County tornado warning. This storm has continued to move north, and as it has, the National Weather Service in Mount Holly still has a concern that it has rotation attached to it, and it does look like areas to the east of Quakertown definitely have a potential problem with that. There is the rotation on the storm. Lots of recent lightning strikes. This is still in place. We're still looking at that more or less a notch pattern in through here. And as you see that storm continuing to go up north, it's these areas in the blue box that we have the biggest potential for potentially seeing strong damaging winds and a possible tornado. These signatures that we pick up on radar don't always guarantee the tornado, but it is a possibility. And you can see that as that track continues to go due north, that is the best chance of problems heading straight north toward some of these locations that we're talking about. Bedminster's very close to this, might even be right in the middle of it right now. And then as you go down the list to places like Oppelsbach and Bucksville and Amity, Pleasant Valley, some of you aren't right in the line of this, but you're close enough that we do want you to be careful. You've got heavy rain falling right now, and there could be some strong outflow winds from those heavy downpours as well as a possible tornado. So this is the one that we are really equally concerned with, as well as those down in Kent County, Delaware. But right now you are seeing rotation on the Storm Tracker 6 view right now, and that is the radar's automatic way of alerting you to a storm system that could be producing strong damaging winds that make the surface, and also a possible tornado. And there is a tornado warning associated with this. Started out farther south, it has been adjusted, and when the Weather Service does that, they're basically acknowledging the fact that the storm is moving north, but they're also telling you that as it has moved, it's still maintaining these possible severe weather categories or characteristics. Again, if this is a tornado, you don't want to be outdoors for it trying to take a picture. You do not want to be on an upper floor of your home or business. Lower floors away from windows up to the north side of the building or the home. If you don't have a basement to go into or interior hallway, it's better to be on the north side along an interior hallway. If the storm is coming up from the south like these are, you don't want to be in a southern exposed room, but the best idea is to be in the basement as this comes through, or an interior hallway or closet that doesn't have windows, just in case a tornado does wind up coming right at you, and then you have flying debris and glass. You don't want to be exposed to that, obviously. Again, this severe thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado, and Karen, you'll give me an update, I'm sure, whether or not there's a change in that status, but right now it still looks like there is.
Yeah, but there was an eyewitness to the tornado in Maryland where a car was overturned, multiple eyewitnesses.
All right, Karen telling us that in Maryland, which was one of that cluster of thunderstorms that we showed you and possible tornadoes, that there was a car flipped over and there was an eyewitness who confirmed a tornado. So that was the one in Maryland, and that's very close to the others that we have down in southern Delaware. Again, rainfall rates have definitely been heavy enough to produce flash flooding on roadways. This is that cluster of storms south of Dover that continue to move north. We are looking at the movement from south to north, I should say. There's that severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning attached to it, continuing to push closer and closer to the Lehigh Valley. And then down in Dover, Delaware, it looks like that cluster of storms is getting closer and closer to you down south. We still have that trifecta of tornado warnings, one in Dover. This is the one that's crossed the border into Maryland, and this is probably the one that Karen is referencing with an eyewitness saying, yes, there was a tornado, yes, there was a car flipped over. Could have also been this one, as there is a fourth tornado warning active right now, a little closer to the Chesapeake Bay. And then this one coming up out of Sussex County, Delaware. It looks like it's to the west of Lewis, Delaware. You're close in Lewis, but probably missing it. Areas to the north, though, definitely still in the bullseye. And this one really a concern as it heads up through communities south of Dover, Delaware, and gets very close to Dover itself. The Air Force Base there, of course, and lots of military personnel housed in that area. And then, of course, we still have that tornado warning up in Bucks County as well. So taking a closer view, again, if you're in Woodside and then Dover, you definitely want to be indoors, lower floors. If you're in the vicinity of Hartley, Delaware, or areas of Maryland just outside of Hartley, that's another spot where you want to be indoors, lower floors. Same thing in Milford, Delaware. As as this second or third, really fourth if you include the one over closer to Baltimore, tornado warning. This storm could also be producing problems for you in the vicinity of Milford. And then if we go up north, you still have an active tornado warning, now moving north of Percy to the east of Quakertown and moving more or less up in the direction of eastern Pennsylvania. It wouldn't be too much longer before it makes it there if it maintains this severe storm status and the rotation that's giving us that idea of a possible tornado. And now the latest look on this storm does show that the rotation marker that Storm Tracker was showing, indicating a potential severe wind gust down at the ground and a possible tornado, has come off the map. However, these come in and out of the picture. They tend to do that every 3 or 4 minutes, and it's possible that rotation will reappear. We've already seen that once with the storm system. In the meantime, for now anyway, there is still a tornado warning, and I'm still seeing a little bit of a notch right in there north of Harrow, and this is moving more or less up to Riegelsville, which is on the northern tip of Bucks County, not too far below eastern Pennsylvania and Northampton County. Springtown would be another area of possible problems. And again, we've still got that blue box up. Ottsville, Strawtown, Oppelsbach, it looks like Bucksville, all of these towns still in the potential eyes and sights of this storm that could be producing a possible tornado. And even if it isn't, it would still be producing the potential for severe wind gusts. Still waiting to see if rotation comes back on that one. But for now, we have the tornado warning, and we're waiting to see whether or not that expires or whether there's still an issue. Kindersville, 8:55 would be the rough arrival time of this. Springtown, probably around 8:56. Some of these communities are a little bit farther over to the west of where we think the tornado, if it exists, most likely is located. It's interesting, though, that some of these storms, especially in Bucks, Kent County has expired its tornado warning, but we still have an active warning in Bucks County, and we still have an active one in Sussex County moving up toward Kent near Milford, and there's still one pushing into the Maryland area out of areas south of Hartley, Delaware. There is the wide movement. There's the storm we've been tracking up in Bucks County, still has a tornado warning associated with it, getting close to Northampton County. There's Dover, and it looks like that Kent County storm no longer producing a tornado, but a couple of other warnings. We'll go back there and get an update here in a moment, and we'll take a look. Yeah, it does. You know what? It looks like that tornado warning over near the Chesapeake Bay has now expired, but I've still got 3 of them hot on this graphic, and usually this automatically takes them out, Karen, when they do expire. So any more information and specifics you want to give me, just shout them out. But for now, we're still looking at a tornado warning coming up toward Milford, Delaware. Severe thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado there. It does look like it's to the east of Lewis, Delaware, but coming up on places like Slaughter Beach, those communities right along the Delaware Bay. Woodside and Dover, you still have to batten down the hatches there, as it still looks like a thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado is headed in your direction. And then this one really seems positioned mainly over in Maryland and then popping up across the Pennsylvania border potentially over the next 20 minutes or so, assuming it maintains its current rotation and strength. And there's always the chance that more of these pop up. We are dealing with a tropical storm today. In the outer bands of these storms, that's when you usually see these sudden flare-up tornadoes, and this one has definitely delivered a punch. We've had about 4, maybe 6 warnings between southern Delaware up through an earlier one in Delaware County and West Philadelphia, and now this one up in Bucks County. Again, this is still an active warning. It still looks like it's from areas just to the northeast of Percy, to the east of Quakertown, up toward Riegelsville in Bucks County, and more or less pointing in the direction of eastern Pennsylvania. If you're in areas like Palmer Township, close by to Easton, or anywhere south of eastern Pennsylvania, I would definitely be keeping my eyes on this situation and making plans to get down into those lower floors should this thing continue to course in your direction.
Bucks is expired.
Bucks is now expired. All right. Well, this is no longer a tornado producing thunderstorm. In these areas, you're looking at possible lightning, maybe a little gusty wind, but it looks like the tornado itself is now expired in Bucks County, the tornado warning. And we'll just take another quick look at the movement of the precipitation as it comes up from the south, and this hasn't expired yet, but it probably will on this graphic. Karen is reporting that this one's expired and the Kent County storm may be now, say again?
Kent will continue until 9.
Kent is continuing. Okay, so areas around Dover, you still have...
Sussex and Bucks are expired.
Sussex is now expired. Bucks is expired, but this one coming up to Dover, Delaware, still is giving us a problem. All right, Karen, I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to move Storm Tracker 6 down to this area if we can and maybe shift that storm track. And that way we can get a closer look at the physical makeup of the storm and get an idea of whether or not it, like the one up north, has notches in it and has clear areas where you're looking at the potential for some inflow and some uplift that would produce a tornado. But right now, this one does look like the active tornado warning pushing out of Sussex County into Kent County, Delaware, and this storm making its way gradually up toward Woodside and eventually Dover. And if you're in Smyrna, Delaware, that could also be a spot that potentially gets impacted by this storm. In the very least, you're going to get heavy rain. There could be some strong straight line wind gusts from any of these thunderstorms, but in this case, it might also be producing some spin up and perhaps a tornado. Again, the areas of concern would be areas south of Woodside, Delaware, pushing up toward Dover and the Air Force Base and all the military personnel there. The Dover Speedway is right up in here, and then we've got Smyrna, not just in the warning yet, but if this storm would continue to progress to the north and continue to show evidence of rotation, it's certainly possible that Smyrna and areas around the Speedway would be impacted by that. Let me go ahead and fast forward, and again, the Bucks County tornado warning, it appears, is expired based on what we're seeing over there on the computer. Here's the closer view of that possible tornado-producing thunderstorm down to the south of us, moving north of Milford and then going up toward Dover. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of notch activity here. There's a reverse one there, but I'd really be more interested in it coming in from the other side. But in any event, this is a storm that could potentially producing strong damaging wind gusts, maybe a tornado out of this. Spring Hill, Roseville, looks like Scrap Tavern Crossroads. I know some of these places I've never heard of, and my in-laws live down in southern Delaware. I drove through here all the time up until recently. Frederica at 850 is another town that might be hit by this, but of course, in the interest of hitting all of these small communities where there might be some viewers tuning in, I want to make sure that their small towns are included in this list, because if they're right in the bowling alley to get this, you want to make sure that they are aware. Heavy rain falling in all of these places. The question is whether or not you also get some strong damaging wind gusts and a tornado, and it's probably this portion of the storm that's moving north and giving you that potential problem. If you're in the neighborhood of Lexington Mill, Little Heaven, Webb Landing, South Bowers, Delhaven Estates, some of these are actually communities that we're talking about, housing developments. Bowers Beach, Warren Landing, these would be among the areas that could be contacted by this storm and potentially have a problem with a possible tornado. Again, we've got Karen around the corner tracking this live. If we see an expiration on any of these warnings, we'll let you know right away. Warren Landing, Paris Villa, and Meadowbrook Acres, Magnolia, Delaware, London Village, and Locustville would all be some of the small towns and areas just south of Dover, suburbs of Dover, that could be impacted by this severe storm as it pushes to the north. It would be this area of the storm, we would think. If it did have a tornado, it would probably be down in there somewhere. And if there's strong damaging wind gusts, it could be coming up at you from these areas just to the south. So again, the blue box live tracking the towns that may be in danger of this. Again, we are talking about possible tornado, and you know, some of these have come in on the map and then gone out. We do have a tornado watch across virtually the entire region today, and this extends into the afternoon. So anytime there's a rumble of thunder and anytime one of these tornado warnings pops up and then may go away, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't going to be another one popping up. It's one of those really weird days where you have a tropical storms, outer bands coming through, a pretty typical location to have tornado formation and severe thunderstorm formation. The tornadoes in these outer bands of tropical systems generally don't last all that long, nor do they grow into, say, a category 3, 4, or 5 major tornado. But you know what? An EF0, an EF1, and EF2 is going to be bad enough, and you definitely do not want to be outdoors experiencing any of that. We in the past have seen plenty of serious property damage and trees down, even from those lower scale tornadoes. And that could be what we have here. In any event, as long as this storm is coming through, throwing these heavy rain bands through the region, there will be the threat of severe weather. The tornado watch in effect through the rest of the morning into the afternoon across the entire region. And the focal point really has been southern Delaware to central Delaware this morning, with a couple of things popping up briefly up in southeastern Pennsylvania. The latest in Bucks has expired about a hour ago. We have one in Delaware County and parts of lower Montgomery County and parts of of Philadelphia. That one expired as well. Lexington Mill around 8:54, which is only about 5 or 6 minutes away. Might even be quicker than that, continuing or considering that the storm is moving toward the north. And in fact, guys, we might want to adjust that storm track just a little bit and raise it up, maybe closer to around this area where we might have a better chance of seeing some of the bottom edge of this severe quality of storm. There we go. Thank you. So this is an updated watch box. Little Heaven, Delhaven Estates. Breezewood is a new one that just came up. Paris Villa. Some of these the same locations that we tracked before, but you can see how the times have changed and we're getting closer now to the most severe portion or the potentially strongest portion of this storm getting to these locations. Meadowbrook Acres, Magnolia, London Village, Locustville, Florence, all between now and about 8:53 in line to potentially see a very close passage from this storm. And in some cases, we could be looking at a tornado. This is a tornado warning producing storm, which means that radar has indicated that there is rotation in this storm that might produce a tornado. We have had one spotter report of a tornado on the ground from a different storm not that far to the west from this one in Maryland that flipped a car over on its roof, according to reports, and a funnel cloud was spotted in that one. This one, it's rotation being shown up on the radar that we're tracking, and again, it is moving toward the north, still more or less in the direction of Dover, Delaware, which is a fairly heavily populated area, a lot of military personnel there. We've got the Air Force Base there, and a lot of communities right around Dover, as you would expect, as people don't always live and work right next to the base, but they might be a little bit farther to the south or north. So a cluster of communities potentially affected by this approaching storm. Lexington Mill, Little Haven, Delhaven Estates, Breezewood, Warren Landing, Paris Villa, Meadowbrook Acres, Magnolia, London Village, Locustville, and Florence would be among the towns in central Dover or in central Delaware near Dover, most of these just south of Dover, that would be among the next communities that have the potential for seeing the arrival of this strong storm, which could be producing a tornado. Hideaway Acres has just been added to the list there, as well as White House Landing. So that's the big ticket item that we have right now in terms of active thunderstorms that could be producing severe weather, including a potential tornado. Turnkey has now been added to the list at about 8:51, as well as Browns Corner and Brookfield. These are all clusters of communities that could be hit by this storm. Right now, you're getting driving, drenching rain. It's just a matter of whether or not we also add to that strong wind gusts. I want to go ahead and take a little tour around the region. Now, here's the wide view of that heavy rainfall that's been falling in the area of these thunderstorms, and some of this scooting right past to the west of Dover and to the south of Dover, north of Riverview. Not only do you have the possible severe storm issue down in this part of the region right now, but there's also definitely a potential for flooding on the roadways. You've got clay soil down there in Dover. It's flat. There's not a lot of places for that water to go, and definitely piling up. There's that former tornado watch producing storm that's really on the move now, moving through Easton and getting north of the Lehigh Valley at this point. And based on that darker shade of orange and red, this would really be the focal point of heavy thunderstorms and heavy rain right now. Not that the rest of the region doesn't necessarily have it. And now the graphic has updated so that we do not have the tornado warning in Bucks County any longer, but we definitely have this one in Kent County, Delaware, pushing up toward the Air Force Base in Dover. And that second one that we believe might be the storm where we have a spotter confirming a sighted funnel cloud and tornado and damage to a car flipping over onto its roof. Karen, if you guys hear anything else back then about spotter reports or anything that you can tell us along those lines, that would obviously...
Trees down along Rehoboth Beach. Traffic lights are out in the area.
From where the earlier tornado warnings
and
were.
And Rehoboth Beach, yes.
At Rehoboth Beach, which is right down along the southern tip of this landmass. Lewis is right around there and right at...
Flash flood warning for Kent County.
All right, flash flood warning for Kent County, which is this same area. And that's no surprise given that heavy rain that we've been showing you on Storm Tracker 6 Live Double Scan. Dover, Woodside, not only looking at the potential for a strong thunderstorm thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. Same thing with these guys over here in Maryland. But you're also looking at flash flooding and active flood warnings in that area. Again, going up north, we do not have the tornado warning there any longer. As we take a look at that latest storm cell coming up through, this is storm relative velocity. And Karen, Chris, have you guys noticed anything going in close on this? We have not either. On earlier thunderstorms, even the one in Bucks and an earlier one down in Delaware County, we were looking for signs of gate-to-gate shear, which is something that we look for in our radar signature that would indicate strong winds coming to the radar and away from it. We may be using Fort Dix. Dover might be a better radar to pick that up here. But either way, we are basically looking at a lot of wind pushing away from the radar site. Nonetheless, there is still an issue with potential radar signatures that the Weather Service is still concerned with, and they may want to let this go for a little while longer. Okay, so this is the Dover radar, and now it really looks like everything is going toward the radar, and we're not really seeing any red dots in there, which is that shear that I'm talking about that would be of interest to us. And it's hard for me to tell, but that might be a little bit of that red next to the green right there, maybe a little bit there, and that would be that other system that's over in Maryland. All right, well, there's the heavy rain that's producing some flash flood warnings right now in areas south of Smyrna down toward Dover, Delaware. And again, we still have that thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado coming straight up toward Dover and maybe sliding a little bit to the west-northwest. And we're getting a new track put on there right now for you so that you can get an update. And it did just expire. Okay, the tornado warning has now expired in Kent County, Delaware. Heavy rain will be the big issue there. Hey, obviously a tornado watch still in effect across the region until very likely into the middle of the afternoon, or at least the early afternoon, definitely for the rest of the morning, and it's only coming up on 9 o'clock. So we are looking at this point at the potential for more of these active cells producing more problems with severe weather. All right, more active weather potential later in the forecast period as we go through this morning and into the afternoon. And there's that wide view again showing you the heavy precipitation coming up through Dover, Delaware, over toward I-95 by Edgewood and Maryland, and now parts of South Jersey picking this up too. Millville beginning to pick up a heavy cell, and Cape May County really seeing some heavy rain pop in. A lot of this over the Delaware Bay, but it'll be over Cumberland County before too much longer as this starts to pop up. And we are definitely looking at that heavy rain. No surprise that there are warnings in place across the region. Karen Rogers, you're going to spell me and talk more about the rain.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. You know, and we're talking about tornado safety as well, because this is the beginning of the day of our concerns and not the end. So when this happens, we want you to get ready and be prepared. Avoid your windows. Go to the lowest floor in the house, interior bath or hallway, because Storm Tracker 6 Live with our multi-sweep scan showing a lot of rain through the area. This is a tropical system, but we're just now starting to get the soaking rain in Cape May, in Sea Isle City, not quite in Atlantic City and Surf City just yet, but the rest of us have already gotten that heavy rain. We saw some of those concerning cells that caused earlier with the tornado warnings in Bucks County, down in Delaware. They have just expired, so we're seeing that expire now, but the rain rates, how much water on the road, I think the next step for us is to be so careful traveling out because you have so much water on the roadway. As you can see, some areas of purple indicating a couple inches of rain an hour if one of these cells sat on top of you. And the heaviest is yet to come, because we're watching the center. You can kind of see the spin in the atmosphere with Tropical Storm Isaias tracking up the coastline, not off the coast, but right along the I-95 corridor. And that's why we've seen so many problems up ahead of the storm. Often tropical storms do spawn tornadoes. That's what we have seen. And the ones in Delaware have just expired. And we have the one in Bucks County that expired as well. But we want to quick show you Future Tracker 6 showing the heaviest rain, some more of the concerns just beginning. We're looking at 10:30 this morning, and we see some of these cells building in this area as the storm system gets close. We've been saying the worst time period, 10 to 3, even though we've already had several tornado warnings in the region. The worst is still yet to come with the heavy rain and the wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. With some of these storms, I was reading the reports, we had cars flipped over. This is the worst time to be in a car. That's why we've been telling people to stay safe, stay home. home, even if you're in one of these areas, you're not getting the heavy rain. And we're looking at right now that heavier rain that'll be pulling into Lancaster, to Reading, to Allentown. This is at lunchtime, a time when maybe people will be riding out. And, you know, I had people on Facebook Live saying, in the Lehigh Valley, I'm going to get hard hit by this. And yes, in Bucks County, we already had a tornado warning because, again, it's tracking the center of the storm right up the I-95 corridor, not coming in off the coast. So although we have some of the strongest winds in the northeast quadrant, which would be off the coast, that heavier rain is in the city and north and west, as we'll continue to see straight through lunchtime. Then we watch at 3, 4, 5 o'clock, and it's racing on out of here. I mean, it's already moving at 28 miles an hour. So when it comes to our area, it is going to get out of here, and we're going to see situations improve through that. In fact, we may end the day with some breaks of sun, but certainly we have some concerns right now, David.
Yeah, we do. And in fact, that tornado warning in Kent County has now been extended up through Smyrna and is now pushing into southern Newcastle County. Townsend and Middletown affected by this as well. We still have the one in Maryland, but our concern, of course, is a cluster of thunderstorms that are producing some potential problems up around Dover, but now another cell pushing towards Smyrna, Middletown, and Townsend. And as we take a quick look at radar with this, that is the tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately in any of these locations. We are actually seeing a little bit of that rotation. You're seeing red next to green, and that's the way the radar tells us that some winds are going away from radar, some are coming to it, and right in there, you're really seeing some of that shear, and that would be an area where we would expect to see a potential tornado. And this is probably moving to the north at this point, and how about that? Heading right toward Dover. It looks like if you're in Wedgwood, Cooper's Corner, Lafayette's Corner, Crossgates, Morris Estates, and Sherwood, again, down in Kent County, Delaware, this looks like a possible tornado, and in these locations, you definitely want to be indoors, lower floors. If you don't have a basement or you don't have an interior hallway, the best advice I can give you is that since this storm is coming from the south, huddling against an interior wall on the north side of the house would be the best advantage. But really, basement is number one, and an interior hallway or closet far away from windows as you can get, the better there. There is the rotation that we're seeing. This is in the vicinity of Lebanon Road down in Kent County, Delaware, South State Street. Again, these are areas south of Dover, Delaware, not too far south from Dover. And this is actually a snapshot that we got a couple of minutes ago, so it could actually be that this storm is already moving toward areas to the north, and that might be the place to track some roads at this point. But we are looking at that potential rotation from this storm right where the white box or the white circle is drawn there, and this would be the area where you've got winds pushing away, pushing to the radar, and you're getting that counterclockwise rotation, which is a real good indication of potential tornado development, a potential updraft, and rotation on the ground. Again, there's Dover. We're not that far away from it, and this storm system is definitely heading toward Dover, Delaware. You can see the heavy rain. I'm also looking at a bit of a notch activity down to the south here. I mean, I would think that right there is probably the area of concern. Dover, Edge Hill, probably about 9 o'clock, which is right about now. I mean, this is on top of you, folks. So if you're in the Dover area or anywhere just south of Dover, you definitely want to be indoors, lower floors, taking advantage of this.
Housing.
It's right over the Dover base housing right now. If anyone is a military personnel and you live near the Dover Air Force Base, indoors, lower floors immediately. You have a potential tornado right over the housing adjacent to the Dover Air Force Base. A lot of that is just to the west of Route 1, but really anywhere around there, I would be real careful. And of course, if you live north of Dover, up toward the Speedway or any of these other locations, Smyrna, that would be another spot where I would really be taking care right now. Dover, Edge Hill, White Oak Farms, again, some of the smaller communities that could be affected by this storm system. This has to be about the 7th tornado warning that we've had on the map this morning. There could be more to come. We just finished talking about that about 5 minutes ago, and I barely sat down after telling you, okay, the one's expired, but look out for another one, and here's the next one. It's going up through Dover right now and heading into this cluster of communities along Route 13 just to the north. Karen, an update?
Just that it's racing at 50 miles an hour.
50 miles per hour is the movement of that storm. So, this is typical of these tornadoes. They aren't necessarily that strong when they're in the band of a tropical storm, but they move. And it could be that, boom, in a snap, you've got the damage, and then the storm's moving past you, or at least the tornado is. There you also see some particularly heavy downpours. It could even be a little hail there. So now we see the latest update, and there you see that red next to green. Again, that counterclockwise rotation now pushing just to the north and east of Dover. Boy, if you're in Route 13 territory or Route 1 just north of Dover, definitely take cover, get inside, lower floors. If you got a basement, that's the best place to be. An interior hallway, a real good idea. This is an active tornado. Potential tornado anyway, and it certainly looks that way based on that gate-to-gate shear that we're getting, where you've got winds going away from the radar and winds coming toward it, and that's giving you that idea. And now we're talking about the general migration of this storm, and it looks like it's more or less going next to Route 13. The best chance of being hit by this is probably just a little to the west of Route 13 as you pull away north of Dover, but really anywhere in this area that I'm covering with my hand right now, maybe like a mile wide or mile and a half wide area, you definitely want to be taking cover just in case. There again is the rotation that we're seeing. That's the cluster of military housing that we talked about along West State College Road. This would be an area that's very close to this rotation. And some of these roads up here, what's this one right here? Why don't we mark that, or some of these other roads that may be more in the line of this. That's West Denny's Road. Again, if you're down there, you know these roads, you know where your supermarket is, you know where your house is, and you definitely want to be on Magee Road taking cover from this storm. And I am interested in some of these areas to the north too, if we could mark some of those, since this is a snapshot and it may already be scooting past these areas. I wouldn't mind, and that looks like York Branch Road probably. I wouldn't mind backing out a little bit and showing a little wider view so that we can see more of what's coming up farther north in Route 13. Maybe we can pick out a town or two up there. Smyrna's got to be up here, not too much farther. And again, now we're back to that warning watch box with Chestnut Grove, Foxhall, Cowgills Corner, Hilldale. These are all new communities now potentially affected by this potential tornado-producing thunderstorm. Foxhall Courtside and Lower Moores Corner, all of this headed in our direction, or in your direction, I should say, between now and probably about 9:04 over the next minute, potentially. And there you see the heavy rain being produced by this storm system, too. So not only are you dealing with the potential of a tornado, and I am liking that notch right there as a possible point of where this tornado may be. That's about where we saw that gate-to-gate shear. And then there's Smyrna, and that is only about 15 minutes away based on the current trajectory. Assuming we've tracked this at 50 miles an hour, it's not going to be that much longer before this is in Smyrna, which is another pretty good population center. So we're going to draw that new arrow, and we're going to map it at about 50 miles per hour, which is the speed that we're getting on this. And it does look like probably within the next maybe 20-25 minutes around Smyrna, you've got the potential of seeing this storm should it last that long with its rotation and with its tornado potential. Frankly, I wouldn't expect it to hold together that long.
It extends to 9:30, the tornado warning now, and it's now moving at 40 miles an hour. Slow down just
a little bit, 40 miles an hour, and that's what we've mapped here, right, guys? So that means about 20 minutes from now in Smyrna, maybe a little bit less. And this tornado warning has been extended until 9:30 because clearly the National Weather Service has a concern not only with the fact that we had this one holding together as it's been coming up through Dover, but that there was an earlier cell in this same part of this system just to the south of this that was producing rotation up to Dover, and now clearly it's just gathering steam again. So it could be that the rotation skips a little bit and then picks up again, and then skips and then puts up again. But we are looking at the potential of tornado coming right up towards Smyrna at this point. It looks like Dover may now be in the clear, and I really hope those of you who are down in that military housing in the areas near Dover Air Force Base, we've been mentioning that location for the last 20 minutes or so. I hope you took it seriously and stayed indoors and that you're okay down there. It looks like the storm system is now past you, but it is moving about a third of the way between Dover and Smyrna and continuing to push farther up Route 13. Some new towns coming in on the watch box: Hickorydale Acres, Eden Rock, it looks like Sabarto East. Some of these may be small planned communities that we're citing for you. Moore's Corner, Chesswood, and Bishop's Corner, all between now and perhaps the next minute or two. We're looking at the potential of that storm arriving in your areas with strong, gusty, damaging winds and the potential for a tornado. We do have an active tornado warning with the storm system right now, and it is pushing up into and through Kent County. And notice on the bottom line, Newcastle County is also covered by this as well, because you're getting into Newcastle pretty quick after Smyrna. That storm system moving up towards State Highway 1 at this point. Now there's one right next to 13. That's a real heavily traveled, more high-speed road. 13 is the more local road with more stoplights and what have you. In either case, 1 or 13, not a good place to be right now, as that storm system that could be producing a tornado is pushing up north of Dover at this point, and then coming into areas around Smyrna. And I believe what we're marking here is the area where we think that rotation has been noted on radar. It's still active. This still looks pretty good for an active tornado. That possibility, anyway, definitely exists. And oftentimes when you get this gate-to-gate shear, even if you don't get the rotation hitting the ground, you're talking about an active storm with a strong uplift, and that can push down those strong straight-line winds too. You don't want to mess with storms like this that are showing this sort of radar signature. Again, this one pushing past Dover now. Good news for Dover, bad news for Smyrna, as it does look like the most likely track is spinning off a little to the northwest-north, or west-northwest is how you say that, and it does look like the most likely track of the center of the most powerful portion of this storm is going very close to Smyrna, Delaware, and that could actually be over the next, based on this arrow, it could be 5-10 minutes away. We are continuing to track some of those other areas, though, for you. Going in closer, yeah, once again, we are seeing that green next to the blue. Clayton, Delaware, Smyrna, definitely close to this. Down in here is where we've got the actual rotation, and it is right in here that you would expect that tornado, right around State Highway 1. It looks like Highway 300 up toward Clayton is kind of getting into the danger zone there. I mean, you're very close here. So at some point right in here is where we'd expect a potential tornado. And State Highway 1, also we're talking about Route 13, definitely in the crosshairs here. And there's Smyrna. And guys, we can't be more than 4 or 5 minutes away from Smyrna with this, wouldn't you say? I mean, 5 or 10 tops. So you still have time in Smyrna to make sure that you get indoors, lower floors, and protect yourself from this potential tornado. Big Oak Road, Route 13 heading up towards Smyrna would definitely be a spot that would have a potential problem. And we're marking other roads just to the north here. Smyrna Leipzig Road would be another area that is right in the bullseye here. South Carter Road. Those of you who live in this area south and southwest of or southeast of Smyrna definitely recognize some of these locations that we're pinpointing for you. And this storm system has slowed down a little, but it's still moving at about 40 miles per hour. So it is going to be getting to Smyrna shortly. An update.
They were saying that there was an observed tornado from a spotter over Smyrna.
Over Smyrna?
Yeah.
Okay. So this system is moving so quick.
Dover.
Okay, 8 miles northwest of Dover. We did get a spotter report who cited a tornado. So we've been talking about a tornado warning, and we definitely have one here. This does look like a confirmed tornado at this point. It is moving up in the vicinity of Smyrna. Again, this is the snapshot that we're getting of where the rotation was. It probably is jumping ahead of that and getting into Smyrna itself. Heavy downpours in and around here. Smyrna is sort of a wide area, too. It may not be the center of town where that was located, but 8 miles away from Dover, it probably is somewhere around here just south of the city center where we've seen that confirmed funnel cloud and apparently a tornado. That's what we're getting from reports from a spotter. So now we're tracking this storm right around Smyrna and heading north toward Townsend, and we're talking about Brick Store, Long Point Landing, Eagles Nest Landing, Green Spring, Walker, and Chambersville all being in the sights as potentially the next places that are going to be hit by this. If you're in Smyrna proper, you definitely want to be taking cover until this thing gets past you, and it doesn't look like it's passed yet. And if you're in any of these other areas to the north and west of Smyrna, heading up toward Townsend, Delaware, you definitely want to be sheltering in place, indoors, lower floors. We keep continuously telling you that because it's true. That is the place you should be. A basement is the best idea. If you don't have that, an interior hallway is probably the second choice. If there's a closet that you could get inside of that will prevent you from getting hit with any debris that's flying around, including glass. If you have none of those options, the best place to be is on the north side of your building, on an interior wall on the north side on a lower floor. If that's the best you can do, it's better than being on the southern exposure where this tornado may be coming from. The strongest forward winds obviously are coming that way. It's not a bad idea if you don't have coverage. If you're exposed to windows, even on the north side, if you get a blanket or something, maybe some seat cushions and put them over you, that's also a good idea because it would protect you from flying glass. In addition to the possible tornado that we've got in the vicinity of Smyrna, more or less heading up toward Newcastle County and Townsend, Delaware, we are also looking at heavy rain, inundating rainfall. And this still looks like red next to green right there, guys. I mean, it's, certainly a possibility that we've still got problems. I don't have that real tight gate-to-gate shear that we had before, but it still looks like we may have the potential for a problem here. And as of right now, until I hear otherwise, we still have a tornado warning, and it is still heading up more or less into the direction of Chambersville, and eventually there's Townsend, Delaware. Walker School Road would be one area north of the downtown area of Smyrna that you want to definitely be sheltering at this point. Joe Goldsboro Road as well. There's Route 300 coursing north through the region. Again, this storm system is heading in your direction, and yeah, that's good enough gate-to-gate shear there, and it is still continuing north of Smyrna over the next 5-10 minutes, and then on its way up into Newcastle County, Delaware, probably in the direction of Townsend. This one's holding together pretty well, and in the past, of course, you've seen how one storm system can produce a tornado warning, then it goes off the map, and then before you know it, another one just a little far to the north as perhaps that same storm is firing up again, and that's what we've seen. Karen, what you got for us?
We want to take a wider look too with Storm Tracker 6 Live 3D and show the breadths of the storm. So we've got the center of Tropical Storm Isaias and still down to our south, spreading this heavy rain up into a direction. And when it does that, the friction of that on land is what often spawns these tornadoes. And that's what we're seeing. But I was just reading some other information I want to mention too, because the winds are beginning to be an issue. Last time we talked about winds, they were still pretty light. We were just starting to see them. But now 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Dover, Delaware, 48 miles an hour in Cape May. And we do have a spotter saying also in Cape May, although we don't have a warning there for tornado, we do have a fire that was started because of the high winds, and a grass fire started and wires down. So we're starting to see other problems blossom in addition to the tornado warnings. And we look at Storm Tracker 6 and get the latest track on this and continuing to track the storm. They are racing these storms. They have been waffling between 40 and 55 miles an hour. They're moving to the north-northwest. So you see a storm there, you got to head inside. You don't have a lot of time, and that's why we're trying to give you this warning right now. So watching for any possible tornado, and you see that those areas right now, we're looking at Blackbird by 9:17, Port Breeze by 9:18, and Blackwood Landing by 9:18. It is racing out. We already did have a train spotter see a tornado about 8 miles north-northwest of Dover near Smyrna area, and so we're watching the storm now. It is lifting to the north-northwest, but racing out of here. And we want to go over the tornado safety again as well. Avoid the windows. This is a good time. If you're not in this area in Delaware where we're talking about the tornado warning, this is a time to think about where you will be the rest of the day to stay safe, because we've got all day long we're going to be dealing with this. Avoid the windows. Go into the lowest floor in the house. Interior halls, interior bathroom, that's the best bet. Do what you can. Grab a mattress. Kind of have this prepared to cover your head and what you're going to do to stay safe. We have seen reports of flying debris, and in one of the tornadoes that was spotted in Maryland, they had a car just completely flip over. It is the last place you want to be. So if you're looking outside and thinking, well, where I am, the rain is not that bad, you want to stay inside and be prepared for this, because you can see on Storm Tracker 6 Live 3D, anywhere is really fair game. So right now we've been watching some of the tornado spotters being formed and some of the warnings pop up in Delaware. We already saw one in Bucks County earlier, one near Philadelphia earlier, but you can see that's where some of the heavier rain is, but that's going to lift to the north as the storm continues to track up the region. So we are all in the area and in the risk of tornadoes coming up. We have that tornado watch through the day, but the tornado warning right now is in Delaware as we continue to watch these storms. And you can see in Smyrna and areas north. So we already had one that was spotted near Smyrna, and we're watching that cell travel to the north-northwest. That movement that you're seeing is just within the past 15 minutes. I mean, this is racing up to 50 miles an hour. Look at the rainfall rates. I pull out a wider version of this so you you get the sense of the rain that is coming down, the intensity of some of these storms, which as of yet has been well south of the city. But again, that's because that's the center of the storm is down to the south. As it tracks up to the north, this is what we're going to see repeat itself up through the rest of the region. So we're talking rains a couple of inches an hour coming down with any of the area that you see in purple right there. And it gives you an idea, even though we're talking about one storm that we're concerned with rotation, there's a wide area that you've got the flash flooding concerns and other concerns. We look wider, and there's that center of the storm. We're tracking it, moving about 28 miles an hour, the center of Tropical Storm Isaias that is tracking up the coast and bringing the cause for concern with here. And again, that tornado warning, we're continuing to watch. We've got Smyrna, we've got Townsend, we've got Middletown as we're watching this tornado warning, and the National Weather Service has this posted for about another 15 minutes. Now, sometimes they expire them, they extend them, and we've another
tornado warning in South Jersey.
Another tornado warning coming up in South
Cumberland County.
As we look live in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, and we've got a tornado warning just coming into us right now in Cumberland County in New Jersey. We were looking at some of those warnings earlier, and we can see that right now on the maps as we look live in Rehoboth Beach with the action cam. I mean, you see the waves churning up. That's a real concern along the coastline as we track Isaias and we watch the action cam looking live. We've got a high risk of rip currents. You see people, hopefully they're being careful out there right now. Today is a day to be inside. You see the threatening storm looking off the coast, but the actual center of the storm is actually tracking inland. So now we have this tornado warning for Cumberland County, New Jersey as well, and not just in Delaware. I know Dave's going to have more on this, but we're tracking the latest with the tornado warning that is tracking through Cumberland County in Cedarville, in Bridgeton, and right near Millville, New Jersey, part of that as well, David.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. I was just doing the wider view of the tornado warning map, just in case there was something else popping up, and darn it, this didn't happen. So you still got that one that we've been tracking coming up through central Delaware, past Smyrna. If you're in Townsend and Middletown, it's batten down the hatches time. Now we got a second one that's coming in off the Delaware Bay and pushing into Cumberland County. Cedarville, Bridgeton would be among the communities affected by this. Millville looks like it might be just over to the right, but that doesn't mean that you're not totally out of the woods there. If you're in central Cumberland County and in areas pushing up through Cedarville, Bridgeton, and Deerfield, you definitely want to be taking cover on the lower floors, indoors. Same thing goes for across the bay in areas around Smyrna, Delaware, and up toward Townsend and Middletown in central New Jersey. And now I see what the problem is here. I don't have this in play. We have the wide view, and again, now and then I just want to take a look at this to see if anything else is popping. Up in northeastern Pennsylvania, there's another tornado warning up there, but right now it's the one in southern Newcastle County, now crossing out of Kent County. That's new. And then the second one coming into Cumberland County, New Jersey, and there again is that close-up view. This one coming through the heart of Cumberland County up toward Bridgeton and Deerfield. That one now updated past Smyrna, but definitely putting Townsend and Middletown in its sights. And you do want to seek shelter immediately.
Tornado near Middletown.
A confirmed tornado.
And observed near Middletown.
Near Middletown. Okay, so this system here is really moving toward the north, and it is now producing a sighted tornado in the vicinity of Middletown, Delaware, and Newcastle County, and it looks like it's pushing up north from there, and I believe that's going to clip into probably Lancaster County from there, but areas down in Chester County, right down in the southern western corner, might want to keep their eyes on that as well. Now, the second storm system we have coming up through South Jersey at this point is also threatening with a possible tornado, and this one is headed towards Cedarville, Center Grove. Let's see, that is, got it right here, that is Lewistown, and then Houston Landing, New England Crossroads, and Tyndall's Landing. Again, a lot of you probably don't recognize these towns, but when we're tracking a tornado, we want to put the smallest communities on there possible so that we're really giving a heads up to everybody. And if you live near one of these places, then you know you're also at risk. The big town that we've got just up the pike, maybe about 20 minutes away, would be down in the area of Bridgeton. So if you're in Bridgeton, that would definitely be a place where you're heading to the lower floors, into a basement if you have it. If not, an interior hallway is the best place to be. And then the second issue is around Middletown, where we have a sighted tornado, and this one is heading up through Newcastle County on the west side of the county, heading up toward McDonough, Armstrong, Boyd's Corner, Jameson's Corner, Corner and Biddle's Corner between now and about 9:22. These are all towns that are going to be hit by this potentially in the next couple of minutes. Lewistown, just about there for you. New England Crossroads, Fairton, Tyndall's Landing, Gouldtown, and now Fordville has been added to the list. And again, that's from this system heading up through Cumberland County, New Jersey. And we're adjusting the track there a little bit to see if we get any updated numbers. Bridgeton, it would be the bigger, larger town there on the map that could be seeing that before too much longer. And I would imagine there it is, only a few minutes from now. Again, if you're in Cumberland County in South Jersey, especially in the area of these locations that we've got on the map, it's indoors, lower floors right now. Basement's the best spot. This is about the 7th tornado warning that we've had this morning, and there'll probably be more to come. This one pushing up past Bridgeton into some other areas farther to the north. We can always add some towns to this too, guys, if you want to. Right now, we're only tracking some of these places even south of Bridgeton, and it might be nice to get a couple in the north. Although I realize we've got a clustered picture here, and we're trying to get a lot on it. Again, back to the possible tornado in around Middletown. That one actually has, thank you, Chris, that's great. That actually has produced a tornado, according to a spotter. There has been one sighted there. We've been showing you the rotation in the bottom of that storm for about a half hour now, and it is still active. Jameson's Corner, Biddle's Corner, Mount Pleasant, Gams Crest, Lorewood Grove, White Swan Lake, St. George's, Summit Bridge, St. George's Heights, Bethel. These are all communities within the next 5 minutes that could get that confirmed tornado. If it holds together, it's headed in your direction. And then over here, we're adding additional towns to this one down in Cumberland County, heading north toward Tyndall's Landing, Fairton, Gouldtown, Fordville. Between now and 9:25, you're just about in the bowling alley there. It's just about ready to hit. Bridgeton at 9:26, Bowentown after that, Fithian's Corner, Bridgeton Junction, Garton, and Carl's Corner. These would all be communities where in the next few minutes you could be seeing the heart of this thunderstorm, and it could be producing a possible tornado. This one, we're getting radar signatures that suggest it's possible. That one over there, we've seen a spotter report come in that says, yes, there is a tornado connected with that one. And this one moving north of Bridgeton and then continuing to push up north from there into northern Cumberland County. And of course, that's Salem County just above it. And it wouldn't be out of the question that Salem County starts to pick this up perhaps in another 20 to 25 minutes. This is really moving. This one moving north at 60 miles per hour. That one slowed down to 40 the last time we heard. Woodruff has been added to the one in South Jersey along with Findlay and Rommel Mill. These are all locations that in the towns or in the times on your screen in the next 3, 4, 5 minutes, you could be seeing the arrival of this storm. These are definitely places where you want to take cover indoors, lower floors. Take this seriously. We've got a lot of this going on this morning. And then a Delaware possible tornado with one active sighting in Middletown, I should say. That one is pushing farther and farther north. And we're updating the track just a little bit because we realize the movement on this storm is actually moving farther to the north. And it looks like, Lorewood Grove is still among the areas that could potentially be hit by this. Swan Lake, White Swan Lake, Summit Bridge, Bethel, Parkside has now been added. Goose Point, Canal View Estates, and Kirkwood. I love the fact that Storm Tracker 6 not only highlights the towns, but in some cases just apartment complexes and communities. If you are local to this area, you should be able to recognize something in that box. And we're telling you that there is a potential tornado headed in your direction. And now there's a tornado warning for Chester until 10 o'clock. All right, is that a new storm or is that the same one?
It's part of the same.
Part of the same pattern.
They just extended it.
Right, they're just moving it farther out. That makes sense. Given the history of these storms, which have had a tendency to create a tornado and then stick with it. We showed you that one over moving toward Middletown probably 10, 15, 20 minutes before there was actually a spotter report that came in saying, yeah, there's a tornado. We were showing you that rotation with that gate-to-gate shear, the red next to the green, telling us that, yeah, that looks like a possible tornado. And it was staying with us for a good 20, 30 minutes. And I think the Weather Service is concerned that we're in the sort of pattern where these storms could last longer or go for 20 minutes, disappear, and then reform farther up the pike. So Chester County now included, and that would include Salem County too, because that's in between Chester and Cumberland County, I would think. And this is the Salem County border right there. So you've got Bridgeton, you've got Cohansey, and then Salem County, and then Chester County, all included in this. Of course, the towns right in the bowling alley right now are Bridgeton, Junction, Garton. And you know, Bridgeton was down here on this list just a couple of minutes ago. You can see how fast the storm is moving to the north as it's moving these towns up to the top of the list in a hurry. Woodruff, Findlay, Rommel Mill. Here's a new one: Orchard Center, Friendship, and Big Oak, all added to the list around 9:29. Now, it doesn't mean that this potential tornado is necessarily going to hit all these communities, because we have this somewhat wide track that we're focusing on just in case there's a little fluctuation in the movement of the storm. But it does mean that in all these places, including Shiloh and Kernan Corner, just added to the bottom of the list, that you got to be smart. You got to go indoors, lower floors, and take this seriously. It won't take that long for it to pass, but as it comes through, it could really create some big headaches. This one, now moving away from Middletown, where we did get a tornado sighting, is now pushing farther up into Newcastle County, and it looks like Parkside, Canal View Estates, Kirkwood is a new one on this list. 9:29 in Delaware. Kirkwood could be a problem with a possible severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. Around 9:29 is your ETA on that. Williamsburg beyond that, and Brantwood also at 9:30. All of these communities would be among those that are in the immediate threat of a potential precipitation making and tornado producing severe thunderstorm. Over in New Jersey, of course, we are still looking at Orchard Center, Shiloh, Kernan Corner, Dickerson Corner, Sealy, and Jericho, two new additions on the bottom of the line there.
As moving at 60 miles an hour, by the way, that storm in Cumberland County, and it was about 8 miles south of Bridgeton, moving to the north at 60.
All right, now it looks like it might even be coming north of there. Now there we get the gate-to-gate shear. There you can clearly see it, red next to green. You've got that counterclockwise rotation going around this storm system down to the south, and that's a telltale sign of a potential tornado-producing thunderstorm, and that alone, even without a sighting, is enough for the National Weather Service to focus in on this and to say, okay, we're launching a tornado warning for that. And now this one over in Delaware, we've got a new look at it. And again, you're seeing that red next to green. So definitely potential rotation here, potential thunderstorms, still looking good right up here in the northern portion of this. Yeah, really, I mean, it's a pretty wide area that's seeing this gate-to-gate shear. And this would be a real just red flag that points up to you when you're tracking this over at the Weather Service office and when we're tracking it here. So this still looks like an active storm. Glasgow definitely in the line of sight of this. And now Newark, Delaware, including the airport and all the population centers up there, not too far down the pike from here. I'm thinking maybe 15 minutes or so. That one's moving north. It might be less, maybe 10 minutes to Newark. It's moving north at about 40 miles per hour. This one over here moving at 60 miles per hour. Cobb's Mill, Beals Mill, Peck's Corner, Watson's Corner, Cohansey. We're starting to get more towns added to the box here as this one continues to really shoot to the north out of Cumberland County and into Salem County before too much longer. And Chester County is actually in the tornado warning area for that, as there's a supposition that this storm might make it all the way up across the Delaware River and into Chester County. Caravel Farms, Kirkwood look like they're right on top of this right now. Kirkwood, you definitely should be indoors. It's probably on top of you at this moment. Eastwood Estates, Glasgow, Glasgow Pines, Keeney, Northgate, Delancey Village. These are all the towns and apartment complexes and small communities that are next in line for the potential arrival of this storm system and a possible tornado. This one, a little while ago, did definitely show a tornado. A spotter saw it, and we just moments ago showed you the gate-to-gate shear, that red and green signature on the radar, basically shouting at you saying, yeah, possible tornado. Nomura Heights is another small community at 932, could be seeing this. Heritage Woods, more of the same. And of course, all of these communities clustered around Newark, Delaware, all are in line for the potential of seeing this strong storm and a potential tornado. Right in the middle of that red line would appear to be the best chance. That's just to the west of the center of Newark, but communities in the vicinity of Newark definitely have that chance. And we're still looking at some of that red and green next to each other, that shear, the indication that there is counterclockwise rotation in the storm and that there's uplift there that could be producing a tornado. That is moving up in the direction of Newark, Delaware. I want to say maybe 5 to 10 minutes away from areas close to Newark. Back to New Jersey we go. We still have an active tornado warning with this storm now pushing, it would appear, out of Cumberland County and now into the southern portion of Salem County. And this is now heading into Salem County neighborhoods, including Watson Corner, Remsterville, Stockington, Alloway, New Jersey, Mowers, Penton, Riddleton, Oakland, Acton, and Yorktown. Again, not all of these the biggest communities, but when you're tracking a tornado, you track the small communities so that everybody is aware that, yeah, I'm just a couple of minutes away from this potential problem. Again, we don't have a strength on these tornadoes, but even if it's an EF0 or an EF1, lower on the scale, we've seen plenty of examples over the many years I've been doing this of even those small tornadoes producing serious property damage, knocking trees down over onto the roofs of houses. That's part of the reason why we say get on the lower floors when you're dealing with this stuff and, take it from there. Let it pass while you're taking the precautions you should be taking and staying safe. There's Wilmington, Delaware. It looks like the most likely track of this one as it passes through areas near Woodside and Swedesboro in Salem County, might pass to the east of Wilmington and then into areas around Chester County, right where 95 intersects Chester County and Newcastle County, Delaware. Right in those neighborhoods would be areas I'd be really watching. Southern Delaware, I believe Chester is right up here because that's the Commodore Barry Bridge. All of these areas up along the river, on both sides of the river around Chester and Wilmington, need to keep a close eye on this one as it is just rifling in your direction, 60 miles per hour movement on that storm.
Warning for Monroe and Northampton counties until 10 o'clock.
A new tornado warning. This one up north in Northampton County and Monroe County, right? Monroe County is up in sort of the lower Poconos. So that's another one that we've got to talk about too. Northampton County, you also need to shelter in place and get to lower floors. In a couple of minutes, we'll go ahead and take a look at that one. Before we say goodbye to this one, though, let's just say, and believe me, we'll be back. This is a tornado producing possible thunderstorm. You see the green next to the red there, potential shear. Seeing a little bit more of that up in there. Again, if you're in Mowers, Penton, Riddleton, Oakland, Acton, Yorktown in South Jersey, Portertown in South Jersey, Fenwick, Welchville, and Cedarville, you need to be indoors, lower floors. In the next few minutes, you could have a tornado coming very close to your neck of the woods. The other one is over here in Delaware. Look at the heavy rain, too. I mean, it's flash flooding all over the place. We have Turnquist now added to this list very quickly, about to be hit by this potential tornado. Hopefully, you're at one side or the other of the actual path, but we can't guarantee that. So we're tracking all of these towns and telling you to be careful. Glen Mary Heights, Heritage Woods, there's Turnquist. Norma Heights added to the top. Washington Woods, Windsor Village, Iron Hill, Elkton Heights, Gilpin Manor, and the Meadows at Elk Creek. Again, I love the way Storm Tracker not only does the towns, it does the apartment complex and the small communities. If you're in any of these places or you're close to any of them, you want to take shelter in lower floors, indoors. Basement is the best. An indoor hallway also works as long as you're away from windows. That's the best way to go. So those are the best options for you. There's Bear, Delaware. It looks like you're dodging the bullet, although you're getting a lot of rain, but there is the updated track, and this is continuing to head up toward the vicinity of Newark, Delaware. Is it possible for us to just zip up to the Lehigh Valley real quick and take a look at that Northampton County? While we're waiting for that, you can still just check out these, blue boxes, and you've got the idea of the places that are in the immediate zone of that potential strong thunderstorm. Now, it's funny, I'm looking at Northampton County. I'm not really seeing anything super strong right there, but we apparently are looking at a tornado warning somewhere up in the Northampton County area. Might be this one up in Penn Argyl, do you think, Chris? Yeah. Okay, all right. So this one is really moving north of Easton. It's in the vicinity of Penn Argyl, a great little town, a great community, and a place where you want to be sheltering in place on the lower floors, all right? So it's the same goes up there as it does down in South Jersey and Delaware. Karen, you've got more.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute to look into that one too, Dave. And let's show you the wider view on Storm Tracker 6 Live 3D. We have seen these tornado warnings blossom. We started just in Delaware, now in South Jersey, but now up in Northampton County as well. Going in right now to Storm Tracker 6, where we've got a couple of the towns listed. We've been talking about the ones in Delaware, but I want to switch over to something so I can show you the different one that will be picked up in Northampton counties. A good reminder, avoid the windows. Go to the lowest floors in the house. Interior halls, interior bathrooms. Our latest tornado warning warning right now, Northampton County until 10 o'clock. As we go to a wider view in a second, I'm going to show you what Storm Tracker 6 and our multi-sweep scan is showing right now. So you can kind of see that one that is pretty quickly racing up. Some of these have been moving up to 60 miles an hour. So going in a little tighter, and you can kind of see the hook in a couple of these spots with the cell that we've been watching that brings this latest tornado warning for Northampton County right now. We continue to have the one in Chester, in Newcastle, in Cumberland counties. We've been seeing them extend. The ones that we're seeing now in Chester was an extension of the one that started near Smyrna, but this is a new cell that the Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service picking up on. And as we just sweep by and you see that latest scan, we can see the cell that is lifting up to the north and kind of racing. They've been moving between 50 and 60 miles an hour. And there you can see the one that was in Middleton and now pushing up towards Chester County, the one in Cumberland County that is now pushing up towards Alloway. But I want to show you some of the storm reports, because I've noticed that we can see down to the south, they've had not only funnel clouds reported in some spots, we've had observed tornadoes from the National Weather Service saying that trained spotters have noticed them. We've had reports of hail and wind has been a big issue as well. But with our Storm Tracker 6, we're picking up in the rotation. We picked one up near Middletown that is already pushing up to the north through Chester County. We picked up one in Cumberland and County as well. And I was looking up to the north. We also picked one up, as you can see there, in Northampton County as well. So the spin in the atmosphere and being picked up by the radar indication showing us then a couple of spots. We see one in South Jersey. We saw one in Delaware moving into Chester County. And we see one now in Northampton as well. But the more significant rain that we've been following continues to be that area south of the city. We see stretching through parts of northern Delaware into South Jersey, where we have rain rates of a couple of inches an hour. And again, this area that you're seeing, this is just going to keep spreading as the center of the tropical storm keeps pushing up north. We're going to see this repeat itself through the city and through the north and west over the coming hours. We've got a long haul to deal with this. I don't think we'll be out of the woods until maybe 3 o'clock or so. So it is a long time that we're all dealing with this. And you look here at the wider view of Storm Tracker 6, and you can kind of see with the radar the spin in the atmosphere as we continue to track Tropical Storm Isaias, and it often does spawn tornadoes. That's what we're seeing happening right now. So we still have the tornado warning for Northampton County until 10 o'clock this morning, for Chester, for Newcastle counties, for Cumberland counties in New Jersey. And what we've been watching is the National Weather Service expand those, and we continue to see that. So the one that was in Middletown, we're now seeing pushing up to north. As we take a wider look here with that, we can see the one in Northampton County still there. They're not showing the one in Cumberland County, but we are seeing the one in Chester County right now. These tornado warnings asking you to seek shelter. This is until at least 10 o'clock, but I think by that point, we're going to see these just extended and grow as these cells keep moving. Another thing I just wanted to mention is some of the winds that we're seeing are pretty significant. We've got more than 40-mile-an-hour winds along the coastline, even greater, and we are seeing them.
South Jersey tornado warning canceled.
The South Jersey tornado warning canceled. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
We were just looking at that wider look, right? And we saw that they didn't have it on there in the Cumberland County. So the Cumberland County is canceled. We still have the Northampton County, the Chester, and the Newcastle counties. But with these winds, one thing that I was noticing with the National Weather Service and talking to some of the people there, that the strong winds have spawned wires and trees coming down, and that spawned some small fires through Cumberland County. And specifically, they've noted Washington Street, sort of a busy street there, and Franklin Street. Some small fires started because of the 46-mile-an-hour winds that are happening right now in Cape May. So even in areas where we don't have tornado warnings, we've got the weather creating a big mess of a situation, multiple issues. In some areas, we're dealing with strong winds creating fires. In others, we're getting other problems. I was getting a report, and this one was unconfirmed, but a report that the windows blew out in Percy in one home. So certainly it's a time to be careful. We know train spotters have saw in Delaware and in Maryland where we had a car flip over, and you want to stay safe and indoors. Future tracker showing at 11 o'clock, still a couple of hours away. We'll see some of that heavy rain getting even closer to the city, and then moving up to the north by 1:30. We're not out of the woods just yet, but the storm itself is racing out of here, as are these tornadoes that reports that come flying through the area. And by 5 o'clock in the evening, we may even end this day with some breaks in the clouds. But it's a lot to deal with right now. We're going to take that wider look at Storm Tracker 6 Live 3D. We see the spin in the atmosphere as we watch Tropical Storm Isaias get even closer to our region, and these tornadoes being spawned because of that, Dave. And so now we've got a couple of them on the map, not in Cumberland County, but we do have in Northampton County and Chester County right now.
You know, it's nice that Cumberland County's tornado went off the board, but the way this is happening, sometimes they pop back up. I mean, we were talking about Chester County maybe being affected by that storm. We'll have to keep watching it. We still have that one, though, pushing up toward Newark, Delaware. That is an active storm looking very bad. This one pushing out of Northampton County and basically headed up into the eastern Poconos and pretty much not our business anymore. If you're up in the Poconos, of course, and you know somebody up there, you might want to ring them up and tell them, hey, turn on the news and take care. Here is the active warning. This is the strongest storm that we've had so far this morning. We do have a confirmed tornado sighted with this one down in Middletown a while ago. Now it looks like it's more or less on its way to Newark, Delaware. And of course, if you are in the area of Newark, you definitely want to be taking cover right now. There is that what we call gate-to-gate shear, where you see red signatures next to green. It's an indication of wind going toward the radar and away from it, right next to each other. And you can just kind of see the counterclockwise rotation. And this is what concerns the Weather Service. They're calling this a confirmed tornado at this point. New London Road would be an area north of Newark along with Wedgwood Road that would definitely be a place where you want to be indoors, lower floors. In the basement's the best place. Country Club Drive North is another one. Again, somewhere in this vicinity, we are looking at rotation with a possible tornado coming through, and it's heading north from there up into other parts of western Newcastle County and northwestern Newcastle County. Chris, why don't we go ahead and widen this out a little bit? You can see how the heavy rain around that rotation is really wrapping in. And again, this storm headed more or less up in this direction. It does look like it might just be ready to push out of Newcastle County before too much longer. And then it gets into, I believe that is Lancaster County up in here. There's Keolin in Chester County. So this thing's starting to veer away from us just a little bit. We are, however, looking at Mechanicsville being a spot where you may be looking at the arrival of this potential tornado shortly. Glen Westover is another spot. Ark Corner, Tybar, looks like Grand Meadows, Pleasant Hill, Strickersville, Meadowbrook, and then Corners Catch. Covered a story there years ago. North Star, between now and about 9:45, Franklin's been added to this too. These are the next communities as we move away from Newark and up toward northern Newcastle County and areas in the northeast corner of Maryland around Elkton, and then pushing back up toward Lancaster County. These are the next areas where we are looking at the potential of tornado arrival. What's up, Karen?
We've got a tornado warning now for Atlantic and Cape May counties until 10:15.
Here we go again. So another warning has just popped up. This one in Atlantic and Cape May counties. Karen says it's up until 10:15. So now you've got to get indoors, lower floors there.
9 miles south of Ocean City, a severe storm moving to the north at 60 miles an hour.
All right, guys, let's go down and get that one. And here are the storm severe markers that we're showing too. And wherever you see a red one of those, it is an indication that we are looking at the potential for rotation. All right, so this storm system right in here, this is now triggering a tornado warning. This is about the 8th or 9th that we've had this morning. And I'm seeing maybe a little bit of that shear right in here around Tuckahoe and maybe Summers Point. I'm thinking maybe we're talking about this pushing up into, yeah, that's the storm right there. And there's the severe storm marker where you're looking at a potential mesocyclone. This one here with this red, bright red, that is a tornadic marker. And right in there, you do see a notch. I am thinking that this is off the coast, but it's going to be on the coast in the next couple of minutes. We've got a storm track forming for you. I know it says Storm 4. That's just the automatic default. What we're looking at is a strong thunderstorm and a possible tornado. It does look like it's coming into the ocean front. And if you are in Palermo, Marmora, Beasley's Point, Ocean City, New Jersey, high dense population vacation community in the summer there, Morris Beach and also Longport between now and 9:49 or 9:50 and Summers Point at 9:50, you are looking at the potential arrival of what definitely looks like a severe thunderstorm that could be producing yet another tornado. Again, an active morning. This is about the 8th warning we've had so far, and we're only at 9:44. There's a tornado watch for the rest of the morning across most of the region, all the way up into the early to mid-afternoon hours. There you see the tornado marker. Actually, this one down off the coast, but I think somewhere in here is where we're definitely seeing the rotation. And this could be, right, and there's the notch there. And this is a snapshot. It'll probably be, a few minutes where we get an update. But I do think that that's about where this is located. And it is coming ashore to areas close to Ocean City and Summers Point as well. So if you're in these areas or anywhere just to the north or south of Ocean City, I would definitely be taking shelter. If you've got a rental where you're on the upper floor and you've got time, brother, it'd be really better if you were down in a lower floor unit or taking cover indoors. I would not be recommending, however, running outside and in the middle of all of this, but do shelter away from windows. This is coming up from the south, so the backside of the buildings down there, sort of like the north. If you're looking at the ocean and your back of your buildings here, over in this corner of it, over on the left side would be the best place to be because that storm system is coming up from the opposite side of your building. Marmora, Beasley Point, Ocean City, Morris Beach, Jeffers Landing, all under the threat of this storm. Summers Point, Ocean Heights, English Creek Landing, Scullville, and Steelmanville. All of those places I've just noted, some of them up here in the inland areas away from the shore, are looking at the potential of a strong thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado, just like we've seen multiple times this morning. Again, this is the ocean front, right down around Ocean City. You are looking at severe weather, and I am sure our assignment desk is contacting our crews down along the shore and telling them that they need to be safe from the system as well. There you see, along the ocean front, the Garden State Parkway, U.S. Highway 9, parallel to the beach. Parts of these areas are also under the threat of this. Not a good time to be out and about in a car. And there you see that rotation marker again down there around Strathmere, and then moving up toward areas around Summers Point and Ocean City. It does look like Ocean City might just be to the east of the center of the storm, so it might be more like between Strathmere, Ocean City, and then to areas just to the west of Summers Point that have the best chance of seeing this possible tornado. But anywhere that we are tracking this, I want you to take care, be indoors, lower floors, just in case. And of course, you got an inundating rainfall. There's no reason to be out in this anyway. Beasley Point, Morris Beach, Jeffers Landing, Summers Point between now and 9:50 have a potential of seeing this. Ocean Heights, English Creek Landing, Scullville, Steelmanville, we talked about. Linwood and English Creek have now been added between now and about 9:52, 9:53. The possibility of the arrival of this latest severe storm that could be producing a tornado. We've got a tornado watch. It's been up, expanded actually during our morning broadcast to cover not just South Jersey and Delaware, but pretty much the entire region. And you can see why. We are looking at instability in these outer bands of the tropical storm Isaias as it gets closer to us. And these outer bands typically are where you wind up with tornadoes. And so as we head up farther north, it looks like to the west of Tuckahoe, there's Summers Point. Summers Point not too far away from the most likely track of this, actually. There's Summers Point, I guess, but areas just over to the west of Summers Point, I would definitely be taking this seriously and doing the indoor lower floors thing. Absolutely. Beasley's Point, Morris Beach, Jeffers Landing, Ocean Heights has been added now at 9:49. Looks like Linwood, English Creek, and Skull Landing, along with Scullville, also among the communities, small communities in and around Summers Point and inland from Ocean City that could be at risk of this severe thunderstorm and a possible tornado. Remember, starting several hours ago, or at least a couple of hours ago, we've had multiple tornado warnings, some in southern Delaware, some in central Delaware, one in Delaware County and parts of Philadelphia briefly this morning, another one up in Bucks County, another one that's pushing up into the Poconos right now out of Northampton County. That was around Penn Argyl maybe 20 minutes ago. And now we are, and another one over in Cumberland County and parts of Salem County for a while in New Jersey. Now you got another one coming in this band of heavy rain that's coming up through the Garden State Parkway area, Highway 9, and then on up into areas to the east of, or the west of Summers Point and northwest of Summers Point as we go into the heart of Atlantic County, really is what we're talking about here. Parts of Cape May County also affected by this, but it's mostly areas fairly far south from Atlantic City, but down closer to Ocean City and Summers Point. And that is the rotation coming ashore around this storm right around now. And it doesn't look like it's going to be too much longer before you get farther to the north. This one going due north. So you know what? You get your phone out, you look at your radar app, or you just look at a map and you plot Ocean City and Strathmere, pick a point about halfway between two of them, and then draw a line north. And if you're up in here, it's time to shelter in place, indoors, lower floors.
Newcastle and Chester County, the tornado warnings for Newcastle and Chester County are canceled at this point.
All right, Newcastle and Chester County had a tornado warning. That's now canceled.
Right now they canceled Northampton, but continue Monroe.
Okay, so Northampton, we had that one that was up around Penn Argyl, and it was scooting very quickly off to the north. That one's now gotten so far out of the region that the Northampton County tornado warning has been canceled.
Severe storm about 8 miles southeast of Mount Pocono, though, if people are up in the Poconos for the summer.
If you're in the Poconos, about 8 miles southeast
of Mount Pocono right now.
That same storm that was in northern Northampton County is still pushing up through Monroe County, and it's in the vicinity of Mount Pocono. If you have friends and relatives up there who are, vacationing, you might want to give them a quick ring and say, hey, head downstairs, lower floors, basement if you've got it. So it now looks as though, guys, the last remaining local tornado warning that we have at this moment anyway is this one in South Jersey, pulling out of Cape May County and pushing through the heart of Atlantic County, New Jersey, and pushing up in the more or less the direction of southern Camden County, but that's way up here. So I think it's basically western Atlantic County that has the biggest threat of this right now. We'll repeat: English Creek Landing, Skullville, English Creek, Gibson Landing, Skull Landing, Steelman Landing, Catawba, Estelle Manor is another one that might be affected by this. These are the places where this is liable to hit next, and you definitely want to be taking cover indoors, lower floors. A possible tornado out of this system coming ashore and moving up through Atlantic County at this point. And right there you see a hook, and that is that's pretty much typical of the sort of radar signature that we look for, not counting the wind direction and that red and green that we've been showing you on the storm relative velocity, but this is just straight rain falling. Whenever you get a hook like that, that's an indication of air being drawn into the storm in a hurry. And where does it go once it hits all of that other air and all that precipitation? Straight up, and you wind up with rotation, and right in that little notch there is very often where we see a tornado. So tornado warning still active, not only because of the gate-to-gate shear that we're seeing on some wind profiles, but also just the plain radar echo. And honestly, we haven't seen a lot of these real clearly defined notches this morning. A lot of it's been embedded in the rain, and with a heavy rain event, that can sometimes happen. But now we're getting a wind wrap notch, and that is a real indication of a potential tornado and a potential strong thunderstorm. So right in here is where I would say that you have the best chance of seeing a tornado. And it is, and actually right in there, because the notch is also being produced in that heaviest rainfall right there. This would be the area where I would think that the tornado is happening. And as it pushes basically to the north with maybe a little bit of trajectory off to the west-northwest, these are the communities where you've got the best chance of seeing that. We mentioned Estelleville and Thelma and Catawba as being potentially landing spots for this severe thunderstorm, but I just can't get over that notch. That is so well defined. This is pushing up toward the north through the western half of Atlantic County. If you're in Skullville, English Creek Landing, Gibson Landing, Skull Landing, Oakville is one that's popped up now, and Steelman Landing we mentioned before. These are all areas where you may have a tornado on your way, and it's really important to get indoors, lower floors. And if you have the option of getting to a basement, that's great. I know a lot of these properties down in that sandy soil near the shore don't do that. You may have a slab. In that case, interior hallway away from windows is the best idea, maybe even an interior closet. If you really hear the thunder, or you can just tell that the sky's turning, sometimes it'll turn sort of a green color when there's a thunderstorm around that's producing a tornado, or a severe thunderstorm can do that. Of course, with so much rain falling, that might be impossible to detect. But, you oftentimes can get a sense of, when the winds are picking up, and have an out plan. Definitely be ready to get into a basement or into an interior hallway. Heavy rain falling with this too, so inundating rain, definitely producing some flash flooding in this area. But the big issue is that notch that we're looking at right in here, and the potential that there is a severe thunderstorm and a tornado being produced right in this area, and now glancing off to the west-northwest from here through western Atlantic County, New Jersey. That's the border with Cumberland County. Cumberland already had a party earlier with their own tornado warning. Now it's Atlantic County's turn. And if this were to continue over the next 20 minutes. You might even be looking at southern Camden County or maybe Gloucester County. We'll worry about that when that gets added, if it does. Again, right down around here. Now, we showed you the notch, but now we're also seeing that green and red next to each other, that indication that you do have that counterclockwise flow. And it looks like this is right near Tuckahoe to the north and east of it, and then shooting to the north. Did we get forward motion on this storm? Is it like 40 to 60, somewhere in there?
It's moving 65.
65. This is the fastest forward-moving storm that we've had so far this morning. We had a 60-miler over in Cumberland County. This one is shooting to the north at 65 miles per hour, producing heavy rain. But of course, down in there, you're looking at the potential for that tornado coming through. Now we're starting to mark some of these roadways in small communities along some of our main roads, like Thompson Lane, Betsy Skull Road. Honest John Road may be a little bit out, although this is leaning a little bit in that direction. These are the areas where this tornado may be hitting, and I'm especially interested in this community around Thompson Lane. Not a whole lot going on there, a small community, but definitely if you are in this area and perhaps over toward Honest John Road, those are areas where you definitely want to take cover. So there you see the wide view, and you see the tornado warning extending through Atlantic County, and it actually is going up into North Atlantic County as well. And it does look like Gloucester County is not really in line, but southern Camden County and parts of Burlington County, right around that intersection between Atlantic, Camden, and Gloucester County, could potentially be an area that sees this should it hold together and continue to the north. The only other tornado warning on the map we have right now, and I find this incredible, is just one other, and that's the one that's now out of Northampton County and going up toward Mount Pocono, a little bit to the east of Mount Pocono. So it's this one that we're really concentrating on at this point, and this is pushing up through Atlantic County and maybe getting into even heavier population centers farther to the north in northern Burlington County or southern Camden County if this trajectory continues and if the strength of this storm continues. But for now, we are looking at that one tornado warning that is in basically Atlantic County and pushing off toward the north. Karen.
Yeah, Dave, you know, it's interesting and frightening that we've got the two spots that are vacation spots. Here we are in our fourth heat wave of the season in the summer, and we've got one in the Poconos. And we were just getting information that it was a trained spotter that saw the tornado. So there is a tornado that was spotted near Ocean City and Corbin City, right near Ocean City. So particularly be careful there. And the update was that it's moving to the north at now 65 miles an hour. First reported was 60. It is really flying by with this storm that Dave has noted. So we're looking at this in Summers Point in just a couple minutes at 9:58, at 10:02 in Egg Harbor, in Galloway at 10:09, and at 10:15 in Mulliga Township. So the tornado warning for Atlantic and Cape May counties, but in Ocean City, one was spotted in Corbin City, right near Ocean City, racing to the north and to the northwest at 65 miles an hour was the update from that. So we're getting a lot of reports of wind damage with this as well. We were having some issues with wind damage, setting small fires in Cape May. So we can see we also had a couple of funnel clouds that were spotted and confirmed tornadoes down to the south. But the other area of concern is in Monroe County, right near the Poconos. A tornado there was also spotted. So not just radar indicated, as we've often seen with the notches that we've talked about, that you can kind of see in that cell as well. But this one also moving to the north and racing. So one along the shore, one in the Poconos, the two areas a wide range from each other, giving the idea of the instability that we're dealing with. And at any moment, we can see an issue like this popping up within the area. So looking wider at this, the wind damage that was indicated right there. And there you can see kind of the rotation that's been picked up by the radar. But actually, the one near the Poconos and one near Ocean City was also by a trained spotter, the National Weather Service was saying. Continuing to follow the rainfall rates because the flooding is a major issue as we're dealing with a lot of trees down. I've been reading trees down and limbs down, creating problems as well all throughout the region. In Radnor Township, we're getting reports there of flash flooding. Yes,
the director call up Weather Source 12 for you because we now have this. It's a bad storm down there in South Jersey.
I think I have it in here as well. If I can cycle through, if they can't. But Weather Source 12, and you can take a good look with Storm Tracker 6 and be able to see the storm that we're talking about. If the director can pull that up right here now. So we're following this tornado warning in Atlantic County right now and Cape May County. And if they can pull up Weather 12. 12, we'd be able to track that for you right there. But until then, you've got to remember to avoid the windows. And there you can see weather 12. Thanks for doing that. And you can see the possible tornado and also that hook that we've been talking about, right? So following this at 9:59 in Thompson Town, in Estelle Manor at 9:58, in Gravy's Run, then in Wilson's Landing at 10 o'clock, in Belkinville at 10:01, in Mays Landing at 10:03. And there you can see that hook echo that we've been talking about so much, that notch in the radar indicating the twisting of the winds. You've got the winds going in either direction, creating that notch right there. And that's the danger zone that we're tracking with this. And the trouble is, it starts off in one spot, as we've been seeing all morning. That's right near State Highway 50. If you know anyone near Mays Landing, you want to tell them to get off the road, get into the house, in a lower floor, in a closet if you can. Protect your head right near Ocean Heights Avenue, heading towards Route 40, as we can watch that right now. The trouble is with this, we've been watching them. And usually they're short-lived when they're spawned by a tropical system, but they've just been extending them. They've been going from one spot and then continuing to move because they're racing at 60. This one's 65 miles an hour. So at 65 miles an hour, what you're dealing with in 1 minute, you're looking down the road to see what's happening. So that's why we've got that track up to kind of warn you if you're heading in, live anywhere near Weymouth Road, Ocean Heights Avenue, north of Mays Landing specifically. You need to be careful as you're heading out. This is west of Pomona that we're watching this near Highway 50, where we're really seeing that hook echo in the radar indicating the twisting of the winds, the concern with the tornado. And a tornado there was spotted near Ocean City and Corbin City, and that was earlier. Now we're looking Mays Landing, and you can see the gate-to-gate shear, and sure enough, the area of red and green backing up right near each other, and you see that near State Highway 50. You've got to be careful if you're heading there. You're getting the wind funneling through in opposite direction right there, creating the twisting of the winds that we have right now. And we were getting reports when we had one earlier up in Percy where windows were blown out. You need to stay away from the windows, away from flying debris, as that's a big problem right now. And we're watching that storm system near Mays Landing, that tornado warning continuing at this point for Atlantic County. We can see that tornado that was spotted near Ocean City, but right now this cell is near Mays Landing that we're concerned about, and watching this so closely there. And you can see where that twisting of the winds, and that's what's causing that notch echo that we look for, a telltale sign that this is the area of concern that we're following right now. And it is racing out of there, but taking damage as it does. The concern is it's racing out of the north at 65 miles an hour right now, but enough that we're tearing down limbs. We've been getting reports of that with some of these other storms that have moved through different areas. So looking at that right now in Harding Lakes at 10:01, and Clover Lakes at 10:03, Lauradale at 10:06, in Carmentown, in Giggintown, in Weymouth, in Elwood, in Magnolia at 10:20, in Penn Pot after that. We'll continue to watch how they extend these tornado warnings right along 322. That's as busy as you get near that area in Mays Landing, right? So busy highways that it's headed right towards, and you do not want to be on the highway. We did get reports of a tornado in Delaware and in Maryland when they were reporting the sighting of that in a funnel cloud, that a car had flipped over. The last place you want to be is in a car. So you need to be safe inside your home. We can see that hook echo that's bringing the concern right now near Mays Landing as that storm just races to the north, and that's racing at 65 miles an hour. We've seen a number of tornado warnings pop up through the day, and all spawned by Tropical Storm Isaias as it continues to track up the coastline. And as it nears, we're seeing more and more of these tornado warnings pop up.
Atlantic County.
And right now it is canceled.
It's canceled.
In
It just came down.
County, Dave. So canceled in Atlantic County, that tornado warning. But watch.
Said that, we did get confirmed tornado reports, and I think you said some of this.
Yeah.
Corbin City, New Ocean City, around 9:53, they definitely did see a tornado. A spotter spotted it. In Strathmere, around 9:51, there was debris with a tornado on the ground. And in Smyrna, Delaware, which is that other one we were doing maybe a half hour ago, confirmed tornado there with damage along Route 13. So several confirmed tornadoes.
So we're seeing several confirmed tornadoes, several damage, and seeing another one pop up just north of the Poconos now as we look in
One's still active. That's the only active one we've got.
But how about that, Dave, that here in this heat wave, right? We're talking about some of our major concerns have been in the communities that people would vacation at the shore and in the Poconos. So right now, the one on the shore that was spotted not far from Ocean City in Corbin City that did cause damage, and that tornado warning is lifted. The next one that we're following is up to the north, and that is up in the Poconos Poconos in Monroe County. But look at that heavy rain that is pounding Glassboro, pounding Woodbury, now in the city. This is all lifting up to the north, in Malvern, in Media, in Chadds Ford. I mean, we've got rain rates that have been coming down a couple of inches an hour with this. And you can see as the storm system continues to track, the center of Tropical Storm Isaias continues to track up to the north, right along I-95, not along the coastline, but right through the heart of our area. And that's where you're seeing right now the heaviest of rain continue to push into the area. And we want to continue to watch this right now on Storm Tracker 6. And this is the time to avoid the windows, go to the lowest floor in your house, interior halls and bathrooms, because it's a long time that we're going to be dealing with this. We're not really out of the woods till after 3 o'clock. We've got 46, 48 mile an hour wind gusts happening, wind damage that we were getting reports in Cape May where some of the tree limbs were falling onto wires and sparking small fires. And that was along Washington Street. In Radnor Township, we had reports of flash flooding happening in Radnor Township. You've got the strong winds, the heavy rain. In addition to that, the rotation in the atmosphere is what's collectively causing all of these problems. And it's a lot to deal with. Rare that we would have so many various weather problems in one, but that's what happens when you have a tropical system, and multifaceted, right? We not only have the strong winds, we have the flooding rain, and we have the twisting of the winds in the atmosphere, creating the tornado threat as well. At 11 o'clock this morning, we're still going to be sitting in, and an hour away, Futures Tracker is showing heavy rain still through the city, and then pushing up north and east by 1:30. While you may be catching a break in South Jersey and Delaware, almost in the city, it'll be in the Lehigh Valley. It'll still be in the Poconos before it races out of here by 5 o'clock at the end of this day that has been so much for a lot of us. You'll be seeing some breaks of sun, and it will be time to clean up and take a look and survey the damage. But that time is not just yet. You've got several more hours that we're going to be dealing with this. We're asking you to stay in store side, stay weather aware, and keep with us on air and online so we can kind of walk you through where the storm is progressing next. But at this point, you know, sometimes you see a tornado warning at one point and watch it closely move. We're looking at two different parts of the areas where we had it. The one near Ocean City is expired. The one near the Poconos up in Monroe County continues, but we think we're going to see more pop up. As you can see, the storm system and that heavy rain on Storm Tracker 6 Live 3D now pushing through the city, right through the heart of the region, Dave, where we're really seeing the center of this heavy rain coming down, and that alone could cause enough problems with flash flooding.
Nice to have a break from tornado watches and warnings for a change, though, right? Because now we can concentrate on the other part of the story. We do have Isaias moving up toward the Pennsylvania-Delaware border, not too far from there. That rain band sweeping out over the ocean at this point. And as we take a closer look, this is producing some problems. Now, we don't have tornado warnings anymore, which is nice, but we still have a tornado watch. And this is across the entire region, south of the Lehigh Valley, which I think is kind of funny because we did actually have a tornado warning up in Northampton County. Even if you're outside of this watch area, I would still keep my eyes on 6ABC and 6ABC.com today, just in case. But we do have this tornado watch, and it continues into the afternoon. That heavy band that came through this morning produced, by my count, about 8 or 9 different tornado warnings, and we're getting a little bit of a break outside of the Poconos right now. So let's concentrate on the rain. Now, we still have that flash flood watch up. Some areas have already picked up probably 3 inches or more of rain, and there's more to come, as the center of the storm probably won't be coming through the region until early afternoon. You're looking at up to 5 inches of rain, in fact, in areas particularly north and west of Philadelphia, but even some parts of South Jersey have been picking up repeated heavy downpours, definitely in Delaware. I'm thinking that is an area where you're going to wind up with a very impressive rainfall rate. What does this mean? It means as this heavy rain is coming down, and even after it lightens up, you've got runoff galore, and you are looking at the potential of flash flooding on roads with fast rising water. It can really take you by surprise. Better not to be out on the roads, but if you are and you encounter any even moderate flooding, turn around, don't drown. And of course, if you're crazy enough to be out on foot today, it's the same story. There's also a coastal flood advisory. This is because of the onshore flow. It's not so much the heavy rain, although that is a bit of a factor. Basically, we're looking at minor flooding in places like the Back Bay, 1 to 3 foot Surge coming up the Delaware Bay, and tidal portions of the Delaware River all the way up past Philadelphia could also be seeing some minor flooding. So tornadoes aside, you also have the issue with the flooding in several different ways. The wide view on Storm Tracker 6 Live double scan continues to show the movement of this heavy band. And notice how Philadelphia, not nearly out of the woods yet. This is pushing through Woodbury, New Jersey right now, and down toward Glassboro, pushing up toward Jenkintown as well. And this is the sort of inundating rainfall that's going to cause that flash flooding that we just talked about. And as we take a look at rainfall rates, everywhere you see purple, that's basically a 3-inch an hour rainfall or maybe higher. Now that means that if one of these cells hung with you for an hour, you'd get 3 inches in an hour. And look at this. We're tracking one little cell that's actually producing 4 inches an hour. That is 100% tropical downpour rainfall, and the kind that definitely produces flooding. The fortunate thing is that these cells are moving pretty quickly to the north, so it probably won't necessarily stay over most areas for an hour, although you could get into a situation like this up around Philadelphia, Delaware County, down through Woodbury, where you get repeated cells that are producing that sort of rainfall. As that rain comes through, it's definitely going to back up on roadways, waterways, creeks and streams. Catherine Scott's been talking about that this morning. Definitely rising high, and even after the rain is over and the worst of it starts to go away, it's going to be runoff city with that rain coming down into creek beds, and the water could still rise. So even after it stops raining, you see a flooded area, stay away from it because it could still be on the rise. I have seen that covering these storms over the years. Definitely a possibility. Heavy rain and slow going on most of our major roadways. I-95, 676. We've got Route, let's see, what is that? Highway 47 heading out through the heart of South Jersey. Route 13, Route 30 out moving toward Lancaster County, and then I-95 up to the north as well. New Jersey Turnpike, Pennsylvania Turnpike, the same story. A lot of these places just getting inundated with roads. I wouldn't be surprised if there are lots of accidents out there. Certainly lots of flooding on roadways. And again, getting a rainfall rate at something like 3 inches an hour, which means that even if this system was only overhead for 20 minutes, you would get a quick 1 inch of rain. Now, the 1 might sound like a low number, but when you get it dumped like a bucket on you, it's got no place to go, and it's definitely causing those flooding problems. Here are some other rainfall rates, and it kind of varies. 3.78 inches an hour. Up here, we're picking up some of this with 2.38 inches an hour. It's fortunate that there are breaks in this purple and that not all of the purple is getting through the region. But again, in this heavy hitting downpour that we're seeing right here from Philadelphia down into central South Jersey and up into the northern and western suburbs, you're getting a lot of rain. Well, let's say that we've had enough of the weather anchors for a little while and talk to Tam and Nydia. Guys, why don't you take it away for a little bit?
We have been transfixed here, David. Yes, welcome back. Tamala Edwards here with Nydia Hahn. And as you've been hearing from our weather team, we are dealing with a deluge of rain, strong winds, and a number of tornado warnings out there. So we want to get you out to the streets as quick as we can to see what our reporters are seeing.
That's right. We have crews fanned out across the region. We have Corey Davis in North Wildwood. We have Maggie Kent in Prospect Park, Delaware County. Trish Hartman in Ocean City. We want to begin, though, with Taronda Thomas in Rehoboth, Delaware. We've been coming to you since 4 o'clock this morning, Taronda. The conditions have been changing and ever evolving. Tell us what's happening right now.
Well, it's really windy out here. It's been windy for about an hour and a half or so, and the rains picked up, then they died down, but the wind is the big story. Look at what it's done to the beach already. So much beach erosion just in the past hour and a half. If you were with us earlier this morning, we were far, far down to the water, and there was no erosion, and now you're seeing those waves come up really a lot farther than they have been before. Those gusts expected to reach up to 70 miles per hour, and this is something I have never seen before in weather like this. People coming out to the beach. The beach is closed. We talked to Beach Patrol, we talked to police and got permission to be here. And I got to tell you, if I didn't have to be out here right now, I would not. You should be at home, inside, staying safe. The Beach Patrol has been urging people to do just that, but there have been dozens of people coming out here, taking pictures, taking selfies, which really is not a good idea when you're in weather like this. You know, we do this so you don't have to. We come out here to show you the conditions so that you can see it for yourself and know what's at risk and what's at stake and why you should be at home. So we can't stress that enough. Police really want people to stay home and ride this out. I did talk to Rehoboth Beach Police. They say they don't have any extra crews in place. They're watching and waiting in that mode to see what happens with the storm because they expect it to come come through and pass, but they still want people to stay at home so there will be fewer cars on the road. There'll be fewer opportunities for accidents. So we can't stress that enough. Giving you one more look, though, too, here along the coastline, the beach patrol running up and down. They've been checking the sheds that are on the beach. You see there are trash cans around it too, but look, he's telling people, get off the beach, go. He's been doing this for about the past 20-30 minutes, just running back and forth. And as he told those people, look closer over here, more people are coming to this entrance. So we have to say, please help out the beach patrol, help out police, stay at home. We've got all the pictures and video you need on TV, on our website, on social media. That's all you need to see, because this storm, the wind is just getting more intense. And that was a big concern with the coastal areas, not really the rain, but the wind. Now inland in Delaware, we are seeing those heavy rains. They could get up to 6 inches of rain inland in Delaware. So that's something they have to contend with. So many places have been doing the storm drains, clearing those out. They did that here in Rehoboth Beach as well. But they're basically bracing and trying to hunker down and hope that this storm does not bring too much damage. Right now, all we've seen are a few trash cans that have blown around, and they have crews ready to do that. But see, again, the guy, taking a selfie, someone else taking a selfie there, and that's just an opportunity for someone to get hurt. And that's why police and beach patrol are really trying to get people to stay home. We know it's quite a sight to see, and we've talked to people who've said they've never seen the weather like this out here, but really, we need you to stay safe. It's just not a good idea to be out here. Like I said, if I didn't have to be out here, I wouldn't be out here. This is not fun at all, especially when you feel the sand hitting your face because it's just being blown so hard from the wind. Now, we did also check in to make sure with different emergency management and sources like that. And there's a tactical operations team. They're in touch with state, local, federal authorities. They're with Newcastle County, and they're doing the same thing, just urging people to stay put and to be ready for these heavy winds, be ready for all the rain that's going to come inland in Delaware, and batter down the hatches, whether that's tying down that patio furniture or just staying inside and not being on those roads, because those roads could flood. As a matter of fact, on Highway 1, we saw signs early this morning telling people to be ready for this weather. So they knew that it was on the way, and so many people also knew it was on the way. As a matter of fact, a tornado warning came through here around this area at about 4:45 this morning. We talked to someone who got that alert on her phone. She was in a camper, so she made sure she got out of that camper, and they're in a solid home now so they can stay safe from all this wind. But just looking at the way that this wind is moving all of the greenery that's here on the sand and moving the sand right in my face too, it's something that you definitely need to be inside for, because police and beach patrol just say this is not the type of weather they want people to be out in. So that's the look from Rehoboth Beach. Again, they're bracing for winds of up to 70 miles per hour. I can't clock it out here by myself, but I would say it's getting close if it's not there already. Just very powerful winds. Not a lot of rain here, but we're seeing more rain inland in Delaware. Just knowing that police want people to be inside. They say they can make it through this storm. They don't anticipate it to bring really major damage, but Rehoboth Beach police are just saying if people just stay home and stay safe, then that will really cut down on a lot of work for police. But we're going to send it back to the studio because, quite honestly, full of sand, hands, microphone, mouth, because everything is blowing this way. It just really gives you an idea of how hard this wind is blowing as Isaias makes its way here in Rehoboth Beach.
Thank you for that, Taronda.
Officials and emergency crews have done everything they can to keep everyone safe. Now it's up to the individual's job to be responsible, stay home, turn us on, keep up the 6 ABC app, but stay home and don't go out there.
And we want to remind you what you saw over the last hour and a half, constant tornado warnings popping up. And when that happens, you need to be able to shelter, to get in a basement or a closet or a hallway. And you can't do that if you are out on the streets, which is where you don't need to be. Let's go on over to Maggie. She is there. Maggie Kent in Prospect Park, Delaware County. She's got the umbrella up, and we see a lot of rain, Maggie.
Yeah, good morning, Tim. So what we're experiencing right now is exactly what Dave was talking about earlier, the buckets of rain coming down. Yeah, that's what's happening here. We are on Lincoln Avenue at 12th Avenue in Prospect Park. This is a notorious area for flooding. We did see flooding here earlier this morning, but it actually receded, and then the rain started to pick up again. I can only explain to you that about 24 cars, since we have been here, tried to get through this mess and did so successfully peacefully until the police showed up. And this is why you see those barricades with the sandbags here at this intersection under the Prospect Park SEPTA station, regional rail line, because there is no way that any vehicle will be able to pass what is happening right now. And here's the cause of that. Take a look at these sewer drains right here on the corner. The water is running so quickly down Lincoln Avenue. There is no way for it to be able to have the intake and the impact that it would need to keep this water from rushing and then, of course, pooling right under this bridge, which is what you're seeing here. Looking live, you can see that there's water coming off of the tops of roofs, and this is all that storm runoff that we were concerned about before in this area, especially along the Darby Creek as well, because this floods that Darby Creek, and we're seeing a lot of flooding here in Delaware County. I've been in touch with the Delaware County Emergency Services Coordinator, and he also told me that they're also experiencing downed trees, that there is a tree on a house in Ridley Township. He says thankfully everyone was able to get out safely, but I just got that text message coming through right now. So as you can see, the water continues to rise here on Lincoln Avenue in Prospect Park, and we'll keep you updated with the very latest, but certainly buckets of rain, as Dave Murphy described earlier. We're live in Prospect Park. Maggie Kent, Channel 6 Action News. Tam, Lydia.
And we're going to go straight here. Yeah, sorry, Nydia. We have a new tornado warning that just popped up. This one is in coastal Atlantic County and then pushing up into Ocean County and Burlington County. It's the only one on the map right now, but it is looking like a threat to places like New Gretna, Tuckerton, and areas just to the west of Beach Haven. This is pushing into the coast just to the east of Atlantic City. Brigantine, definitely a possibility with this one. And again, if you're in any of these communities right along the Burlington, Ocean County border or southern Atlantic County, just up the coast next to Atlantic County, you want to be indoors, lower floors, just as we've been saying with the roughly 9 other tornado warnings that we've had so far this morning. This possible tornado is on its way to Brigantine, as I mentioned, probably about now. Oyster Creek, Edison shortly after, Beach Haven Heights, Holgate, Mystic Islands, Beach Haven, Parker's Landing, West Tuckerton Landing, and Scow Landing. Some of these very small communities. When we track tornadoes, we always include the small developments so that everyone knows who's in the immediate line of sight of this. Like the other storms that we've seen before, this one is producing heavy rain, but it also has some rotation in it that we are seeing, and we'll see if we can pick this up. We can. There's the red next to the green. You can see that counterclockwise rotation with the radar indicating some winds going away from the radar, others coming toward it, and you put that together and you get the counterclockwise flow and the strong inward pinch of air that creates the updraft and then creates the tornado. So we think this is right around the vicinity of Brigantine, probably pushing a little inland from there right now, going over this marshy area and then potentially affecting some of the towns in your watch box there. This is not a super heavily populated area, but it is summer and there are certainly a lot of people who are down in this vicinity for vacation. Leeds Point would be an area that could see the arrival of this before too much longer. Oyster Creek, Edison, again, this is a severe thunderstorm that is producing a possible tornado. It would be no surprise if this verified, because we've already seen about 3 or 4 of these tornadoes verified with spotters spotting the rotation and the funnel cloud hitting the ground, seeing debris being kicked up, which is also a telltale sign, and in some cases we have had confirmed damage. So I would definitely take this seriously. We do also have a severe storm marker right there in that dark shade of red that is definitely indicating a mesocyclone, which is a counterclockwise rotating storm, the sort of storm that can produce a tornado. Again, ground zero for this, the people in the bowling alley would be those of you in Leeds Point, Oyster Creek, Edison, Mystic Islands, Parker's Landing, New Gretna, Bass River has been added now, along with West Tuckerton Landing, Scow Landing, and now Gifford Town. A lot of these communities in southern Burlington County, perhaps the little point of Atlantic County around Brigantine, but this does appear to probably be getting past Brigantine at this point, and then pushing up into parts of Ocean County as well. And you see the watch box and the time on your screen. That's the rough time of arrival. If this is headed in your direction, it's a potential tornado. That means you're indoors, lower floors, A lot of the properties down here don't have basements, but an interior hallway is the best idea. And if you're at, a third floor unit or something, man, that's not a good place to be. It'd be better to be down on a ground floor. Maybe you got neighbors who will let you in. Of course, if this is right on top of you, you're better off just going to the interior hallway. Maybe there's a bathroom in the building that doesn't have windows. That's a good idea because when these tornadoes hit, they can shatter glass. And if you are in a place away from windows, you protect yourself from that. In fact, we've already had one storm report earlier that Karen talked about, where during one of these storms, glass was shattered by one of these strong storms. Heavy rain along Route 9 with this as well. There's Old York Road off to the north and US Highway 9 farther to the north. Again, the movement of this is pretty much due to the north, and there again is that coupling of the winds going away from radar and the winds coming toward it, and this would be the area where we would expect to see a tornado. Again, keep your eyes on those towns, because as we move through the evolution of this storm, and as it pushes farther to the north, more towns will be added to the bottom. There you see the movement right now, though, definitely heading up toward the north. Fortunately, again, this isn't a real heavily populated area, but we are going to start to get into some more areas where there are definitely housing projects and communities that we want to try and protect by this. As we take a look, Leeds Point 1024, and then down at Gifford Town 1031, so about a 6-minute spread in our tracking right now. This storm is likely moving to the north at a pretty rapid clip. We've seen them go as fast as 60 to 65 miles per hour. Chris, if you want to shout out how fast this one's going. 65. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Chris. So it is scooting to the north very quickly, just like the others before it. And again, this area of the storm, right in here, I'm seeing a little bit of a notch that looks a little suspicious. This area of the storm would be a possible problem. Maybe up in here too, another little notch there as well. We've had situations this morning where a storm like this will form, will produce the signature that suggests a tornado, and then it falls off the map and then picks up a little bit farther up so that you get a second warning for what is essentially the same storm. That's happened at least once today. And so as this continues to progress, even if we see the warning knock off, I would definitely keep weather aware today, because these are having a problem or a tendency to reform as they go through their evolution and push toward the north. This is really heavy rain too. You're absolutely getting downpours that can produce flash flooding in these areas. If there are any low-lying creeks or ditches or anything like that with water, they're very quickly filling up and possibly spilling onto roads. Not that this is a great day to be outside anyway, but that's definitely a spot where we're getting the heavy rain. Speaking of which, that purple area there, that typically is a 3-inch-an-hour rainfall. In fact, in this case, we're looking at 3.5 inches. That means that if this took a whole hour to get over you would have an hour with 3.5 inches of rain in your yard, and that's just too much for most areas to take. Fortunately, these heavier cells aren't taking that long, but even if it's 20 minutes, you're getting a quick inch and a half, and that's enough to exacerbate the flooding. Again, we're tracking a severe thunderstorm that looks like it may have a tornado attached to it. This has been the case, if you're just joining us, repeatedly since around dawn this morning. We've had multiple severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings across the region this morning, from everywhere from Cumberland County, New Jersey, up into Bucks County. Delaware County had one for a while. West Philadelphia, there were several of them in Delaware, southern Delaware, central Delaware, Newcastle County, Delaware. We even had one briefly in Northampton County, way up north. So these are popping up all over the place. And right now, this is where the action is, in Atlantic County, near the border of Burlington County and Ocean County. Garden State Parkway, obviously being hammered by the heavy rain, and potentially seeing the arrival of a potential tornado crossing the parkway pretty much due north of Brigantine, New Jersey, and north of Atlantic City. Notice or remember that when you drive down the shore to Atlantic City, the AC Expressway kind of veers off toward Philadelphia in that direction, so I don't think that's going to be an issue for us. But the portion of Garden State Parkway that comes up from the AC exit and then goes up toward Manahawkin, that is the area we're talking about of being potentially hit with not only heavy rain right now, but a potential tornado. The town of Tuck, I just saw, would be an area that might be also potentially harmed by this. Again, we are looking at the movement here. We put the new track in. Now you've got New Gretna added to the towns that could be in line for this potential tornado next. Bass River, Gifford Town, Marigold, Leek Town, Munyon Field, it could be Munyon Field, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing some of this. We are really going in deep, drilling down and giving you the small communities so that everyone knows if this thing is potentially headed in their direction. Sim Place is another one, Penn Place, Warren Grove between 1027 and 1037. All of these areas are potentially in line for a severe thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado, and we want you indoors on the lower floors. An interior hallway, if you don't have a basement, is probably the next best idea. Not a good idea to go outside and try and spot this thing, and honestly, with this heavy rain, it's going to be hard for you to see it anyway, in all likelihood. As we take a look at some of the towns that are in line for this, Route 9 going over toward Tuckerton would be an area of concern. There's Stage Road. That would be another area where this tornado could be headed. There again is that severe storm marker just coming up in the new update. There's a notch. There's another notch in there. So these are definitely areas of concern. That, of course, is the Garden State Parkway pushing up toward the north. And it's fortunate in some ways that this is a fairly low population area. Nonetheless, there are some folks on the roads and in some isolated homes out there. And if you've got your TV on, I hope you're taking us seriously. You definitely want to make sure that you are indoors, lower floors, away from windows as the storm system comes through. Again, this is probably about the 9th or 10th tornado warning that we've had this morning over the last couple of hours. All parts of the community have been under the threat of this, and many of you have seen tornado warnings, so it's no surprise that we've got another one. And it kind of reinforces the idea that this one very well could be strong and dangerous. One more time: Marigold, Leaktown, Munyon Field, Martha, Sim Place. These are some of the places where, if that's where you are right now, you want to be sheltered in place, indoors, lower floors, for the potential of a passing tornado. Penn Place, Warren Grove, Dukes Bridge, Jones Mill has now been added, Howardsville, and Chatsworth. All of these spots between now and 10:42. And there you see the potential rotation with a potential notch right there. And this would be an area with a counterclockwise flow. And that notch, that little indentation there, is an indication of a spot in this storm where we might be seeing inflow coming into the base of the storm. And then it's got nowhere to go but up. It spins, and that can produce a tornado. That's a pretty much classic sign. Most of what we've seen have not really been all that visible. There's been so much heavy rain that some of these have been what we call rain wrapped, and we haven't really gotten the signature, but a couple of them have shown the notch, and this one right in the heaviest rain cell, right in the middle of it, is showing a little bit of that feature. There's actually another little indentation right there. So it would be around here that we would expect the potential of a tornado. This is coming up on the Garden State Parkway, again due north of Oceanville and areas like Brigantine, really scooting to the north at 65 miles per hour right now. There's the heavy rainfall that is also part of the package with this. We're seeing anywhere from 2.5 inches to 3.5 inches an hour in these purple areas in particular, and that's adding to the problems with flash flooding on the roads and on creeks and streams and ditches. Any little waterways that there are going to quickly get that runoff, even in the relatively flat ground of South Jersey, and spill over onto roads potentially. So flooding also the secondary issue. But of course, the big issue is probably the tornado. The tornado warning has now been canceled, Chris Sowers tells me. So number 10 was here and gone pretty quickly, and I think it's about number 9 or 10. We got to go back and count all these. It's been hard to keep track of them. But in any event, you've still got flash flooding because of this heavy downpour. And keep it right here, because you never know when one of these additional tornado warnings is going to pop up. All right, Karen, you're standing there. You got something to say.
You're hoping, right? Yeah. So that was our second tornado warning just within the past couple hours at the Jersey Shore. The last one was actually spotted by somebody. So it was a trained spotter that saw the tornado near Ocean City. This one was radar indicated. And again, that tornado warning did just expire. But we're watching because the way this has been going, we've been seeing more pop up. And you can see the center of the storm, Tropical Storm Isaias, tracking up towards the region. And now some of the issue is the heavy rain, the flooding that we're getting right now. You can see that heavy rain spread widely now through much of the area. The flash flood warnings now continue until 2 o'clock this afternoon, right for the heart of our area. We've been seeing that would be the hardest hit, and it is in Gloucester, Salem, Newcastle, Chester, Delaware counties until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The National Weather Service says we've already seen a couple of inches of rainfall within an hour in this period, and we're not out of the woods just yet. So now we have concerns with flash flood warnings that are popping up through the area until 2 o'clock, right through the heart of the region. And again, that's the storm, Tropical Storm Isaias, tracking right up the I-95 corridor, not along the coastline. This was the last tornado warning that we had, and we were watching that move at 60 miles an hour to the north. rainfall rates. When we looked at this earlier, it wasn't that long ago, right? I was about an hour or so ago when I was showing you those rainfall rates, and the worst were hovering right down there near northern Delaware and South Jersey. And we said they're going to continue to spread north. As the storm pushes north, that's exactly what's happening. So you can see now right across the heart of our area why we've got now those flash flood warnings in effect right through the city and through the immediate area where we're getting the areas of purple indicating that rain coming down a couple of inches an hour. And that's what the National Weather Service is echoing with this and saying not only do we have rotation that's been popping up and why we've had so many tornado warnings already this morning, which often happens when you've got a tropical system coming in through the area, but now we've also got the trouble with flash flooding. We've had a number of spotters indicate funnel clouds or tornadoes, and we've had them mostly through South Jersey, but we had one in Ocean City as well, in Corbin City, just about 8 miles from Ocean City, New Jersey. A wider look, and you can see the trajectory of this system. The center of Tropical Storm Isaias, we've been watching this so closely, tracking right up the I-95 corridor. We are more accustomed to having tropical storms hit us from the coastline, right? Well, this is a different system, trapping right up through the center of our region. And right now, Brian and Sarah, that's why we've got the core of our area with concern with that flash flooding, and now the flash flood warning until 2 o'clock there.
Karen Rogers and David Murphy, extraordinary work this morning, and we know we are not done yet, but thank you for the knowledge you've brought and the calm and comfort you've brought to so many watching around the region today. I am Brian Taff, and Sarah Bloomquist joins us here live in studio today after many months at home.
A tropical storm got me out of my house.
It takes a tropical storm.
That's right.
We are following a whole lot here. Obviously, it's not just the threat of these tornado warnings. We've seen 9 or 10, as Karen and David have brilliantly detailed throughout the morning, but we've also got this threat of flash flooding, torrential rain, damaging winds and power outages as well. So we've got crews spread out across the region right now to bring us the story.
And Brian, I came in on the Schuylkill. There's already some ponding. I was hydroplaning. So it's everywhere. The rain really coming down. And we are in this, as Karen just said, for the long haul throughout the day today. This is going to be quite a day as we track this tropical storm as it moves up the I-95 corridor. We want to get right to our Magee Kent. She is in Prospect Park, Delaware County, where the rain continues to come down there. Maggie, what do you have?
Sarah, I'm going to show you a live look at what's happening here. This is the sound. If you're hearing that, that's the fire department. We are right by the fire department station. And I want to show you, this is Lincoln Avenue in Prospect Park. We are right under the Prospect Park SEPTA station. And what you're looking at right now is very high water. This is actually a roadway. You can't see any of the railings or obviously the road itself because the water is coming up so rapidly here. The rain, it lifted for a brief moment, and now it is back and it is pounding Isaias, really dumping a lot of water here in Delaware County. Those things that you may see floating in the water, those were stanchions or barriers that were put up by the borough to keep people from driving through. They were actually sandbagged down, but it was no match for the amount of water that was coming down and flooding. I want to show you across the street, this Knitting Corner location here. You can see those planters over here. They're I would say about a foot above the ground, and you can see over here all those plants are now underwater. You cannot see that planter which once stood there, and this is the reason why. Take a straight look down. This is the sewer grate. There is so much water, it is no match for the sewers, and it looks to be just bubbling right back up and creating this ponding location here on Lincoln Avenue and 12th Avenue. So just give us a little space. Thank you, sir. But as you can see, all the drivers are now being asked to turn around. They have some borough vehicles here, keeping everything cleared out so that people do not drive through. I saw about 24 vehicles driving through earlier today. Thankfully, no one got stopped. But now there is absolutely no way that any vehicle would be able to drive through, even with industrial or heavy duty tires. In this case, this is what we're experiencing here in Prospect Park, but I've been in touch with the Delaware County Emergency Management. They're also seeing down trees into homes. Thankfully, everyone is okay in that situation in Ridley Township. And they're also seeing some facades of homes, stone facades, falling off as well. Thankfully, I haven't gotten any reports of injuries here in Delaware County as I keep in touch with the emergency management crews. But obviously, that is a concern. And I think one of the major concerns that we're going to see here as well, what we've been studying throughout yesterday, is Darby Creek. Oftentimes in this area, because of the large amount of water, it comes down, flows down south-southeast through Chester, and then ponds up here in Delaware County. We're talking about the Darby area and that entire surrounding area, parts of Southwest Philadelphia, kind of near the airport in general. So this is what we've been seeing here on Lincoln Avenue, but I'm sure we are not alone in that case, because as you can see, the sewer grates no match for the amount of water that continues to fall here. Again, we're live in Prospect Park. I will send it back to you, Brian and Sarah in the studio. And Sarah, we're happy to see you back as well.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Good work out there today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is worth once again hammering home the importance of not driving through roads that you can't see the bottom. You just don't know how deep it is. It's not simply that you don't know what you're driving through, but also things that could be under the water.
Right.
Could be a charged situation if a power line has come down, maybe a tree has come down that you can't see.
Those sewer grates come off.
Exactly.
So you just don't know.
Just as I keep saying, if you see a flooded road ahead, just turn around.
Good day to stay home and watch Disney Plus
there
or
you
something
go.
like that. Let's toss to Trish Hartman now. She is in Ocean City tracking the storm from there along the coastline. And Trish, you better hold on to that hat. The wind's really blowing.
Really powerful winds, and the rain just started again. We got a nice little break there, but photojournalist Bill Long and I were driving around Ocean City just taking a look at conditions around town when around 10:15 a tornado warning was issued for our area. So we took shelter. We're on the 4th floor balcony of a hotel here in Ocean City along Ocean Avenue, and I want to give you a look here. You can see this power line across the way here on Ocean Avenue is sparking. A police vehicle is blocking this lane of Ocean Avenue. We still have power here, but the lights are flickering, so I'm not sure how long that's going to last. So we've been able to get a pretty good vantage point from here. You can see the trees are just whipping, and then we have a view of the ocean. If you can see all the way out, those white caps, the ocean is just churning, and that's Music Hall right there. There's actually been quite a few people that are still out here looking to get a view. A lot of people were out this morning before the storm even hit, but we have seen some people walking around. These winds are very powerful. This is not a storm where you want to be driving around or walking around. We haven't seen a lot of flying debris yet, but again, we're starting to see some gutters that are swaying and starting to come loose. We have actually seen a couple of workers on a restaurant. It looks like they're gone now, but they were up on a roof about 20 minutes ago trying to secure some things onto the roof. So we were keeping a close eye on them. It looks like they are fine. But again, in Ocean City, the tornado warning has expired for us now, but the winds are still very strong. We are keeping an eye on conditions. When we were taking a drive around town earlier, we did not see any flooding, but officials have said that they are really more concerned about the high tide this evening around 9-10 o'clock p.m. They say that the places that will flood normally will flood again. Here we have a family there giving us a little wave. They are riding out the storm down here. A lot of families are down here on vacation, and they said that they plan to ride it out. They are hoping to salvage their beach week, so they're staying around. Officials have said keep a close eye, keep in contact with your local municipality here at the shore. They were asking people to move their car. Hopefully you've done so if you haven't already. And so we're going to be out here. We're going to keep an eye on things. Again, winds are very strong. I am literally holding on to my hat. So is Bill. So we're going to send it back to you. We're going to keep an eye. Stay with 6ABC. And please, if you can safely send us some pictures and video at 6abc.com. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Quite a situation there, Trish. And we were just talking with our weather team as well. These rain bands are coming in. We're also hearing of some 70-mile-an-hour straight-line wind gusts in the Delaware Bay area.
That's right.
Hurricane strength is 74 miles per hour. So these are very strong winds, likely to be some significant damage.
Yeah, this remains an incredibly strong storm, even though it made landfall hours ago in the Carolinas. It is coming really right up in our region. We are the direct hit here, even though it remains a tropical storm at this point.
Right.
We have been showcasing the scene there at the shore, as you saw from Trish, in Ocean City. These are areas that may flood in a normal rain event, which is why we're paying a lot of attention down there today. They do expect to see a lot of flooding, coastal erosion with those waves that you saw churning at the beach right now. And so we're going to head a little bit south of where Trish just was to North Wildwood. That's where we find Action News reporter Corey Davis keeping tabs on the scene on that barrier island right now. Corey, what's the scene right now?
Hey, Brian, good afternoon, good morning. We definitely are seeing a big change here. in North Wildwood. The wind has picked up substantially over the course of the morning, and those, we've covered several storms like this before, and I can tell you these winds are strong for sure. I want to give you a look at what's happening, though. We've been told by North Wildwood Police that down here at 4th Avenue, right here at JFK Beach Drive, the transformers have been blowing all down here. We've seen them sparked over the course of the morning over the past hour or so. And so right now, the fire department, they have 4th Avenue blocked off here. I want to give you a look here, too, on the right. There's some siding coming off on this hotel over there where you see the sign that says Aloha. We've seen some siding coming off of some of the buildings so far. This is right at the ocean front. You can take a look further over to the right. The waves have really been whipping up. We've lost a lot of, actually mostly all of the beach here at North Wildwood as far as the coverage is covered by the water. The ocean has come in during high tide for now. And people who live out here tell us it's been a long time since they've seen the water whipping this hard against the seawall here in North Wildwood. I want to bring you back over down looking at 4th Avenue, but over further to the left, we have some homes over here with the siding starting to come off as well because of the power of this wind here. We did see some people out earlier, a lot of people actually, but now they've, for the most part, gone in because of the power of the wind. We're standing actually right next to our truck, and it's giving us the opportunity to stand comfortably out here for now, or somewhat comfortably out here for now. But I want to bring in 2 gentlemen here who are just coming out to watch the storm. So we have Jason and Jason, correct?
Yeah, best friends for 40 years. I just came up from Florida for 2 weeks, and people are saying, did I bring the hurricane? I haven't had anything like this down there, and this is crazy. We've been seeing our soffit blew off the house up here, and I don't know what to say. It's like we're blowing all over the place. Yeah. We were driving down, and we saw a tornado pass, and probably not safe to be out here, but we just want to have a little fun and see what's happening, So
you said that you came up from the Tampa Bay area, right?
That's
You're
right.
here vacationing?
Yes, yeah, I'm vacationing from Tampa Bay area, that's correct.
But you grew up coming here to North Wildwood. Tell me a little bit about the beach. You were saying it being overtaken by the water, it's been a long time since you've seen it like that?
Yeah, I've never seen it like this. I grew up here as a kid. I'm 42 right now. It's never been like this. The beach used to go out 150 yards, and now all we're seeing is the whole ocean's up here, and it's probably going to be on the street soon. And I've never seen it like that. I said I've come down here my whole life, and this is the craziest I've seen it. Yeah. So it's something special, but it's kind of ironic that I'm here from Florida and there's a hurricane up in Jersey where I came to vacation. But I'm here with my family, and but we'll be safe. We're going to ride it out, and we'll be okay.
And also, Jason, too, so you live outside of Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, in the Lehigh Valley.
Okay. So you've been coming here, too, along with Jason, your whole life as well, correct?
Many, many years, yes.
Yep. So compare the differences with storms you've seen in the past and compare right now. It seems like there's a lot of wind, not a lot of flooding at the moment, at least from where we are.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this down the shore, especially in August. A little early, I would think. But it's pretty amazing. I mean, the water is almost right here to the seawall. And just yesterday, it was about 200 yards out, so.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, y'all be safe and be sure to get indoors.
Thank you.
Yep. So once again, we are shielded by the cover of our truck here, but the winds are really whipping up. The water is whipping up here in North Wildwood against the seawall. We will continue to monitor the conditions, especially after these transformers were blowing down 4th Avenue there. So we're going to keep track of the power outages in the area and also speak with the emergency director for Cape May County as well to get an update for you. For now, we're live here in North Wildwood. Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Hey, Corey, from your vantage point right now, the buildings you can see behind you, do they have lights on right now, or are they in the dark?
Well, actually, so the Acropolis right here, I saw lights on in there about an hour ago, but now the lights are off. So the Acropolis appears to be in the dark. But over to the right, the building with the Aloha signs, they still have lights on inside their rooms, and their lights have been on all morning, I've noticed. So, but down here, down 4th Avenue, that's where the transformers have been blowing. So we have, it appears to be the name, I think it says Jade East Motel. There were people out there on the balconies earlier, but I see a street light as well, possibly a light on the side of a building. So it appears that power is on and off for some people in this area, but we've definitely seen the transformers blowing, exploding on this block. So we do know that power in some way has been affected. we'll definitely keep you updated as we learn more details, though.
Yeah,
now
of
we're
course,
live here in North Wildwood. Back to you.
Corey, thank you. We, of course, know some of those hotels have generators, and so it makes it obviously a better situation for those. But this drives home, as we heard from Jason, which is easily named for us, that a lot of folks are there on vacation and may not be paying attention. They may not have cable or the broadcast television in their hotel rooms or the units they've rented. All the more reason why, if you are watching right now and you have friends or loved ones who are vacationing on the shore, just give them a call, say, kind of an ugly situation right now. Make sure they tune in, if possible, to the television or keep their eyes on the internet, 6abc.com.
Right,
as well.
and also we're streaming on your mobile device as well. So if you do lose power, just check your phone as well. Hopefully you charged it well last night. Another area that often can lose power out in the main line, we're definitely going to be seeing power outages, I would imagine, out there as well. Our Becca Hendrickson is joining us live now from Bryn Mawr. And Becca, it looks like you're starting to see some street flooding.
A really heavy rain here along Moreland Avenue. It actually looks more like a river if you take a look at it going down. This whole avenue is on a hill. You can see down went the basketball hoop. We saw a couple cars that were starting to flood. Thankfully, some of these homeowners got their cars off the street before the water got too high. Thankfully, a couple inches over. We're okay on the sidewalk, but you can see just how heavy the rains are in this neighborhood. People, if they have to leave for some reason, which they shouldn't at this point, they're going to have a hard time getting out. When we were driving to this area, we saw some road blockages as well with some flooding on the road. We were driving along Mill Creek and we saw water start to come up on the roadway here. Thankfully, from what we've talked to homeowners so far, their homes are all higher up on a hill a little bit, so they haven't had power outages yet. Their homes aren't flooding at this point, but their roads definitely are. This person trying to get out of here. If you do have to drive in flooded roadways, make sure to be careful. Try to take other roads, turn around, don't drown. But here in Bryn Mawr, a lot of flooding on the roadway so far. We did hear of other areas that have water on the roadways as well. Again, basketball hoop went down. We saw cars starting to flood up. Some people out here checking it out. We saw a guy with a boogie board. I don't think he wanted to show himself on Action News going down a boogie board in some flooded roadways, but we'll continue to monitor this. Live here in Bryn Mawr, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6, Action News.
Becca, thank you. And all those low-lying areas are beginning to flood now. We've seen under overpasses, that sort of thing. There is some street flooding, and I know it sounds, we say it all the time, but just don't drive through it. Turn around. You don't want to drown. It's even a little bit of water can be very dangerous.
As we're seeing now, the thrust of the danger here seems to be the water, the flooding that's coming down in some of these areas. All through the morning today, we had 9 or 10 tornado warnings. We are all under a tornado watch right now. One of the areas that saw a tornado warning earlier today was in Chester County. That's where we find Action News reporter Catherine Scott live in Chadds Ford now. Obviously, water an issue there as well, Catherine.
Yep, Brian, it has been raining in Chadds Ford basically nonstop, steadily, heavily, copiously, abundantly. It hasn't stopped all morning. We've been out here. Now, we've been making the rounds near the Brandywine Creek. This is actually not the Brandywine Creek. This is one of the waterways that feeds into it. And you can see how high the water is and how quickly it's moving. The creek this morning, Brandywine that is, looked pretty low this morning. We were a little bit further up the way earlier, but we know that it's going to be rising throughout the day. And we're right near Creek Road right now. And you can start to see that the water is beginning to stretch across some of the roadways. We're starting to see emergency vehicles making the rounds as the water starts to spill over out of these waterways across the roads. Now, there are a lot of roads that border Brandywine Creek. There are a lot of low-lying areas here. This is an area that you can expect to flood. We were speaking with Jana Tidwell from AAA earlier today, and she brought up a really good point, lots of them, but one of them in particular was that when people hear about rain, they feel comfortable driving in rain. It's not something that they worry about when they think about snow or ice. They get worried, and rain they seem to not take as seriously. But she said people underestimate how dangerous water can be, and really emphasize, and I know you guys made this point as well, you really do not want to go through heavy, deep water. Right now, it's just starting to stretch across the roadway, but we're going to start to see it get deeper and deeper. And if you look along even on the sides of the roads where the water is starting to get a little bit higher on the shoulder in certain spots. So this is going to be an issue. And the Brandywine Creek is expected to crest at 10 o'clock tonight. So as the day goes on, this could get, the flood flooding, the potential for flooding really is there. You do want to use caution. We really haven't seen too many high winds in this area. That hasn't been as much of an issue, but it's these heavy rains, and they have just been relentless. I think they started, it was raining basically since we got here early this morning, but it really started to come down in earnest around 5:30 this morning, and it's barely slowed since. So just look out for that flooding on the roads, in your basements, wherever you are. If you can avoid being on the roads, please do. And as you can see, the water level just keeps rising here on this little offshoot of the Brandywine Creek. We're live in Chadds Ford. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
Catherine, thank you. Our human thesaurus giving us the rundown of the copious, extraordinary, abundant amount of rain that's coming down there in Chadds Ford, but that is the fact. Okay, we've just been told we have yet another tornado warning, so let's send it over to David Murphy, who's masking at the moment.
Over there masking because I've got friends that aren't usually here. But yes, we do have a tornado warning. This has popped up north and west of Philadelphia and Montgomery County. This is probably something like the 10th or 11th that we've had this morning, and we were hoping that we would be out from under this at this point. But the close-up view shows you that once again we've got a strong storm. This is leaving in areas around East Norriton and then heading up toward more or less Green Lane. So basically going straight up through the heart of the northern half of Montgomery County. And as we take a look, you do once again have very clearly indicated shear and gate-to-gate shear, which is what we look for on the radar, this sort of red and green signature to show us that there is wind rushing toward the radar and then rushing away right next to each other, and that's indicating a counterclockwise flow, and that's what we use to indicate a storm that very well could be producing a tornado. And I have to tell you that we've had at least a few of these tornadoes confirmed by spotters showing them on the ground and seeing the debris, and we've had some damage already, so I would definitely take this seriously. If you are in Graterford, it looks like between now and 10:54, which is right about now, this is going to be on top of you potentially. Again, the tornado is only somewhere within this wide fan, but we're going ahead and showing you all the communities that could be affected by this. Schwenksville at 10:54, Vernfield, Shirks Corner, Springmount, Berge, Delphi, all of these again, Salford, all of these again, places in Montgomery County for the most part. Eventually you're going to start to see things up in Lehigh County show up here too. Hendricks would be at 10:57. And in the case of all of these communities I've just mentioned, or anywhere else around Green Lane or Boyertown that you see in this box, you want to immediately head indoors, lower floors. And unlike areas close to our vacation homes at the shore, a lot of you have basements up here, and that's the best place to ride out a tornado. So you definitely want to make sure that you are indoors, lower floors, if you are in this area where you're seeing this tornado potentially come in your direction. Again, the shear that we're seeing is right down here at the base of this storm spotter track. It takes about a half hour generally for a storm to move the distance of the red arrow that we've drawn, and this one's moving like the others. It's going at about 45 miles per hour, so it's really picking up ground and crossing places quickly. Springmount, Berge, Delphi, Salford, and now we're adding Waxhaw, Neefer, Hendricks, Sumneytown, Kratz, and Obelisk. And I hope I'm saying all these correctly. We have been making the point that when we track tornadoes, we let the radar go in close on all of the smallest communities. Some places that even I, who grew up around here, may not have heard of before, but the reason is obvious. If you're in one of these smaller places, we want you to know that you are in and among the areas that could be affected. And sometimes you'll even see apartment complexes and housing developments rise up on this. Adjusting the track a little bit, as again, the storm is really moving. We do have some notches here within the heaviest rain band. That could be an indication of inflow that is causing the spin up that could in turn cause a tornado. Definitely a tornado warning in play with this one. Again, we're seeing it. Those kinds of areas would be the ones more likely in line for this. And then Bally, as you get up toward, I believe that is Berks County, Bally. You guys can confirm that for me if you want. Springmount, Berge, Delphi, Salford, Waxhaw, Neefer would be the areas that in the next few minutes could be in the line of sight of this potentially tornado-producing thunderstorm. And again, you want to be indoors, lower floors. If you don't have the option of a basement, an interior hallway is best. If you don't have that, it's a good idea to be in a northern room against an interior wall, maybe with a blanket over you, because the idea here is that glass can start flying and you don't want to be injured by that. that. And I had an excellent tip from someone who picked this up from reading about how to behave during earthquakes. A really good idea to make sure you got shoes on if you are going to be sheltering in place, because if you do get the tornado coming through and it smashes glass, which has happened at least once this morning with another one of our tornadoes earlier, you want shoes on, otherwise you're walking around on glass and debris. I think that's a great idea. Again, we are looking at the gate-to-gate shear, green next to red. We are looking at this very close to Frederick and Perkiomenville. Green Lane probably just a little to the north of this, but I don't know. This whole area right here would certainly be in line for a potential strong winds from this tornado. And we're marking a Little Road, Schweitzer Road, I think that is. And these may not be familiar to most of you, but those who live around here know exactly what we're talking about. Deep Creek Road is another one. This tornado heading right in through this neighborhood. If any of these roads, Gravel Pike, sound familiar to you, this is an area where you are definitely looking at the potential for a tornado coming through, and you want to be indoors, lower floors, preferably in the basement. Hildebrand Road is another one. And then farther to the north, Eichel Road and Hill Road, all of these areas in Montgomery County. There's Layfield Road. Everything I'm calling out right now, Perkiomenville Road, if you are in the vicinity of any of these roads, there's Big Road farther out to the west. You definitely want to be taking this serious and get down to the lower floors. Maybe you bring your cell phone with you and you look at us online or follow along on the app. Snyder Road, also a area of contention with this potential thunderstorm with its tornado coming through. Again, we don't have a confirmed tornado with this, but whenever we see this sort of red and green marking in the radar signature, and what we're looking at right now, by the way, isn't rain, it's wind. And the red is wind that's going away from a radar. The green is coming toward the radar. And there you see how you're getting a picture of, depending on the shades of red and green, of how strong the gate-to-gate shear is. This isn't the strongest, but it's still certainly an area of concern. And that rotation spinning around counterclockwise right around these areas of red and green. The look of, or the projection of this storm is to take it off to the north and west. Again, there's Bally. I believe that's the Berks County border right around there. Boyertown looks like it might be just a little bit out of this fan, but Frederick, Green Lane, and all these other little communities in here are areas where we might be seeing this tornado hit. Not really seeing much of a hook echo in this, maybe a little bit right there in the heavy rain portion of this. If we are seeing something, it's what we call rain wrapped. It's hard to see, but we definitely, when you look at the wind, you can pick it up, and that's why the National Weather Service has a concern about this one. Looks like Benetawny is kind of within the possibility of this, but it's these center communities that would have the best shot at seeing this potential thunderstorm and its potential tornado. Straight line winds not out of the question with a storm like this, but the big issue is the tornado itself and really producing a lot of heavy rain. We've moved the track, so we're updating it as it moves forward at 45 miles per hour. We're now including Pleasant Run, Sassamonsville, Gilbertsville, Congo, it looks like Niantic. Boyertown has now been added to this. New Berlinville, Gablesville, Schultzville, Bally. We've seen that on the map for quite a bit. There's Fleetwood, Berks County. I was right, that is Berks County. And Bechtelsville, also between now up to about 11:06, which is roughly about 6 minutes from now. These are all the areas where this storm is headed and where that area of wraparound wind is located that might be headed toward you in the form of a tornado. So if you see your town in that list, you're indoors, lower floors, and trying to get low. Basement's the best idea. Also, the heavy rain has really been something. All these areas highlighted in purple are running anywhere from 2.5 to 3 inches an hour. I've even picked up some of this that's been over 3 inches an hour. So on top of the storm threat, you're also seeing inundating rainfall, which is absolutely producing downpours. And even outside of the watch area for the storm, back in here through Green Lane in southern Montgomery County and back over in northern Bucks, Quakertown, Frederick, all of these areas really getting plastered with that heavy rain, and that's on top of the heavier rain we've already seen. In some cases, some of this rain is already piled up 4 and 5 inches, and here comes more. Really getting a number from this tropical storm today. Again, a tornado warning now in effect, pushing up into Berks County out of Montgomery County. You need to take shelter indoors, lower floors, And right in here now, it looks like we're still seeing some of that red and green mixing, although I'm also catching some of that down in this neck of the woods. And in here, the center of that rotation is probably moving farther north along this pike, perhaps getting up into the vicinity of Manatawny before too much longer, and then on into these other little pixels that you see, which are additional towns that we are tracking for you. So again, a possible tornado headed your way in Gilbertsville and Boyertown and Gablesville and Bally, starting to move out of Montgomery County into Berks County now, and it's your turn. You haven't had one of these tornado warnings up in your neck of the woods yet, but it kind of figured that some of the areas that hadn't seen one so far were going to get one, and that's what we've got now. Pushing out of Montgomery County, I believe that is the Berks County line right there. So parts of Montgomery County close to the Berks County border, certainly in line for a potential tornado. Same thing in Bally, perhaps Boyertown a little far south, but certainly not out of the question. And I think areas right in the middle of this line are the ones that are most likely going to see this tornado if it indeed is on the ground. Bechtelsville definitely close enough to be uncomfortable. Bally the same thing. And we're looking at Route 100 going up in through Berks County. That's one of the areas. There's Nyack Road, and that marries with the town of Nyack, which is one of the places that we're looking at that could potentially be negatively affected by this. Kutztown Road heading up in this direction. And so, you know, we're giving you an idea, a real good idea of, you know, Bally, Bechtelsville, the roads around here. Those of you who live up in this area are going to recognize this, and you're going to know that if you're in this area, you do have to take this seriously. And this is more or less the area drawn in white where we do think the rotation is currently occurring based on what we're seeing with the wind profile on radar. A lot of rotation in through here. This is definitely the portion of the storm where the National Weather Service and AccuWeather has the biggest concern in terms of a potential tornado. Somewhere in that circle, very likely, and then pushing along that red line that we've drawn for you and pushing off to the north and west. We've seen this again and again and again this morning, and now again it's Montgomery County and especially Berks County's turn at this juncture. A possible tornado again headed toward Boyertown. Now it looks like it could be there right about now, so I hope you're sheltering as we've asked you to do. Gablesville, Schultzville, Bally, right about now. It looks like Bechtelsville might be right around the corner. Bartow, Clayton, and Eschbach now.
I'll have a tornado warning for Ocean County until 11:30.
Okay, and in addition to this one, there's a new tornado warning that's turned up in Ocean County. This one has just turned up just in the last 30 seconds or so. We're going out wide, and we're going to look at this one, and it's inundating areas along Long Beach Island, around Seaside Heights, and pushing inland and to the north and west, just like the others. And there you see that red marker. And if we can track this, yes, sure enough, there's more of that green and red profile sitting right next to each other. Again, an indication that we do have rotation in and around this storm system. And so this is pushing up toward Lakehurst through Ocean County. And this one also has the chance of a tornado. We had a little lull for about 45 minutes, but we're right back at it. And if you've been following us for the last several hours, you know that it has been an active morning with tornado warning after tornado warning. Probably more areas have been covered by some of these than haven't at this point. And there again is that latest storm system that we're tracking for you. So in this case, Crystal Lake, Lacey, Barnegat Pines, Double Trouble. Never heard of Double Trouble before, but it's out there. Camp Columbus and Dover Forge. These are the communities out in some cases, the Pinelands, that are under the threat of a tornado from the second system. So we've got the one moving into Berks County from Montgomery County right now, heading past Bechtelsville and up into the heart of Berks County. And we also have the second one down here in Ocean County that is pushing up to the north toward Lakehurst. And we're adding more towns at the bottom. Toms River is now potentially a target for this at about 10 after 11, coming very quickly down the pike to you. Again, in these towns, if you recognize any of this community and any of these communities in this area that we're talking about, you want to be indoors, lower floors, and making sure that you are sheltering in place on the low side. What is that hand signal I'm getting?
I was just about to tell you. So the tornado warning was observed in Ocean County. So that's why we need to be extra careful right now. Tornado warning in Ocean County moving to the northwest at 55 miles an hour. It is our second or third tornado warning already in that area near the shore, and our second one that was spotted, not just radar indicated. So this is the time to seek shelter. Go to the basement, a closet, interior hall. Avoid the windows. We've already had reports when another tornado was spotted that some of the windows were blown out near Percy. A good idea to avoid the windows and be careful. Wrap your head if you can. You can get a blanket. You can get a mattress, but stay or move indoors. This is the time to stay inside. So this tornado warning was observed by a spotter. A tornado warning until 11:30 for Ocean County. You can see the projection of this, including Waretown, including Toms River. As we go to the radar with this and continue to track this in Barnegat in just a minute at 11:08. We're looking at in Waretown at 11:11. Then Lacey at 11:20. Toms River 11:26. You can see the quick movement of this, right? I mean, it is racing to the north-northwest at 55 miles an hour. As we continue to track this and give an update with that track right now, you get a better sense of where this is headed right now. This tornado warning for Ocean County, New Jersey. It is a fast-moving, like the others that we have seen. And this one was spotted by a spotter. So they actually saw a tornado. Well, many of them today have been radar indicated. So this is happening right now. Holiday Heights at 11:18 and Manchester at 11:22. In Lakewood Corner Estates by 11:26. At Lakewood at 11:32. So we're being very careful to warn you in this area because a tornado was spotted. A lot of the people vacationing at the shore. We're in our fourth heat wave of the season already this year. And then now down the shoreline, we're seeing issues with these tornadoes popping up. And we've been watching the radar as these cells are kind of moving in off the ocean. And that's why we had another one just after one expiring about an hour ago. The tornado warning also continues for Montgomery County. We're watching for that, including Lower Salford, Upper Hanover, and that continues until 11:15. We've got about 7 more minutes for the Montgomery County tornado warning. That one was radar indicating and moving just a little bit slower at 40 miles an hour. As we update the track right there to give you the very latest with the one in Montgomery County, we're watching in Upper Frederick by 11:11, at Bailey at 11:22, continuing to watch this by Lyons at 11:37. So that one moving a little slower than the one in Ocean County, which has just popped up. Widen out a little bit. Look at all of the precipitation that we've been dealing with. The center of the storm, I mean, it's drawing near. We can see it. This is where the eye wall is, where you're not seeing the precipitation. So the center of Tropical Storm Isaias is tracking upward about 70 miles southwest of the Philadelphia area. And you see that blanket of rain, especially in Philadelphia and north and west. Some heavy rain, and the rainfall rates are impressive. We're looking at a precipitation rate nearly 4 inches an hour. With some of these cells, it is coming down. So we not only have rotation, but we also have flash flooding concerns as well. You look at the precipitation rate again near the coastline, over 3.5 inches an hour of rain that's coming down out there. So you've got the heavy rain, you've got the rotation in the atmosphere, and that's why we also have the flash flood warnings that continue. Flash flood warnings until 2:15 this afternoon for the heart of our area, because that's where this tropical storm is tracking, right up the I-95 corridor. So continuing through the heart of our area, we're talking the Philadelphia counties, Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, Bucks, until 2:15 this afternoon. The flash flood warnings, you never want to drive through the flooded waters. And what about the winds that we're looking at? 55 mile an hour winds right now in Cape May, 55 miles an hour. 46 in Atlantic City, 43 in Millville. We were getting reports from the National Weather Service that spotters were saying that these strong winds down specifically in Cape May were bringing tree limbs on wires, sparking small fires. That was happening near Washington Street, a busy area in Cape May. So you really need to be careful with the strong winds. What a multifaceted storm that we're following. You've got the flash flooding, you've got the rotation in the atmosphere, and you've got damaging winds all combining together. Here's again a wider look at Storm Tracker 6, and you see the heavy rain that is progressing through the area. And again, the center of the storm, we're watching near Dover, Delaware. It's about 70 miles. At last report, the National Hurricane Center was saying it's 70 miles southwest of the city that we're watching the center of Tropical Storm Isaias, and those winds wrapping around it, the rain bands wrapping around it. And that's what's causing this heavy rain spreading all through our region. I know when we were originally talking about this and people on Facebook Live were saying, even in the Lehigh Valley getting the rain, yes, because it's not tracking off the water. It's tracking right up through the heart of our region. And that's the problem. Let's look at the latest track now. The wind's still sustained at 70 miles an hour. For a tropical system, that made landfall, that's rare that it would hold together in that way. But it's because of the upper level dynamics that we have. And that's also what's making the storm so threatening. Still tracking inland, not on the water, but 70 miles an hour, moving at 35 miles an hour. It is booking. When it was out in the water yesterday, it was 9 miles an hour. So 35 miles an hour, moving significantly near hurricane force strength. 70 miles an hour. So still the system tearing through the area. And the latest track, not only bringing it, this is just a shift ever so slightly to the west than the one that we were showing you. But sure, you can see that it's not along the coast. It's right through the heart of our area. And that's why the Lehigh Valley is so heavily impacted as well. You can kind of see the track of this system right through the area. But by tonight at 8 o'clock, it's out of here. It is going to book out of here. We're going to see a dramatic change in the weather, but we got to wait for it for several more hours before it gets out of here. We are not out of the woods. It is 11:22. We still have tornado warnings through the area. We've got them for Ocean County. We've got them for Montgomery County. That was supposed to be until 11:15. This is the time to take it seriously and seek shelter. You want to go to a basement, a closet, interior hall. Avoid the windows, stay or move indoors if you're not already. We've been telling you not to travel, and that's why.
Tornado warning in Ocean County has now been canceled.
Okay.
Second tornado warning up in Montgomery County canceled. So we got nothing on the map right now.
Okay, so they just canceled. The Ocean County one canceled, the Montgomery County canceled. But we've been saying, Brian and Sarah, 10 to 3 is kind of the worst of it. I mean, we're just in the middle of it right now. Yep. We have till about 3 o'clock this afternoon before this storm takes off and takes out of here. So it's a good idea, even if your area has not experienced a tornado warning yet, to kind of think about this, where you'll be and where you and your family are going to stay safe.
Yeah. Hey, Karen, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
You showed the track of this system moving, as you said, right through the heart of the region.
Yeah.
If I was understanding you all correctly yesterday, the heaviest rain comes on the left side.
Yeah.
The west side, the heaviest wind is on the east side. And so it strikes me that that would really be a worst case scenario for the shore with the wind, the erosion, and the potential for surge.
That's a good point. We can go back to that graphic in a second too, Brian, and I think that will help you if we can maybe call that up. But so the northeast quadrant of the storm is where you'll get the strongest wind. So if it's tracking right up through our area, yes, in the northeast quadrant along the shore, that's where you're going to get the strongest wind, where we've already seen gusts over 60 miles an hour along the shore. So that's the worst case scenario with the shore with the wind. However, the shore communities, 1 to 3 inches for the most part of rain. We're seeing some pockets certainly heavier. It's not the flash flooding because of the heavy rain at the shore, but you are getting, because of the lift, you're getting just ahead of the storm and to the west. That's where you're getting the heaviest rain. So in other words, Brian, everybody's hit by something, right? You've got the northeast quadrant where you're getting the strongest winds, and ahead of the storm and to the west is where you're getting some of the heaviest rain. So everybody is dealing with some impact from this storm, multifaceted as it tears through our area, and we have several more hours before it moves out of here. So we're all dealing with this. And look at that heavy rainfall. You mentioned that, right? That it's not along the coastline. That's the worst of it yet. And yes, we've got some strong storms and we've got rotation, but you're seeing these rain rates 5 over 6 inches an hour. Now, it may not sit over you for an hour, but as we've seen, cell after cell, as these bands are coming around the center of this system, we're getting these wraparound bands bringing this heavy rain. So you saw that 5-6 inches of rain an hour, and the radar estimates of how much rain has fallen in some spots. We were saying along the city 3 to 5 or so inches, and that's what we're seeing already. A little less along the coast, but that doesn't mean they're spared, Brian and Sarah.
And you see all that rain up in the hill towns. That becomes a problem for the valley later on.
Sure does.
Karen, thank you so much. Much appreciate that. 52 cards in this deck. We're playing with all of them here today. We do have a live picture right now showing the scene, I believe, Sarah, in Belmont Hills.
Yeah,
correct?
This is Belmont and Old Belmont. Everybody knows that Wawa right there with the real tiny parking lot. This is right by there, but a serious situation at the moment. There's a small creek there, is our understanding, that has overflowed very rapidly, and you can see cars did get stuck there. We know there was a rescue just a short time ago, so really I think at this point people should be staying off the roads. This is where I believe the video here of this water rescue here, Belmont Hills, Pennsylvania. This is right across the river from Manayunk there, right under the Schuylkill Expressway.
Right there,
Green Lane is right there as well. That water came up so fast it trapped people right in their cars. And you can see here there was this It looks like this woman got stuck in her car there, and a tow truck driver came to help her out of the rising floodwater. But even if you look at the car back behind this tow truck there, that flatbed, it's floating away.
And the tow truck itself clearly struggling there with the weight of that current. And this is a little bit more perspective on the location. Just off the Schuylkill Expressway, there's a CVS, I believe, at that corner, and as Sarah indicated, a very popular Wawa there with a small parking lot. Due deference to Wawa, every one of them has a small parking lot. But you all know this one.
Well, look at the water there, Brian.
That's right. Is this the live, guys, or is this the video? Okay, this is the video.
It looks like a rushing river here, and this is near the Schuylkill Expressway, but you're not looking at the Schuylkill Expressway as these roadways and the sewer systems become overwhelmed. Creeks and streams just unable to contain the water at this point as it's coming down at just this deluge of water falling from the sky right now as these rain bands move across the area 5-6 inches an hour in some spots. So this is what we would see in that situation, is this dramatic flooding.
If you needed any more reason to stay off the roads, that video alone will do it for you there today. Let's take a look at some of the other scenes we've scooped up with our cameras around the region right now. This is Bryn Mawr Avenue near Sacred Heart Academy in Radnor Township, Delaware County. Just look at the water here. Nearby stream also overflowing its banks. Radnor Township Police Department, the firefighters all responding to water rescues, we're told, all across that area. Public Works crews are working to close flooded roads and clear debris as they can. And of course, as you'd guess with scenes like this, they are urging everyone, please stay home there in Radnor Township, Delaware County today.
That coming from Radnor Township Police. Keep sending us these videos to 6abc.com/share. We will use them on the air. This is damage here in Dover, Delaware, in the Woodcrest apartment complex right off Walker Road. We were getting reports of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Delaware and Delaware Bay area. Again, this is Dover here. You can see the damage with trees down, limbs down. Hurricane strength 74 miles per hour, so we weren't off that by very much. And there are straight line winds as well coming through, which will cause this extreme damage in areas. Again, this is the Woodcrest apartment complex off of Walker Road.
And as Karen just indicated, the center of the storm right now is right about in Delaware, and so it's coming right up through that Delaware Bay. That's where the heaviest of the straight line winds are. Another scene to bring you here, Montgomery County, also hit by flooding, as is the case pretty much everywhere right now. You can see a lot of standing water on this street creeping into the parking lot in Colmar. This is East Walnut Street between 309 and County Line Road. If you see standing water, we've been telling this all morning long, just stop and turn around. Do not attempt to go through it. You would not want to be the car in that first video we brought you earlier just a couple of minutes ago here.
I believe at this point we're going to go now to Action News reporter Chad Pradelli. He is in Northeast Philadelphia. Chad, tell us where you are and what's the situation there.
Yeah, we're just off the Roosevelt Boulevard, and right behind me, this is called a Sandy Run. This is the inlet into the Pennypack Creek, and you can see all this storm runoff, and you can hear the power. I'm going to kind of keep quiet for a second, but you can hear those floodwaters. Again, this drains into the Pennypack Creek. I was talking to Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management. Officials tell me so far the creeks and streams are holding up. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They've been checking the stream gauges, and everything looks good at this point. There's a lot of runoff, but no flooding at this point. I want to take you up the hill here. So this is Browis Avenue, and this is the Roosevelt Boulevard. And a short time ago, man, I'll tell you, they had a lot of puddling right here in this section of the roadway. We had a little lull. The rain stopped, but you can still see right here a car slowing down. You maybe have about, 6 inches to a foot of water right there. You can see police here on standby just moments ago. Right over here, we had the Marine unit. They were on standby. They're out and about just in case any vehicles get stuck, anyone gets trapped in any of these creeks or streams, if they're in those that they shouldn't be. So right now, a lot of rain, a lot of flooding. Emergency management officials, though, tell me the creeks and streams are holding up. But again, the brunt of this storm is coming. A major concern at this point is with so much rain, you worry about saturating. You can see these gusty winds. I don't know if Brian can take a look up there. The winds are going to be picking up. And that's a concern with this saturated ground, that some of these trees may fall, and that's when you have power outages and you have more concerns. But obviously a lot of rain at this point. So far, it's holding up, at least on these roadways and these streams, and we'll be out here sticking through it and bringing you the latest. But I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, and Chad, we just saw some disturbing images behind you as you were facing the camera. Some of those cars and trucks flying through that standing water behind you and really causing an issue for cars around them as they douse them with water. And here's Brian cleaning off the lens so we can kind of get a look at this. But watch these cars just going too fast through these puddles, and that causes hydroplaning. It also causes visual issues for cars around you as you splash those puddles onto those windshields. So please, if you have to go out today, obviously the cause is the urgency is to stay inside. But if you do have to go out, take it slow. Do not get involved in something like that.
Part of that, Brian, is you just never know how deep that water is as well, which is also an issue. We want to go back to that live picture, Belmont Hills, and thank you to Chad there for that report. Belmont Hills, this is right near the Schuylkill Expressway. It appears that there may be some attempt to rescue someone from these floodwaters here. Not sure what the man in the rescue gear is doing at the moment, but you can see floating debris. Here he is here. We've been monitoring this situation. This is right at Belmont and Old Belmont, right off the Schuylkill Expressway, Manayunk, right across the river there. But look at that rushing river of water really across the road as the sewer system becomes overwhelmed. And look, we have garbage cans floating, but this came up so quickly that people became stuck there. We know at least one woman was rescued here from this area. That's right by that Wawa with a small parking lot here.
And
oh,
frankly,
look, this does appear that a water rescue is now underway.
Yeah,
We're watching live.
These guys all have those sticks, and what they're going to do now is make their way through the deepest part of the water. They're trying to feel, using those sticks, what might be under the water. God forbid that might be a person. We have no indication at this point that would be any reason to believe that that's the case. However, they're now trying to figure out if there's something in front of them. Could there be a hole in the ground? Could there be an open storm drain that they would not want to fall through? But look at the sheer force of this water as it hits the legs.
I think, Brian, there's a woman there in the middle that they are walking her out of the flood waters, and they're using those poles to make sure there's not an open sewer that they could get pulled into.
So this woman has clearly been pulled from one of those vehicles we just saw there, and they're trying to bring her to safety. She's right there in the center, as Sarah pointed out, with a red helmet on. But boy, just a incredible scene to watch play out live.
I think there's another woman too, right behind the woman with the helmet on. They're surrounding her, they're protecting her, walking her out. It's hard to see because of all the people there, but I think there was one person there that did not have a helmet on. So it's difficult to see with these pictures exactly what's unfolding, but this is a water rescue taking place here right at Belmont and Old Belmont by that little Wawa not far from Manayunk, right off the Schuylkill Expressway. In fact, you can see the on-ramp right there to the right-hand side.
And of course, we don't know at this point whether anyone remains in either of those two vehicles, which are submerged at this point. But you can see just how deep it is in the middle. Anytime you have an overpass like that, particularly under an expressway or a state route, they do tend to go quite a bit lower. There might be 10, 15 feet difference between where they're standing right now and where those cars sit submerged. And so that's the problem, is that people don't know just how deep the water is. They try to navigate it thinking that they're at the high point, but they're clearly not. And that's when things get really tricky and go from tricky to troublesome. We've seen that in these live images. And now it appears they've dropped that woman off on the other side of the road. They've now gone back to this side. It's not clear yet at this point if they're going to go back in and attempt to rescue someone else, but their work is clearly not finished at this point. And so we'll watch this play out to see just what happens here. But these are clearly the scenes we're seeking to avoid here today. As first responders and officials from all around the region to say, please stay home. This is not worth putting yourself in danger, because if you put yourself in danger, you put these fine folks in danger too, as they've got to go out and attempt to rescue people around the region. There's been numerous water rescues today. This is just one that happened to play out in front of our live camera. You can imagine the countless others that are playing out outside of the view of our cameras. But again, Sarah, just an extraordinary scene here in Montgomery County.
And Brian, we know the areas that are prone to flood. This is not one I can remember flooding, not like this. You have to wonder if the water just came up so fast, these people were trapped, or if they attempted to go through floodwaters and they rose so quickly here. But just look at that rushing water. Our understanding is there is a small creek here, a small creek. in this much water, but we're seeing just really probably unprecedented rainfall in some of the areas around the region right now. 5-6 inches an hour, just turning small creeks into rushing rivers of water. Very dangerous as they're coming up over the roadways. So really, I think we can't emphasize enough that we are now seeing with our own eyes that this is just not a day to be out on area roadways as this tropical storm moves up the I-95 corridor.
You know, and one of the other things to think about here, too, is to our point about not knowing what's in the water, this is not clean water that's coming down. As you see, there are 3 gas stations in this stretch of roadway, and so we can surmise that there's now likely fuel in that water. But here we go again, as first responders have now gone back to assist another gentleman there, this one in the middle not wearing a helmet this time. He looks a bit tired, Sarah. He's gone through something there, hasn't he?
Well, I wonder if they got stuck even on some of those ramps there and couldn't get back up to the Schuylkill Expressway. If these are people that are having to be removed from their cars, and now they're trying to get them to dry land, but they're using these poles to see what is on the roadway there. They want to make sure that there isn't a sewer grate that's open or anything like this. But a dramatic scene unfolding here in Belmont Hills. This is at Belmont and Old Belmont roads in Montgomery County, right off the Schuylkill Expressway here. But just look at all that water, and to my eye, it does appear that it's still coming, and it is rising still as we watch this live.
Still coming with force. Look at it. It hit that telephone pole right there. You know this is not done. And in fact, as we were talking earlier with Karen and David, when rainfall amounts come down in this extreme way, 6-7 inches per hour in some places, that's happening in the hill towns, and all that water then runs down into the valley. This is the valley. And so if it's this bad now, one can only surmise that it will get worse as the day goes on. Even if the rain begins to taper off, the flooding effects last several hours after that as the water makes its way from the top of the hills to the depths of the valley, and of course that's what we're seeing right here.
And the thing with these storms, though, Brian, is that the rain is coming in bands, so you don't want people to get a false sense of security, and there could be a lull. It doesn't necessarily mean it's over. There may be another band of rain coming, and when it comes, it's coming very, very fast, and it is inundating these waterways around the region, and this is what is unfolding right now here across the tri-state area. This compounded by those high winds as well, and beach erosion. We have all of it here around the tri-state region right now.
Look at that picture we just saw. We saw a truck go by, and his tire is really only in a couple of inches of water. That's to give you a sense of just how dramatically that depth changes within a few feet. There goes that truck, water up to about, just the white walls of those tires. They're now pulling in boats here. What did those boats say? Montgomery County DPS Rescue Task Force. So it appears now that they're going to put those boats in the water, and whether they're going to do that to pull out those cars which are stuck or to try to get to more people who may remain stuck at this point is not clear. But again, one of the reasons we're going to keep our eye on this scene, right at the base of the Kinwood Heritage Trail, for those familiar with that. And as the direction of our camera is heading, that of course would be the bridge heading into Manayunk. Back behind us would be Belmont Avenue heading up into Belmont Hills, Bala Kinwood, Marion Station, Narberth, etc., right out the main line. So this is a well-known location here, heavily traveled. Obviously on a day like this, that exacerbates the situation. But we're going to keep a very close eye on this, unaware whether or not there's any more rescues to be made. Sarah, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I just heard from a law enforcement official who they believe they're right here on the right-hand side that there's actually a business there where that U-Haul truck is out of our range.
There is. I believe that's an auto body shop.
Yeah, so they are believing that they are taking some of the employees out of there.
Gotcha.
And walking, because they're now trapped by this high. Yes, bringing them to safety because there is high water there.
Okay. We were going to head away from this, but let's stick with it for just another moment here as we try to figure out what they're going to do with those boats. We saw one truck pull 2 rescue boats in. Now we see a second truck bring a third boat in here. And that police officer directing traffic away from this scene. Incredible that it requires a police officer to tell someone not to drive through that. But evidently, the folks in these 2 cars did not heed the warnings.
It's unclear what the crews with the boats are trying to reach there. They've attempted a couple times, and the officer keeps pointing up the street here toward
in our direction?
Yeah, up in our direction from where our vantage point. But it looks like maybe now they're circling back and they're going to go from a different direction here. But again, this is Belmont Hills, right by that small Wawa.
Yeah, and they would have to get around that, they would have to go up to the City Avenue exit and then come back from the other side of this thing. There would just be no way to safely get through water of that depth.
Again, we're looking live here as this rushing water. There is a creek here that was just inundated with all this rainfall. The rain kept coming down. It looks like maybe it's tapered off here at this location, but the damage is done as these waterways just can't contain all this water that's coming down from this tropical storm as it moves up the East Coast right now.
Okay, let's see. Let's take a trip up the road a little bit. If the control room will follow me on this, because I believe we have Becca Hendrickson, who is in Bryn Mawr. There she is, which is not too far from that scene we were watching play out for the last several minutes, Becca. And indeed, behind you, another precarious situation unfolding.
Brian, the situation is getting more serious here. Just a couple minutes ago, we heard a loud boom. It sounded like a transformer, and then we saw a homeowner run down the street. He told me his basement was flooded. You guys were talking about how a couple feet can make the difference between a dry and a flooded roadway. This is a perfect example of this. Where I'm standing on Moreland Avenue is dry, but when you go down the street, and this whole street is a hill, it looks like a river is flowing down here. Now, a couple minutes ago, the rain was much heavier, the winds were picking up, and you could hear the water rushing down the hill. Neighbors in that cul-de-sac tell me that it's just about knee deep up to them down there. At this point, most of them have gone back inside. Most of them were able to get their cars off the street. We saw cars at points that looked like the water was coming up above the wheels. There was a basketball hoop that had fallen down on the street. They had gotten it off. This is also the first time we've seen in a little bit water start to go on the sidewalk rather than just stay on the road. What we're starting to see is some of these houses are having piping issues, and water is also coming down off the lawn into the road. So most of these people, like I said, at this point, they're going back inside their homes. It's, as I said, getting more serious here on Moreland Avenue with the river coming down the road. We were driving around Montgomery County as we were getting here. We had to take a couple detours because of flooded roadways. Again, we saw a couple cars trying to go through. That's not smart. You want to turn around. You want to not drown. You want to keep yourself and your car safe. But again, here on Moreland Avenue, it's not looking too good for these neighbors, and we are hearing of people's basements starting to flood and also some potential power outages. That's the latest from here, live in Bryn Mawr. Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
Yeah, Becca, you took the words out of my mouth there. I'm getting some text messages from friends who are saying their basements are beginning to flood, and you've been hearing that from those homeowners behind you as well.
Yes.
Okay, so that's clearly
like I said, we heard a loud boom.
Yeah, and that was the transformer down the street. So power issues, water issues, flooding issues, you name it, we've got the issues here today. And it's not just one area. Given the size and scope of the storm, it's the entire region right now.
I talked to a relative texted in Doylestown. She said the rain keeps coming down. The power's now out there. That's the other component of this. So many people will be losing power as we weather this storm. Yeah,
and as we talked about the size of this thing, let's head from Montgomery County back down the shore. We'll take it to Ocean City, and Trish Hartman, who has experienced now 2 tornado warnings in the span of just about 1 hour's time, maybe 90 minutes time. And Trish, the wind's still kicking up pretty good right now.
The winds are really powerful. Case in point, Bill, you okay? Yeah, we're trying to hold on to ourselves on the camera here. The wind's obviously very powerful, and the rain is still coming down, so that's starting to sting as well. So we're seeing people out here though, which is kind of shocking to me. But we're starting to see some damage. We're starting to hear about some roof damage in Ocean City, and you can see here over on this brick building, the Surf Cafe, you can see part of the facade here is starting to come off over the past hour. We are starting to see some debris. There's a trash bag up that just went past, and then over here in the middle of the street here, Bill, if you can come down, there's a piece of furniture that somebody obviously didn't secure well enough. It's one of those little benches that you would have on your porch. So a lot of things are blowing. We're starting to see branches that are blowing down the street. I've seen some trash cans go. And let's take you out to the ocean, because we can see a view from the ocean here. and the swells are just really impressive. We've seen some people going up onto the boardwalk just because in weather like this, some folks just can't resist feeling the wind and the rain for themselves. But this is not something that you want to be out here for. Obviously, we've had a couple tornado warnings, and we have been able to take shelter when that happens, because obviously you want to be inside when the conditions are right for a tornado. We have heard reports of some funnel cloud video near Marmora, so we are still working to confirm whether or not that was a tornado. We've heard about some trees down throughout the area. Pleasantville is one of the spots that we've heard about some trees. This one utility line, Bill, I'm going to have you come over here near the post office, has been sparking for the past 45 minutes or so. That's the extent of what it's been doing, just some little pops here. So we've heard some sirens, we've seen some flashing lights go by, we're hearing reports of some damage. We have not reports of any injuries just yet. Some folks came and rescued that bench that we showed you earlier. Secure anything that hasn't been secured already. If you're down here at the shore, stay inside. It's honestly, as you can tell, it's challenging just to stand out here. The winds are very strong. Flooding is also an issue. Before the tornado warning started, we were driving around town this morning around high tide, and we did not come across any tidal flooding, which was a concern here in Ocean City and in Cape May County. So, but just keep an eye on those areas that are prone to flooding, especially during high tide this evening. Officials are concerned about tidal flooding then. So we are going to try to hang on to our equipment here. We are along Ocean Avenue up here on the fourth floor in Ocean City. Very, very strong winds. The rain is still coming down. We will be here keeping an eye on conditions. For now, Trish Hartman live in Ocean City. I'm going to send it back to you.
Trish Hartman and photojournalist Bill Long, please do take care of yourselves up there. We know that when that debris starts to come off of buildings, it's got to go somewhere. That's all the more reason not to be outside and, of course, not to be on the beach as well.
Yeah, our intrepid crews out covering this storm for us. Trish just mentioned this, but we do have some viewer video showing what does appear to be a tornado in Marmora, Cape May County, across the bay from Ocean City. Check out this video right now from Paul there in Marmora, as this sure looks like a tornado moving across the area here in Cape May County. And we know we did get some damage reports as well, but this does appear to be a tornado here. And we will watch this video from Paul as it moves across our screen here, but definitely a very serious situation. We've had maybe 11, 12 tornado warnings throughout the day.
Of course, Marmora is situated just to the north of Sea Isle City, just to the south of Ocean City. And in Ocean City, we've seen those tornado warnings, and this is why. I believe one of those was visually evident. So obviously someone saw this and reported it, and that is what gave birth to one of those two tornado warnings. The other one, I believe, was radar indicated. But this is the real deal, and this is the real damage from what just played out. This is the damage from that exact tornado that we just saw. And let me see if I can get the location here, Sarah. This is from Bill Barber, a viewer who sent us this again in Marmora. You see the poles and the trees down across the roadway, and that is just a huge pile of debris. Maybe a tree under there?
It looks like a tree and a lot of wires down, a couple of trees down, a lot of trees. And again, when they'll come and take a look at this, the National Weather Service, I mean, they've got the video there that does seem to confirm a tornado there, but they will take a look and see that path that this tornado took as they confirm that that was a tornado there in Marmora, New Jersey.
And that's why we say when you get a tornado warning, we say get to the lowest level in your home, get inside. If you don't have a basement, get into the innermost room, whether it's a bathroom or a closet, because when these things come through, the damage they leave behind is indistinguishable.
And to our viewers, we really appreciate these videos because we can't be everywhere, so they really do help tell the story. And as you saw, we will put them on the air. There are two ways of doing it. You can go to 6abc.com/share, or when you post to social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, use the hashtag 6ABC Action. You are part of our eyes and ears out there in the field for us, our community journalists as well.
That's exactly right. But be safe. Never put yourself in danger to get those videos. If it happens to be through your window, all the better. We would like our viewers to remain safe and happy and healthy. So let's get you one more image here. I believe we have Maggie Kent now in Prospect Park once again. And Maggie, as we can see on the lens of your camera, it is not only rainy but steamy and humid out there.
Of course. So we're dealing with obviously the hot weather. It is August, it is wet, it is rainy, so forgive us if our camera is a little bit foggy, or of course we're getting the rain. As you can see, yep, it is still coming down. Isaias dumping buckets of water here in Prospect Park. We're on Lincoln Avenue. I want to show you actually these conditions, if you will believe it, are actually improving considerably. I know that's crazy to hear. We are right by the Prospect Park train station. It is a SEPTA station. All SEPTA in this area along this line, we're on the Wilmington Newark line, has been suspended because of weather until further notice. We just got that update right before we came to you live. What you're looking at is Lincoln Avenue, right by 12th Avenue here in Prospect Park. The water that you're looking at, the stanchions are in the middle of the standing water here. That was to keep vehicles from driving through. We saw about 24 vehicles try and make it through, and they did so, but that was much earlier, and now the water is just standing still and not receding at this moment. But thankfully, the rain is lessening. I mean, I would love to say that it's going away. It's definitely not. It was lightening up for about a half an hour, but it seems to be coming back in full force again, unfortunately. So what we're seeing are those flooded storm drains, and of course the flooding here on the roadways. Those stanchions now completely in the middle of the water, and both directions of this roadway blocked by police and fire police to keep everyone safe. Something else to mention about the standing water here. This is what you're seeing on a concrete or an asphalt roadway, but when you think about it, this is also happening in yards and lawns in this area. So what we're hearing of are downed trees now from the Delaware County Emergency Management Team because the water is saturating that ground. The roots are then lifting up. We did hear about one downed tree into a house and into a car. We're gonna wipe off the lens for you. Then thank you for your patience again. We're dealing with the elements and we're doing the best we can to bring you these live pictures. But thankfully everyone with the downed tree situation seems to be doing okay. There are some motorists still out here trying to get around and obviously being turned around now on Lincoln Avenue. I will tell you that the stream of water is still very rapid, but it isn't as high as it once was, I would say, about a half hour ago. But of course, it is still causing a lot of problems for motorists here in this Prospect Park area. And again, I just want to mention, we're right by the SEPTA station, the Wilmington Newark line, and much of SEPTA right now disrupted because of this difficult weather conditions that Isaias is bringing along with it.
Okay, Maggie, thank you very much. Appreciate that perspective from Prospect Park in Delaware County. And we've seen that vantage point quite a few times throughout the morning. And as she said, it does appear to be getting better, but we don't yet know if it may get worse again later on. We'll check in with David Murphy.
Yeah, we talked about those rain bands coming through as well. We have some video now from an Action News viewer, Michael Collier. This is Moreland Avenue and Lee Circle in the Coopertown neighborhood in Bryn Mawr. So we are seeing some flooding here on the main line in a number of areas. But look at this as well. This is another roadway that is turned into a river here in the Bryn Mawr neighborhood.
Take you back down the shore, Sea Isle City, and an awning that is blowing off the Andrea Trattoria restaurant. Viewer Matt Owens took this video from the dock at Mike's Seafood, obviously a staple for folks down there. They know this area well. He says the awning also took down an electrical pole, and indeed there we see it go. So my goodness, it's the wind, it's the rain, you name it. We're dealing with it today.
We know a lot of people are losing power as well. And this is flooding here in Chester County. This is along Highland Avenue, right on the edge of Berwyn near Devon. And again, a lot of streets flooding right now as creeks and rivers, even the tiniest creeks, are becoming overwhelmed by water right now.
All right, let's get back over to meteorologist David Murphy. David, as we watch this storm and I look at the radar behind you, it would appear that the worst of it is now just to the north of Philadelphia, but I don't know if that means we're going to get a second round here.
Well, it's funny that you say that because I was planning on teeing this off by saying that at least we are closer to the end than the beginning. I mean, we are definitely looking at the storm evolving about a Probably 45 minutes ago, we had an update from the National Hurricane Center that at that point put the storm 70 miles south of Philadelphia. I'm sure it's closed that gap, so it's getting a lot closer to us. And once the center of that storm gets past, we are going to see dry air wrapping around behind the backside, and that should start to carry all of that heavy precipitation away from us. You can kind of see that happening with that pinwheel motion. You see how the heavy rain is beginning to clear areas of southern Bucks and southern Montgomery County. But of course, those of you in Berks County, Allentown, northern Montgomery County, the majority of Bucks, and even the northern edge of Chester County are still seeing some heavy downpours, and those out to the south and west still have some moderate rain, which of course on top of everything else that has fallen is just adding to that runoff issue. Heavy rain right now though across the northern tier, still flash flooding, a definite issue, especially where you see the reds. Right now we're looking at some of this rain highlighted in purple that's showing rainfall amounts of 3 inches an hour, in some cases more than that, in some cases less. The idea is that you're probably underneath this for another hour, and while you won't have the purple all the time, even 20 minutes will give you a good 2/3 to maybe an inch of rain, depending on whether or not you're under a particularly heavy cell. But that's the movement right now. It is pushing off to the northwest, but we still have a couple of more hours of the northern suburbs still being inundated by this. As we take a look, though, we are looking at this pulling away from us. A lot of drying going on in southern Delaware and in the Lehigh Valley, and again, that dry air to the west will be wrapping in. The closer view again shows you that heavy rain again continuing to push off to the northeast, and hopefully in areas close to Doylestown we can start to see that get on out of here. Now we still have a tornado watch in effect, and this will likely go into the afternoon, and the afternoon starts in about 13 minutes, so no surprise there. At some point they'll drop this. Right now it appears as though the heavy bands are up in the northern and western suburbs, and if we were going to get another tornado warning, it would likely be in the northern half of the region. But for now, we've got that stay weather aware alert for the tornado watch, which continues for a while. There's also a lot of active flash flooding. Of course, we've had pictures that we've shown you from across the region showing flooding after flooding after flooding. A lot of high water in creeks and streams, and even just what would normally be a drainage ditch are up over their banks at this point. A lot of roads having problems as well. We've already had some water rescues from what I've kind of heard as I've been buried in the computers over there, and you just don't want to be challenging any of this flooding. And remember that once the heavy rain does get on out of here, the runoff still continues, and flood warnings can last long after the rain is over. Same thing goes for the flood watch, which is in effect across the region. This is pretty obvious at this point. It should be anyway. Flash flooding happens fast. If you encounter an area that looks like a little bit flooded and you think, I can get through that, the problem with the flash flood is that it piles the water up in a hurry, and it doesn't have to be raining. This can happen from runoff after the rain is over with. And keep in mind that only 2 feet of fast-moving water can move a car or even a pickup truck. 60% of our flood deaths tend to occur in vehicles, so you just don't want to challenge flooded waters in your vehicle or on foot. Just not a good day to try that. Flash flood watch is also up today. This will continue this evening, and probably will expire at some point later tonight, but there could still be some residual flood warnings that expire or that go into the morning. So I'll let the Weather Service decide when they want to give up on this, but I do think that this will last past the departure of the rain later today because of the runoff issues that I just described. We have gotten up to 5 inches of rain already in some areas. We talked yesterday on the news about how there might be some isolated areas that go to 6. Could even see a little higher than that in some pockets, particularly in the northern and western areas. And guys, if you done with this tropical stuff? You want more, do you?
No, thank
Got another system down in the Atlantic right now, but it only has a 30% chance of development. In fact, that's down from 40% earlier this morning, as it looks like there's a lot of dry air wrapping around this. This does not necessarily look like it's going to be our next problem. And that's the only one we've got out there right now. It's going to be an active tropical season, though, and we're still about a month away from the peak. So lots of fun still to come. Be careful out there, though, okay?
Fast start, right?
Right.
All right, David, thank you. We want to take you back to that video that we showed you just a couple of minutes ago here from Marmora, that incredible video, viewer video from Paul here, showing that confirmed tornado that was obviously witnessed and filmed here in Marmora, New Jersey, Cape May County, just across the bay from Ocean City. And these are the issues that we've been seeing time and time again. I believe by my count, we've had 11 or 12 tornado warnings at this point. And this is one that we can now say conclusively did happen. And boy, the damage it left behind, Sarah, was significant.
That's right. And we have that as well. This video from viewer Bill Barber. He sent us this video of the damage in Marmora, Cape May County. You can see poles and trees down across the street as this tornado came through here in Marmora. But quite a bit of damage as multiple trees and power lines are down here as well.
And a viewer just sent me a tweet saying she believes that this is Route 9 there in Marmora for perspective, but those trees down, and obviously that's a power issue for a lot of folks in Cape May County right now. I'm going to take you back to that live picture. I think that's next. Yep. The live picture in Montgomery County. This on Belmont by that Wawa we've been telling you about all morning long, and we watched some dramatic rescues unfold. And boy, what a difference, Sarah, just a couple of minutes makes here, where water was rushing minutes ago. It now appears to be receding and quite a bit calmer.
And that's the thing with flash flooding. It comes up fast, it goes down fast. But again, the damage done here is these people were trapped in this flood water, these cars here right off the Schuylkill Expressway across the bridge there from Manayunk. We also saw a rescue team come in and we believe get some people out of a business that's over here to the right-hand side. They had to walk them through the water to get them through dry land. I know earlier we did see some boats show up, and I did hear from a law enforcement official who said they are part of the Montgomery County Urban Search and Rescue Team. They are going to a staging area here in the area because there are just so many situations like this that law enforcement and rescue crews need to respond to as this rain has come down this morning at really torrential rates and flooded our creeks, streams, and now it's out on the roadways.
Well, the bad news for the owner of that car is that it's ruined. The good news is that no one appears to be in it, so they've been safely freed. That Subaru on the right there, for perspective's sake, when we last showed you this picture, we couldn't see the license plate. The water was lapping up to that back window. The windshield wiper remains on, as does in the front, and the power is obviously still going. You see the lights in the back. I don't see anybody in that car, so that one appears to have been safely extricated as well. But for perspective on the force of this thing, look to the right of that Subaru. That is a dumpster. Those are not light, and they are not easily moved, and that dumpster is right in the middle of the roadway, having been pulled down by the force of that water that made its way down Belmont Avenue here, right off the Schuylkill Expressway. Obviously a much calmer scene, and that's good news than what we saw just a few minutes ago here in this location. Obviously, it varies widely, location to location, what you're dealing with right now. But as David suggested, the worst of this, gratefully, does appear to be past us now. If there are any remaining tornado warnings, they will likely be in the far northeast region of our viewing area. So we'll knock wood. Obviously, that could change with these tropical systems. You just don't know what they're going to bring, but we'll knock wood and hope that in fact, remains the case.
This has been an impressive tropical system. I've covered hurricanes, and they come up the coast or come off the water, hit the land, and the winds typically subside. And this one held its strength. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it came ashore. Actually moved up the shoreline throughout the day today. 70-mile-an-hour winds in many, many areas, and that caused a lot of damage, but it also brought with it these torrential rains that came down and flooded area creeks and streams all across the region, and this was the result here. We are getting storm reports, damage reports, I should say, all around the region. I don't think that there have been many places that have gone untouched by this tropical storm today, but it has now raced across the area today, moving very, very fast and leaving the damage in its wake.
Yeah, and as you correctly pointed out, Sarah, 70 miles an hour is really literally just shy of a Category 1 hurricane, which would be 74 miles an hour. So in effect, folks, we were dealing with, for all intents and purposes, hurricane force winds here today. And that's just the straight line. Never mind the tornadoes that we saw blast through the area. Obviously, those bring with them winds well in excess of 100 miles an hour. So a lot of damaging situations here around the region. We can surmise that a lot of folks do not have power right now. We just hope that everyone is safe and that the damage to your house and home and person is minimal right now. As we look at the scene here in Montgomery County, police officers now on the scene directing traffic safely to the Schuylkill Expressway. That was not something that could have happened just a couple of minutes ago, as that roadway was totally submerged in water. So we're making some progress here, and progress is a very good thing.
For sure, Brian, but there will be damage here to clean up all around the region from those straight line winds, really serious wind gusts that move through. We saw Trish Hartman down in Ocean City there on that balcony. She could barely stand as those wind gusts just knocked her about there. But again, I think at this point we still tell people to stay inside as all until this flood water recedes, and we know that these wind gusts will be dying down because there could be another, we could see some of those wind gusts pick up again.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. Forgive me for doing this on the fly. Is it possible we can just open Karen's mic for 1 sec? And Karen, because I want to ask you about this. We talk about the strength of this thing as a tropical storm, in what looked on radar to be sort of an eye. I know a hurricane doesn't have an eye. I'm sorry, a hurricane does.
Yep,
a tropical storm does not per se.
Sure.
Could we be close to an eye here, or is what's accounting for the calm?
You know, at 11 o'clock, and we're not close to the eye just yet, but at 11 o'clock, the National Hurricane said we're about 70 miles from the eye of the storm. Here's a good look at Storm Tracker 3D, right? So you can see, yes, Brian, it's less than that now. It's about, I would estimate, about 40 miles south of Philadelphia at the moment, the eye or the center of this storm, so to speak. You can kind of see where the wall would be, the strongest winds that we already saw pull through. So in southern Delaware, you're drying out. You're seeing that heavy rain is still out here, but is now pushing just north of the city at this point. So that's why we're catching a little bit of a break there. Our friends in the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos saying, what break are you speaking of out there? But certainly in Philadelphia and areas south, it's looking a lot better. And it's booking out of here at 35 miles an hour. That's rare for a tropical system, but the winds have still at last report been sustained at 70 mile an hour with the storm. For a storm to be inland and pushing up through the region at 70 miles an hour, winds sustained, I mean, that's really incredible. And that speaks to the dynamics in the atmosphere and that jet that is pulling out of the northwest and just also giving us such lift to the storm, giving life to the storm that we didn't want it to have, but we knew it would, which is why we had these warnings. Now we turn to the flash flood warnings. They're still out there till 2:15 for the heart of our region. It was interesting. I was looking at that action cam shot you were showing, Brian and Sarah, and you saw how quickly it changed, right? And that's the fear with this, that it very quickly rises, and it may settle down quickly as well, but you need to be careful because of that and never drive through flooded waters. We've had radar estimates 5-6 inches of rain falling through the region. So Sarah and Brian, we've got that flash flood warning continuing. We are not out of the woods till about 2:15, but you're right, in a lot of the area, we're starting to see improvement.
That's good. Good news. Thank you, Karen. But we will be with this throughout the day. We have some more viewer video now from Tradifern Township in Chester County. Look at this flooding. This is at Contention Lane at Old State Road. Police have closed the street. You'll find many street closures all around the region as these streets become inundated by floodwaters today.
So keep that viewer video coming as we continue to tell the story of this storm throughout the day. We're going to reset, take a brief break, and bring you a full report for the next hour on Action News at noon. For now, I'm Brian Taff along with Sarah Bloomquist. We'll see you back in about 90 seconds.
Stay with Action News for continuing coverage of Isaias.
Hello and good afternoon once again, everybody. It's 1 o'clock now. I'm Brian Taff alongside Sarah Bloomquist back in studio with us here today as we document the destruction really from Tropical Storm Isaias, which has ravaged much of the region today. And as there are still rescues underway, our coverage will continue.
At this very moment, we want to go live to Darby, Pennsylvania, in an area known to flood during tropical storms and hurricanes of the past that have moved up the coast. Look at the situation at this moment. Very high water here on the street in Darby. And look at this tire store here. You can see just how high the floodwaters are. This is in the area of the Darby Creek, high enough to nearly cover up a vehicle here on the roadway. And there is a rescue underway on a rooftop just over to the right-hand side of your screen. You can see rescuers there on that roof. We don't know if anybody is still inside. It's a Here, there's a firefighter there. This rescue may have happened already, but this is the situation unfolding right now in Darby Borough.
And as Sarah's indicated, Darby Creek, of course, is prone to flooding, as this area knows this scene rather well. But there are scenes like this playing out all around the region today. There have been numerous rescues and numerous life-saving operations. Gratefully, it appears at this point the worst of this is now behind us. Let's get to meteorologist Melissa Magee, who can give us the latest.
Yeah, and Brian and Sarah, we're going to be tracking this moisture as we look at Storm Tracker 6 Live Double Scan Radar 3D. We're still watching Tropical Storm Isaias, and a lot of the heavy rain is now lifting to our north and west, the center of circulation just to the north and west of Philadelphia. We do have the ability with Storm Tracker 6 Live Double Scan street level to show you how much rain we've picked up so far, and it looks like the heaviest has just been to the north and west of the I-95 corridor. So looking at some of the totals we've seen just to the north of the city, 6.4 inches, 6.3 just to the east of Reading there, 5.7 out to the north and west in the suburbs there. And then as we move a little farther across areas in South Jersey, pretty much verifying what we were thinking earlier with the system, 1 to 3 inches across coastal sections of New Jersey. But as you move inland, that's where you will find those higher amounts. The severe weather threat, however, was to the north and west. As far as the rain we are picking up right now, we'll go in a little tighter on street level. You can still see these heavy pockets to the north and west of Philadelphia for Allentown. If you're traveling along Route 22 over into Easton, we've got that rain. Same thing for Quakertown into Slatington, Green Lane, and Fleetwood. So all of that flooding rain has been to the north and west of Philadelphia. In fact, flash flood warnings are still up into the evening along the I-95 corridor, interior South Jersey. But the real concern this afternoon is to the north and west, where we have seen flooding rain. In fact, in some spots, up to 4 inches an hour as far as these rain rates are concerned. Not only do we have the rain, there's a severe weather component that we've been tracking, as we've been seeing with David and Karen all morning. 3 confirmed tornadoes so far today near Townsend there in Delaware. Multiple homes were damaged as that tornado came on through. Near Smyrna as well, snapped power poles and knocked some tree limbs down as well. And then also west of Strathmere there in New Jersey, trees were down across Route 50. And there were a lot of tornado warnings that popped up across the region, because when we talk about severe weather, when we talk about tropical systems, always on the eastern side of the center of circulation, that's where you will find the devastation as far as severe weather and the possibility of some tornadoes, as we certainly saw this morning. As far as the wind gusts so far, Fortescue, 71 mile per hour winds there. Dover, 68 miles per hour. Atlantic City, 66. Wildwood, 62 miles per hour. So tropical storm force winds in a lot of these locations. Philadelphia, we had wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. What we're still currently seeing, a lot of gusty conditions. 36 miles per hour in Allentown, 43 in the city, 54 in Millville, gusting up to 36 miles per hour there in Dover. So we'll take a look at Isaias and where it is right now. Maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour, so still a very strong tropical storm. It's moving to the north-northeast, racing at 40 miles per hour. As we get into later on this evening, it's well up into upstate New York, then eventually heading up into Maine, and it looks like into Canada as we get into later on tonight. So that's the very latest with this tropical system. A lot of damage in its wake, though, as we'll be tracking it throughout the day, guys.
And that will be the story throughout the afternoon as well. All the damage left behind by this tropical storm. Continue to send us your videos and your photos to 6abc.com/share or use the hashtag 6abcaction.
For now, I'm Brian Taff along with Sarah Bloomquist, continuing coverage throughout the afternoon. For now, we'll send you back to regular programming already in progress. Have a good day. Be safe. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Taff alongside Sarah Bloomquist. We are interrupting programming now to bring the very latest on Tropical Storm Isaias and its aftermath. That storm, as you know, brought heavy rain that caused a lot of flooding and prompted several rescues around the region today,
including this one in Belmont Hills. Take a look at this video captured right before the noon hour. A creek along Belmont Avenue quickly overflowed and flooded the road here. Vehicles were stranded in the high water, and the drivers who tried to get to safety got stuck on one side of the flooded road. everyone here turned out to be okay.
Let's get right now to our team of meteorologists, Melissa Magee and Adam Joseph. Adam, let's begin with you there in the Weather Center.
Yeah, the rain aspect of the storm is now lifting away as the heaviest of the rain is now into New York State, southern New England. Still tornado watches for parts of southern New England here. A couple of lingering showers in southeastern Pennsylvania. But as we take a look at the impressive rainfall totals, this is Doppler indicated using dual pole radar. So this is very good estimate of what has fallen. And you can see most of southeastern Pennsylvania through Montgomery, Bucks County, Chester, Delaware County, northern Newcastle County in Delaware, 5 to 7 inches of rain in a 4 to 5 hour time span, all while the shore communities only getting close to an inch to an inch and a half of rain, even right along the coast, 1/4 of an inch of rain. But as we close into Philadelphia County, to show the sharp contrast of the gradient with this storm with respect to the rain, the western part of Philadelphia County, north and west of Manayunk, nearly 6 inches of rain, 7 inches of rain there, in fact. But then as you head towards Center City and the eastern part of the county, it drops down to 2 inches. So a big difference in a very small amount of area. But nonetheless, we're dealing with a lot of flooding, flash flood warnings through this afternoon and this evening. All those areas in red, which really encompasses most of southeastern Pennsylvania up into the Lehigh Valley. We're watching some of the creeks which are in flood right now. These are moderate to major flood stages for the Brandywine at Chadds Ford and Downingtown, Perkiomen Creek at Greaterford, Neshaminy Creek at Langhorne, and all those tributaries now pushing into our major rivers. So the Schuylkill River expected to go into flood at Pottstown at minor stage at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, moderate stage at Norristown, about 5 feet above flood stage just after midnight. And in Philadelphia, moderate stage expected to take on water in Main Street, Manayunk. That crests just after midnight tonight. We bring in meteorologist Melissa Magee. You have more on the position of the storm right now in the other part of the storm, which is the wind.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. And we were whipping as we were on earlier today. As we look at the current track with Isaias, still a tropical storm, maximum sustained winds at 65 miles per hour. It's moving to the north-northeast at 40 miles per hour. So it's racing out of our area. And as we've seen, the heaviest of that precipitation is already starting to part to our north and east. So we'll time it out for you looking at the track of this storm later on this evening. It's already across upstate New York, then presses up into Canada as we get into Wednesday morning. So the storm system quickly moving on out, but it did produce a lot of heavy rain, as Adam was mentioning, and strong gusty winds. Long Beach Island, we had winds clocking in at 109 miles per hour with a water spout reported there. Ocean City, 72 miles per hour. Fortescue, 71, 63 mile per hour wind gusts in Wildwood. So tropical storm force winds in Cape May, wind gusts coming in at 64 miles per hour. Still very strong at this hour. Right now, the strongest wind gusts up in the Poconos, 51, but 44 in Philadelphia, 59 miles per hour there in Atlantic City. So as the storm system wraps away and pulls on off to our north and east, the winds will start to subside as well. In fact, Future Tracker 6 showing you by 6 o'clock this evening, the heaviest of the wind down across areas in South Jersey, but this will even start to depart as our tropical system starts to leave us as well. And we may even find a few peaks of sun before the day is over. That's very latest with the storm system. Sarah, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Melissa, thank you. Let's head over now to Action News reporter Maggie Kent, live in Darby, where people had to be rescued from their homes. Maggie.
Severe flooding from Darby Creek here. We're at the corner of McDade Boulevard and Springfield Road. And what you're taking a look at is a home where people had to be taken from a second-story window and put onto boats to be rescued. The front door is completely covered in water at this point. If you take a look at the tire shop, there is a vehicle barely peeking out of these floodwaters that you can see. That red looks like an SUV based off what's left. And crossing over McDade Boulevard, you'll see this blue Prius here, also stranded in the water. And behind that is a home, number 935. And that's where Mr. Rob Pellegrino lives. So I want to bring him in. Tell me, Rob, you got out safely. Tell me how you did so and what it's been looking like here.
Well, when I first came out, it didn't seem that bad. And in about an hour's time, I heard banging on the door was the police. When I came out the second time, everything was on the water. As you can see, my car's on the water. They made us evacuate just with the clothes on our back. Now, since then, since about 11:30 this morning, we've been staying down here. I'm not looking for anybody to blame, but I need some kind of a help, some kind of assistance. Like, I'm a senior citizen, and like I said, it's nobody's fault. But I do need some. Nobody has approached me, said, well, we're trying to work on this, we're doing that. I just want, because I'm contemplating what I'm going to do now. Where am I going to sleep tonight? What am I going to do?
Yeah, and a lot of people are in Rob's situation as well. We did speak to the police chief just a few moments ago. He says they're working with the Red Cross, so I'll be sure to get Rob some of that information as well. But again, this is at Darby Borough, McDade Boulevard, and Springfield Road. A lot of really severe flooding right here. It's where we're live. Maggie Kent, Channel 6 Action News.
All right, Maggie, and as you said, we'll get that gentleman in touch with the Red Cross. Thank you so much. And this quick note for you, if you use SEPTA, you want to check in with them before you head out today. A lot of service disruptions today because of the weather, of course.
And we will have coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias and its aftermath within the hour. We will be back. Right now, you can log onto our website, 6abc.com, for the very latest. We send you back now to regular programming already in progress.
Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Adam Joseph, dealing with tracking Tropical Storm Isaias. The storm is now racing its way 40 miles an hour up into New England. So the rain is over with at this point, but now the cleanup process is beginning. Even starting to see some breaks of sun developing on the southern extent of the storm. In fact, we take a live look at Sky 6 over Philadelphia International Airport. A very different picture than just a couple of hours ago. Breaks of blue. You see a shake in the camera, still dealing with some gusty winds on the southern part of this tropical storm. But again, massive flooding ongoing right now in southeastern Pennsylvania, northern parts of Delaware. That is where we saw anywhere between 5 and 7 inches of rain in a 4 to 6 hour window of time this morning. And it's not just one pocket here or there. It's basically every county from the Lehigh Valley to Philadelphia, down to Wilmington and far west as eastern parts of Lancaster County. As we look at some of the waterways that we are watching right now for moderate to major flooding, the Brandywine Creek at Chadds Ford and also at Downingtown. The Perkiomen Creek at Graterford seeing its highest crest since 1996. There's some major flooding, and the Neshaminy Creek at Langhorne also moderate to major flooding. All those smaller creeks, the tributaries, are dumping into the Schuylkill River, again, where it was hard hit. Minor flooding at Pottstown around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 2.5 feet above its flood stage. Moderate for Norristown and Philadelphia, cresting just after midnight around 2 o'clock in the morning Wednesday. But right now, still dealing with some gusty winds on the order of 37 miles an hour Philadelphia, 32 in Millville, 20s in Lancaster. We'll see those winds ease as we go into the early evening hours, but the flooding will linger. Turn around if you encounter some flooded roadways. We'll see you on 1 hour on Action News.